Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My sincerest greetings to the Minister of Tourism of Jamaica, His Excellency Edmund Bartlett, the President of the World Tourism Network, the Chairman of the World Tourism Network, the Chairman of the World Tourism Network Indonesia Chapter, and all participants of the World Tourism Network Summit 2023. The global macroeconomic conditions continues to demonstrate fluctuations, volatility, and rapid change. The IMF and OECD predict that there will be a slowdown in global economic growth next year. However, we need to remain optimistic that Indonesia's economic growth will continue to strengthen, driven by the purchasing power stability, and the purchasing power stability bringing more options and opportunities, and robust demand for Indonesian commodities. Therefore, we must be able to identify every single opportunity in improving the performance of our economy. In order to improve the performance of the tourism and creative economy sector, there is a need for economic transformation, with sustainability as the key to ensuring that our development benefits future generations. Inclusivity must also be a commitment for us to drive innovation. Additionally, we must also adapt and innovate in the midst of rapidly advancing technology. In its implementations, we need solid cooperations from all stakeholders, as well as courage to seize every opportunity that arises. This is the key to facing uncertainty that we must embrace. Let us focus on economic transformations for a strong and confident global situations, in particular Indonesia, that is ready to face global challenges, and together we can do it.
morning, everybody, and I hope you had a good and restful night here at this beautiful hotel. I have to say the beds are fantastic, and so we're ready for another day. And I wanted to welcome, specifically coming from Jakarta this morning, the deputy. I'm so sorry, I have to look at the director of MICE, Ms. Masru. I'm so sorry. and Dr. Vincentius Jamado from the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Tourism and Creative Industry. I think it has changed over the years in Jakarta. And we had a good talk this morning, and go back with the ministry a long time. I know the building he's in, and I'm also looking forward going to Jakarta after this event. So anyways, we're ready for everyone. We're very informal here, and we're going to be we are live streaming already. So everyone on our live stream platform on eTurbo News, the travel news groups, meetings.travel, since we have MICE here today, aviation.travel, and wherever you're watching us right now, please stay tuned. And if you miss any of this portion, it will all be archived and replayed over the next few days. And if you're not yet a member of the World Tourism Network, just go to our website at wtn.travel, click on join, because you got to be part of our club of small, medium enterprises, government, and also large companies working together from 133 countries. So our program today has changed a little bit because we wanted to hear from the government in Jakarta, and we're going to put this right up front. So this would be a good opening, I think. And after this, we're going to, what we missed last night, start the climate-friendly travel club, and Professor Jeffrey Lippman will start this up with Greg. And after this, we have our panel discussion, and hopefully we can finish for a late lunch, but breakfast was so good, maybe we don't even need the lunch. So without further delay, I give it to our master of ceremony so we can get going. Again, welcome everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
To welcome you to our beloved island of Bali, we would like to present a welcome performing dance, Legong Kraton, presented by Niam Soli. Niam Soli is originally Ibu Sri Agung Soli. She is the traditional dancer, and my news is 90 years old. And she's still dancing actively. We would like to welcome Niam Soli. She's one of the legend of dancers in Bali. She has 25 great-grandchildren, and these great-grandchildren also would like to perform with her. Let's welcome. Legong Kraton dance is actually a highly stylized Legong Kraton, except for drama, which is most purified and abstract kind. The story of the performance is the female attendants of the court and dressed as the Legongs, who has the serve window to the royal palaces in Europe. All right, thank you very much. Next story. Terima kasih yang menonton! She and her granddaughters and great-granddaughters are still performing in the Sabah. So she has actually the dance school. You know that Balinese learn to dance before they even learn how to walk. You know, the movement of the arms, the movement of the eyes. So that's what makes preserve the culture of Balinese dance. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Sejahtera Rahayu. It is with Almighty God that we gather here today in Bali. Thank you for coming, for those who come from afar. World Tourism Network Summit and time 2023 will be held today and tomorrow. It will be full of activities, talk show presentation, discussion, and as well as all other good subjects that we are looking at. Networking and tourism. But not limited, as we also talk about sustainability, education, wellness, and healthcare. Honorary Mr. Alan Setong, the former tourism minister of Seychelles and vice president of WTN. Distinguished speakers and panelists, ladies and gentlemen. Before we begin, kindly please stand up. We are going to sing the Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. We would like to welcome Bapak Madi Widiana, is the representative of the Vice Regent Bali, to give a welcome remark. Silakan.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Bapak Ibu, para peserta eTN Summit and Time 2023 yang saya hormati.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, for all the delegates of the WTN Summit and time 2023.
Terima kasih atas kegiatan ini terselenggara di Kabupaten Badung, Bali.
Thank you that these activities can be held at the Bandung Regency, Bali.
Dan terima kasih atas kehadiran para delegasi, ya, para travel agent yang penyelenggaraan kegiatan ini dan mempercayakan kegiatan ini ada di Kabupaten Badung.
Thank you that these activities is held in Kabupaten Bandung.
Saya atas nama pemerintah Kabupaten Badung mengucapkan banyak-banyak terima kasih.
On behalf of the government of Bandung Regency, I would like to express our gratitude.
Semoga kegiatan ini dapat berlanjut, ya, dan dapat memberikan manfaat terselenggaranya kegiatan ini sehingga nama Badung, nama Bali tetap ada di dunia internasional.
We hope that these activities will be useful for all the delegates and will be good also for as a destination, Bandung and Bali and also Indonesia.
Kami di Kabupaten Badung banyak mempunyai hasil-hasil industri UMKM, ya, yang bisa Bapak Ibu nanti perkenalkan di negara Bapak Ibu semuanya.
We are in Bandung Regency. We have quite a lot of SME, and with a lot of products. So kindly later on explore and to find out more.
Ya, semoga produk-produk yang dihasilkan oleh UMKM kami di Kabupaten Badung ini dapat kita jalin kerjasamanya ke depan, ya, dapat membawa manfaat terutamanya terkait dengan cenderamata bagi tourism yang ada di Kabupaten Badung.
We do hope that our products were produced by SMEs from Bandung will be useful and can be used as souvenirs for your guests, and also we make a collaboration in the future.
Demikian beberapa hal yang saya sampaikan pada hari ini, tanggal 29 September 2023, saya mewakili pemerintah Kabupaten Badung secara resmi membuka WTN Summit dan Time 2023 secara resmi.
I officially open this WTN Summit and Time 2023 officially open.
Semoga kegiatan ini dapat berjalan dengan lancar.
Let's hope that all the activities will be smoothly run.
Terima kasih. Om Santi, 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to Bali. Sir, thank you very much for your kind words and opening our very first Time 2023 Executive Summit for the World Tourism Network. We're very proud to be here, we're very thankful to be here, and we're really excited to be here. It's a large executive summit, and we have a lot of experts here from all over the world, and now everyone is taking time out of their busy schedule, and we will put it to good use, and we're going to be able to do what we always wanted to do, bring the World Tourism Network to the next step. Lastly, I wanted to say thank you to our team here in Indonesia, in Bali. I know everyone has worked tirelessly. We had phone calls at 2 or 3 in the morning. We went back and forth, changing things, yelling at each other, and everything is working out okay. And thank you so much. And with this, I wanted to give the microphone to Dr. Peter Talo, our president, who is next to me, and he arrived here yesterday from Texas. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, honorable ministers, honorable delegates. It is truly a pleasure to be with all of you today. The World Tourism Network has had a tremendous impact in its young life in trying to help small and medium-sized businesses, which are the heart of tourism, to become truly represented around the world. And that could not be done without the cooperation and the love of the people of Indonesia. There's one person, many people have worked very hard, but there's one person especially that my colleague Thomas Steinmetz and I would like to thank, and that's our friend Moody, who has worked literally, I cannot imagine a day without speaking to her. And so, as a very small gift of our appreciation, as she has shared so much of her country with us, we wanted to share something of our country with her. And so, Moody, this is a very small, it's a very small gift with a lot of paper because I didn't want to break it. Of all the various sites of Washington, D.C., our capital, this is for you, and our cup runs over with happiness for being with you. Thank you so much for everything you've done. And now Moody will say a few words as a chairman and president of the Indonesian chapter.
Thank you. Thank you, Gita. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to all the eTN Worldwide Network members and non-members that is participating through online or offline, or through offline and online. Humbly would like to thank and giving highly appreciation to the President of eTN, Dr. Peter Tano, and the Chairman and leaders of WTN think tank group, Mr. Jürgen Thomas Steinmetz. Please give applause to our President and the Chairman of WTN. Thank you. So they have been working consistently and passionately on building WTN vision and mission objective to be the facilitator of SME tourism globally. As we are aware, SME tourism is taking majority in numbers among global tourism industry players worldwide. Hence, the facilitation of WTN to create platform to become one big family that enable us to communicate, engage, and challenge and find solutions together was indeed the pioneer step that has been taken by WTN and creating today's instrument that we in SMEs tourism is most needed. COVID pandemic 19 has been given us the best lesson to be learned, though it's painful lesson, but I think it gives us deep understanding that in the most precedented ways, that in fact, we are dependent one to another. Once again, we must honor WTN organization initiative that could bring us together here in the first WTN Summit Time 2023 in the Renaissance Hotel Uluwatu, Bali. And I'm very much hoping that the 2 days conference will take us and move forward by engaging collaboration and partnership for reciprocal benefit in the area of managing and marketing sustainable tourism destination in our home country. WTN Indonesia chapter, I would like to bring to the table of discussion with fellow WTN members worldwide to engage collaboration and creative economy, to engage collaboration on creative economy as it is the backbone for tourism. In Indonesia, the potential of Indonesian creative economy has been presented during World Conference Creative Economy 2023 and 2022 in Nusa Dua, Bali. In regards, we like to pursue the implementation by pioneering an actions to provide digital hub for stakeholders, that is companies and individuals, to work on certain sectors in the area of creative investment, policies, marketing, project, events, art, culture, and fashion. education which is crafted with the core values of innovation, culture, and creativity. In the case of pushing the creative economy potential to grow, I believe in this way, together we can create more colorful collaboration and supporting quality tourism and sustainable tourism development in our home country with the facilitation of WTN organization and the members worldwide will have unlimited opportunity to partner and collaborate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is the Chairman and the Chairwoman of Indonesia WTN chapter. Now we would like to invite the interactive discussion about meaning the World Tourism Network, why it was started, and WTN wants to achieve, and where we are standing. So, with the founding members, Chairman, Judith Clements, please kindly share the discussion.
Okay, thank you very much. I also wanted to say before I started, a special thank you to all our, to everyone listening and watching us now on our various social media channels, also on eTN News, on our partners and affiliated news channels. You're live. We're live in Bali, in Indonesia. Right now, we have time 2023, our very first summit for the World Tourism Network. My name is Jürgen Steinmetz, and I'm the one who I think came up initially with the idea of putting this conversation together, and I wanted to share a little bit of the history. I've shared with many already, so many of you might know already, but it's important because it all started somehow in Bali, in Indonesia. And when I go back all the way to 2000 and 2001, under the late Minister of Tourism, Pa Adhika, at the time, and before there was an eTN News, many of you know me about the publisher of eTN News. eTN News was started right here at the Alam Resort in Kuta, in Indonesia, in Bali, with the purpose of counter the US travel warnings against Indonesia at the time. We were hired by the Ministry of Culture and Tourism to increase tourism from the United States and Canada to Indonesia. And of course, Bali is the major source market for Indonesia. And at the same time, there were some political challenges in the country, in different parts of the country, that triggered many other large news organizations to say it's not safe, and triggered a lot of confusion. And we were here and say, so how can we get a message to the travel industry that everything is absolutely perfect here in Bali and in most parts of Indonesia, when other news media are saying there is unrest and it's not safe, and the US government say to be careful. So what we did, email just started at the time. We thought, okay, why not go into an email system? So we went to some of our friends here, like Pakto, for example. We went to ASEAN, many of the different organizations said, do you have a list of emails of travel professionals, specifically in North America, you can share with us? We're going to try to do something no one else has done, and we set up a Yahoo group. And this Yahoo group was designed to get the first mass mailing, really, through travel agents in the United States. So we had 14,000 people in there initially. And out of this, we called it eTN News because we had a sponsor, an Indonesian company by the name of eTN Hotels, that had developed a lot of the websites here in Indonesia at the time. So where's WTN coming into this early play? At the same time, what we were trying to do is get the private sector together with the public sector. We kind of understood sometimes the private sector didn't understand the public sector and vice versa. And we started an organization called ICTP. It was called the Indonesian Council of Tourism Partners. And Indonesian Council of Tourism Partners had members mostly from Indonesia and those that are selling Indonesia as travel. Out of later on in the years, I'm going to make this story now a lot shorter, out of this developed the International Council of Tourism Partners. I did together with our friend Professor Jeffrey Lipman, and it dealt with sustainable tourism. Again, a lot of the focus included Indonesia. And finally, out of ICTP, we went into climate change, but really at the 2020 ITB trade show in Berlin that was cancelled because COVID developed in Europe, in Italy at the time specifically, we were putting a discussion together on how the industry should react to COVID. We called it Rebuilding.Travel Discussion. And invited to this, we had about 300 people registered for it, and then ITB was cancelled. And we still managed to get about close to 50 people together at the Hyatt Hotel in Berlin. And there were from 40-some countries. We did this together with PATA, the Pacific Asia Travel Association, with the Nepal Tourism Board and the African Tourism Board. Now, this discussion went on Many of you were part of it, with Zoom discussions. Everyone that was here really, I think, was almost part of it. Alexandra was one of the first one from Montenegro. And our discussions were quite meaningful and also reached the top of the people in the travel and tourism industry that are sometimes very hard to reach because everyone has time, everyone was locked up and everyone wanted to do something. So it was the perfect place to have a discussion was Zoom. So about a year later, the end of 2020, Dr. Peter Tauno, who was with it, came up with the idea, why don't we form this into an association? And I said, we don't really want to be an association because then Pacha and everyone thinks we're competing with them, but we didn't want to do. We wanted to be a network and complementary to everyone. So we decided, let's start the World Tourism Network. So when we started, we invited all those people that had participated in rebuilding .travel discussions to join us. And currently, with a few years later, we have a total indirect membership of more than 18,000 people. Out of this, they're not all paying. If they're all paying, I think we all would have come first class and have a fancy lunch here. Now, most of them are observers. They came in, it's free to join us as an observer, join our LinkedIn group, what is one of the most, I would say, realistic and successful LinkedIn group on sustainable tourism, the WTN group. It has more than 16,800 stakeholders in. Many of them are SMEs, but we also even have the head of the Saudi investment group in there. So we have a lot of people there. We have ministers. We don't allow advertising. It's a real exchange of information, and it is free. But of course, our bread and butter to make this organization grow is membership, and we currently have a little bit more than 1,200 members, but they're in 133 countries, so we're quite international. So what are our goals? Why is WTN here? I think we were able to define our goals. Since we have an equally good relationship with many of the ministers of tourism, we all know I know through our publication, my publication, what started here in Bali in 2000, with the oldest one in the world, and probably one of the most influential one. It is easy for us to get to the public sector many times, even though ministers change, but governments are still there. So we can reach these guys. Many times when you deal with ministers, they're on a different level. They're on what we call a VIP level. And a lady who was a minister herself can probably tell us a little bit more about this in a minute. But they have more different issues to discuss and come together with. This is policy making, political issues, geopolitical issues, what is not really our part directly. But we're going to watch these guys, because who we are reaching out to is also not, before I tell you who we reach out to, not the big companies necessarily of the world. So our friends here at Marriott, we welcome for you to be a member, Marriott Hotel, but we don't want you to lead this organization. We want you to be part of the discussions, like we want the public sector part of this discussion in our membership, but really who we want to lead this organization are the SMEs, the medium and small sized businesses in the world, to give them an equal voice, a seat on the table, and where we can help with expertise from all around the world, from all sorts of lives in the industry, to come up with advice, and hopefully if we generate income and membership, also with practical advice where we hire other experts to make certain changes in the world, to make sure everyone is treated equally, there's an equal chance for everyone to work. It is very hard, and I can see this. We just had a discussion for breakfast here this morning, for example, for a small hotel here in Bali, an independent hotel in Bali, to get to the US market. How do you get to the US market? You with your own product, without a middleman. It's impossible because people don't trust you, they don't know you. So you gotta go to Expedia. Expedia is one of these big guys. You're gonna lose a lot of money on your commission. I've seen it during the crisis here in Bali. Back after the tsunami situation, after the bomb attack many years ago, when you saw hotel prices for medium-sized, beautiful, privately owned hotels for $30 a night, and then there's the 5-star Sheraton for $35 a night. Guess where people would book? They would book the 5-star Sheraton, and the small guys are going to be pushed out of business. So this is what our organization is all about, to identify these problems and find a way, how can we help our members to address these problems, how we can use our global reach through media with our media partners, including my own eTurbo News, to get the message out so we can balance the situation in the world, how people look at business. And this really, in a nutshell, is what World Travel Tourism Network is doing. How did we do it so far? We're very young, we're building, we need every one of you and all our members to contribute to it because we don't have a set concept. We cannot hire $1,000 an hour our lawyers to do this job. We have to do it ourselves, and we all are passionate. And that's what so many are here, even though we may have not had the sponsored airline tickets for everyone, they're paying their own money because they say it's important. And these are really the people who make a difference. It's not the people that come in massive amount in a conference and then leave and have a coffee and go home. It's the people who can do and work with us. And that's why I so much appreciate everyone coming here, because I know it took a personal sacrifice to do this. And these are the leaders we like to recognize. So in the way forward, we started with interest groups. We have a number of interest groups that deals with hospitality, with aviation, with advocacy for certain issues that come up, and also with comment making. So as you probably see in my own publication, we have been making comments on almost every situation in the world. We're not shy to open our mouth and say something that people do listen, because we get the feedback for it now. So that is already working. The next thing we're doing, and there is my friend Udi Astudi, who I know, she's almost like my sister from like 1999. So we trust each other and work with her for so many years. And Udi is a typical example of a passionate lady who was able to put our first, I think, really functioning chapter together here in Indonesia. And I'm so proud of you, Udi. I cannot tell you, you really have made a huge difference for our young organization, and many others are looking up to you. So in the meantime, because of Moody's effort here in Indonesia, I can say we now have also a Malaysian chapter. We are announcing with this officially to have, as of today, a chapter in Nepal. Deepak, who was the former CEO of the Nepal Tourism Board and is now our chapter president, could not get a visa for Indonesia. That's a thing to tackle with the public sector. Why is it so difficult to get a visa for a country? And these are issues I think we would love to work and cooperate and make travel a little bit smoother and easier, but he's giving everyone his regards. He would have loved to be here. But we do have our chapter. We didn't get a visa for the chapter. And I know these same type of initiatives are currently emerging in many other parts of the world. Our chapters will be announced shortly, in the Caribbean, for example. And so we're growing, and everyone is looking at Moody, what she's doing here in Indonesia. So Indonesia has been shadowed our big example, really from the beginning of the publication of ICTP, rebuilding, and now of World Tourism Network. With this, maybe before Moody is our main person, because she put this together, I would maybe like to give the microphone to our president, Dr. Peter Talo, who I also have to say talk to every single day. There's not one day we don't talk. And so we even though we haven't seen each other for a while now, first time after COVID, Peter, I think. Yes. And but we talk every day. And without Peter, WTN wouldn't be in place. And then after this, Alain Saint-Ange, who was, of course, the Minister of Tourism for Seychelles. He was the person behind the carnivals of the carnival. A gentleman who's in tourism and breathes tourism, and he has been extremely involved and helpful. He's leading our advocacy at VP for the public sector. He's been in the public sector, he understands the public sector. So he will tell you more about this. And after do this introduction here and get your questions and input, because that's what it's all about, we can go to the next step. Peter.
Thank you, Jürgen. It's truly a pleasure to be with you all this morning. You are hearing many different accents, from Ireland to Britain to Indonesia to Texas to New York. So many, many different accents. I want to thank Moody and Jürgen. Jürgen is right, there's not a day that we don't speak, sometimes 2 or 3 times a day. I feel like Moody, I've known my whole life, even though I'm just meeting her now for the first time. And I'm very honored also, my son Nathaniel is here. He's a lawyer, and he's going to actually be giving us some insights tomorrow about the importance of understanding the law and international tourism. I think before I go into my section, as you have not yet met Alain, I'm going to pass the microphone first to him, let him say, with his permission, a few words, and then afterwards I will say some words. But many of you know Alain, but you're going to hear him now for the first time when it comes to WTN. So, Alain, merci.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tal. Good morning, everybody, and I think it is a real honor to be in Bali. Of course, we all know Bali, the center of tourism for Indonesia. And too often when you think of Indonesia, you think of Bali, you forget that there is more to Indonesia. But Bali made its mark. Bali is the name that people refer in that benchmark of tourism. But having listened to Jürgen or Thomas, I feel we need to also, as we all sit here, find a way for you all to get involved in it. We're not here just to listen to old Americans sitting together and somebody from the Indian Ocean and Moody. We need to actively get you all. I mean, there's a lot of distinguished people. There are 2 doctors on the front who told me earlier, if I have a heart attack, they are here with little tablets to revive me. So we need to see how we get everybody actively involved. But I checked with our president just now, and I like to often break the mold, go beyond what I'm entitled to do. And Dr. Tal told me, yes, go ahead. I said, clearing with Moody, and he says, no, I am the chairman, I'm the president, so go ahead and do it. So I'd like to, with your permission, and I'm sure Moody, you will never fight with the president, because in Africa they kill you to do it. So you're not allowed to say no to a president. But let me invite the governor. Governor, come up. Governor. There's only one governor, so please come up. Come on stage. Come and stand right here. I mean, we need to, it's not every day we need a governor. I mean, where I come from Seychelles, we're a British colony, and to respect Mr. Little, when we had a governor, they had long hats with plumes on top, and they wore white clothes, and then you realize that this was the governor. But today we are in Bali, and it's the custom of Bali that the governor of the day is here with us and will respect you. But for us to say thank you to you, I'm from a very small island. Bali is an island, and today or tomorrow when I take the floor, I will speak about the importance of small islands in tourism. And if something that Seychelles does well, and Bali does well, is tourism in small islands. And how do we get the small people, they are not big businesses, they are all small people, that rally together to make it work. But as I have a governor here, and I know Thomas told me this morning in a message, not to do it, but the chairman said do it. So we will. Today's a big day for me. Big day because coming from Lading that has 1,500 people, that's where I was born. And you find yourself touching the world at large because of your work. And my work has only been tourism, apart from politics. It's only been in tourism. I breathe tourism, I live tourism, I smell tourism, and I believe in tourism. So somebody in Indonesia with somebody in the Indian Ocean region from Reunion Island decided to take a chunk from my own autobiography and turn it into a biography of my work in tourism. And I think there is no better place and no better time for me to give a copy to the governor and also to the three people that represent WTN. Different groups, a governor, a state of Indonesia, and the representative of Bali. But then the heads of a tourism organization. And I like, Mr. Ganis, you bring me 4 books. 4 books. And I like to take that opportunity. It wasn't done by me, but it's done by somebody else. But today, as we make it known to the world that this book has been launched, I want to offer you, Governor, the first one. And it is a marking time. And I'm sure after today, if you need somebody to do one for you, call Mr. Canis. You can have the life of the governor of Bali. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I'll also give one to the president of the organization, Dr. Talo. Thank you. Moody, the head of the Bali chapter, Indonesia.
Thank you so much.
And Jorgen, my good friend. Thank you. In there you will find a lot of writings about Jorgen, what he did, and how he pushed me. Let me read this. But I'd also like to get Jeffrey to come and read me one. And I'd like to give a copy to Jeffrey. Jeffrey has been, for those that don't know Jeffrey, I'm sure everybody knows Jeffrey, but in case somebody doesn't know the new one, Jeffrey has been the vice chairman or the deputy secretary general of the World Tourism Organization before he embarked on a larger scope in life. My good friend, your help has been tremendous. Thank you very much. So with this issue, but you can sit here. You're the governor. You know. I mean, how can I be on top and you down there? It doesn't make. Governors are governors. They take charge of them. But world travel, the World Tourism Network, is more than just us. It's much more than that. It is actually you. It is actually the small businesses. It is actually the world of tourism that comes together. And I think this is why I made the effort to land here last night, very late, to my room at 1:30. It is important that we all meet. Zoom meetings are good, but face-to-face meetings. We judge each other. We meet each other. And then we appreciate each other. I've discussed with Moody often. Zoom, different ways of talking to each other. And then, of course, messages through WhatsApp. So this morning I met Moody. And she put me in a better mood immediately. I mean, Moody is good at changing your mood. Because when you meet Moody, you realize that tourism is a people's organization. And people's organization, we need to meet people. And I think this is why this meeting can really be important, because we are meeting people. I would say, when I give the mic back to the president, let us make the most of this meeting. Let us give an opportunity for each one of us to succeed in our own way. We all have different aspirations. We all have different needs and wishes and wants. But for us to make it work, let us find out your wish, and it fits into what Moody is proposing for Indonesia and in Bali. And then together, we will have a tsunami that will not destroy Indonesia, but that will create the wealth for Indonesia and each one of us. Have a good meeting, have a good day with us.
Thank you, Minister Alain. your Honorable Governor, Udi, Jürgen. I want to thank all of you, everyone who's officially here and those who are not here, to be with us this morning. This was meant to be a small meeting, not a large meeting, so that we could get to know each other. And I think, for example, the interaction now between Alan and Jeffrey was typical of what we wanted to do, to create the experience where we have the time to talk to each other, to know each other, and to find out what we are. And that's really what small meetings, that's what an SME is all about. It's not meant to be just a number. It's meant to be a human being. And all too often in tourism, we become numbers instead of people. And this organization, WTN, is dedicated to making each one of us the beauty and the individual of someone made specifically in the image of God. That makes it very special. Now, SMEs cannot survive if they do not work with governments and if they do not work with the general population. We saw that in examples today. Some of the people could not get here because they could not get visas. One of the things we need to do is to work to make the visa process more simple. I was advised to try to get an electronic visa. After almost 2 hours, I gave up. And I met somebody on the plane who said, yes, they did succeed, but it took 3.5 hours of playing with the website in order to get an electronic visa. We can't accept that. Maybe the big guys can accept it, but small and medium enterprises need us to make the world efficient and simple so that people can actually get here. Because if they can't get here, then we will lose the business that we need. That's what WTN is all about. It's looking at the problems in each region and trying to make it. Now, I've never been to Indonesia before. I certainly have never been to Bali. But my son has spent a good deal of time here. And he kept telling me, maybe you'll get a chance to come to Indonesia. The people are wonderful. You'll feel the warmth. You'll feel the caring. And I must say, in the little time that I've been here, that's definitely something that I felt. That's something that you cannot quantify, but it's something that touches the heart. Our organization, WTN, is about linking hearts, making people understand each other. And our work on the next 2 days is how do we create a world in which there's more peaceful, more loving, more caring, making a world that's going beyond simply pay your money and come. It's about taking away memories. I think Alain, you spoke about that. We are in the business of selling beautiful memories. We're not experiences. The experience is nothing more than a way to get to a memory. When we leave a place, that's when the memory first begins. They can be good memories, or they can be terrible memories. WTN is dedicated to making good memories. That means we have to make sure that the environment is beautiful, that we have clean water, clean air, that it's safe, that people, when they work with whomever, be it the police officer or be it the person at the front desk, is greeted with a smile and a sense of love and caring. We have been working for the last 3 years diligently to try to create ways that we can unite the world. Tourism is nothing more than a methodology to unite the world. Each one of us has our own particular story. Each one of us has our own individual history. Today is a very special day in my culture, in the Jewish world, because we represent the 40 years of wandering in the desert. We could either be in a world of wandering, or we could be in a world where we get to our promised land. WTN is all about getting to that promised land. WTN is all about helping the small guy and the middle guy find a way to make his or her mark in a world that is often too big and too overwhelming. We're going to have many challenges in the future. We have, unfortunately, wars in the world. Unfortunately, we face some economic crises. Unfortunately, we have a world in which the economies are falling apart and the ecologies are falling apart. In order for the small guy to succeed, he cannot change the world alone. But when we join hand in hand together, then we become a force for good. And that's what WTN is all about. Joining hands, creating a world in which we go from the desert to a promised land, from emptiness to a world filled with goodness. And if we can do that, then these 2 days are truly wonderful days. They're days when we can make the world just a little bit better, a little bit safer, a little bit happier. And by doing so, tourism becomes a bright star in the constellation which we call hope.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Moody wants to hear. And since we got Jeffrey here, Jeffrey and I, as I said, we started ICTP after Indonesia. We also go way back. And to a little bit background, Jeffrey, he was the first CEO of the World Travel and Tourism Council, an organization that deals with 100 or 200 most largest companies in the world. So he has that part of experience. He was also a Deputy Secretary General for the UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization, the UN organization that deals with governments and tourism. And he's now passionate and will have actually a big announcement here at our event and another session about climate change and environmental issue. That's really his passion now. And yes, he also has been essential with to help WTN despite all his other commitments with SunX and Malta. And I'm very glad you're here, Jeffrey.
Thank you, Thomas, Moody, Peter, Governor Allahan. I really want to talk about climate change, but he won't let me do it now. And the program has changed more than the climate. So I really don't know whether I'm going to get to speak about climate change. And if I do, I'm afraid I'm not going to make you as happy as my colleagues have made you. Because if you remember anything about what I say today, it's that much as I love my friends up here, and it's great to come and meet them, I don't think tourism is going to make the difference in our world that Alan believes, or Peter believes, or Thomas believes. I think things are changing so much around us, and things which are completely beyond our control, that the big question for tourism in the future is going to be, in a totally different world, how can we survive? How can we ensure, and it won't be about getting visas, it'll be about what happens if it gets so hot that people don't actually want to come to a country that they came to before because they came for the heat. Or it's so cold because they came because they could ski but there's no snow. So I'm afraid I'm not being such a helpful person to your pleasant introduction, Alan. And I'm sure you're regretting that you asked me to come up on this stage. But I would be not being true to myself if I did not tell you the issues that concern me. And what I think is great about my good friend Thomas is that he gets the messages out. And he does it spontaneously, as you did with your speech this morning. I know that you had about 4 seconds of preparation. And he does it in an enormously friendly and positive way. And I came here today because Thomas said, why don't we meet in Indonesia in a few months' time? And I said, that's a good idea. And he said, Moody will be there. And I heard a lot about Moody, but we never actually met. And I thought, well, there isn't a better place to go to than Bali. And if he does let me talk at all today, I'm going to talk about how Bali can be an inspiration for small islands, Alan, and for the world's poorest countries to actually change to deal with the crisis which is here and which can only get worse. And where tourism is a big player, I'm afraid, Alan, we cannot declare war on Russia, much as it would be a good thing to do. I'm afraid we can't do that. What we can do is prepare for the war that we are going to face, which is the changing climate. So I'm sorry to spoil your party, but as I wasn't expecting to speak, I didn't prepare my nice speech.
No, that's what I love about Jeffrey, you know. So now to the most humble person in this room, Ms. Moody Astuli.
Thank you, Thomas. So I have to repeat again, thank you to Dr. Peter Tano, Mr. Santan Aji, Madi, and Prof. Jeffrey Limited. We are so honored to have everyone here in the room with all the huge knowledge and experience. We would like to learn from them. They have applied to the highest rank of tourism globally, and we would like to learn from every one of them here and the panelists that is also attending this event. I just would like to also highlight one thing that Thomas was also saying. Sorry, Mr. Jurgen Steinmetz, saying about trust. So I think trust is the most important core values to engage any collaboration and partnership. And I'm very much appreciated to have this WTN network to facilitate tourism industry, especially the small medium enterprises segment, to sort of like working together, whether with the government or the government enterprises that facilitate that in not only globally but also through the chapter. So I think that is, I just don't want to prolong my speech. I just would like to humbly expecting that we can collaborate because this is the first meeting that we are having. But actually, of course, the end game is to have some collaboration and partnership, and we have signing MOUs today in the afternoon in regards to GTRCNC. And then launching Mr. Jeffrey Lindman friendly club. Yeah, I think Mr. Jeffrey Lindman, Prof. Jeffrey Lindman will explain about the climate-friendly travel club. And we're going to also signing an MOU for healthcare tourism. This is something new for Indonesia, but I think we're going to have new MOU together within the stakeholders of tourism and healthcare industry to be together with two main objectives in the MOU. One is how can we sort of like having joint campaign promotions to the market. And number two is how do we have reciprocal investment opportunity between the project owner and industry of tourism and healthcare industry and healthcare players. So I think we can start. Thomas, I will leave it with you to explain what is the next.
Yes. Thank you very much. And really, all the sessions we have during this event, we always have time in between to interact. We're a very small audience here, so it's not like it would disturb. So anyone who has anything to add to it or has any ideas, how any presentation should be responded to, you're more than welcome to come in. And that's actually my question to you. We give you a little bit of background on World Tourism Network, who we are, what we do, what we're looking for, obviously, is engagement. We're looking for people that take ownership. So anyone who has a presentation, it's not only about this presentation. We would really welcome for you to stay engaged with us, and whatever is part of your presentation is something you take leadership with, and we can move as an interest group throughout our organization and chapters. I also forgot, I just got a message here. People are watching us on eTurbo News. Thank you for that. And yes, I wanted to recognize also our chair, Mr. Ali in Bangladesh. He also has been really going out of his way, organizing events in Dhaka, Bangladesh, all year around, and it's also been a great chapter. And we're really happy to have our active team in Bangladesh, and thank you for this. Thank you also for everyone for watching us. Even though you're silent in the background, I know you're quite a bit more active than us here, and so we invite everyone to join. Anyone also listening to us on our virtual platform who is not yet a member, simply go to wtn.travel and click on join. It's not the money, it's really not expensive. They're free avenues to do this, but we want you to stay engaged. And with this, I wanted to just really kick things back to the audience here and see. Yeah, sure.
Before we turn it over to the audience, just a few quick words. This was meant to be a small meeting. Therefore, try to get to know everybody here. If there are people you don't know, don't be afraid to go up and say hi. If you notice all morning, I've been doing that. Say, hi, I'm Peter Carlo. It's good to meet you. Where are you from? What do you do? What part of the tourism industry are you in? That's an exchange cards. That's the way we keep in touch afterwards. There are great ways to keep in touch on a large scale through eTurbo News, through when we have Zoom meetings, but individually meeting together is really important. And you know what? When you write to somebody on email, to the best of my knowledge, that will not impact the climate. So don't worry, Jeffrey, about that. I think we're safe. Okay, minimally impacts. Okay. I don't want to get into it. But please, and certainly a smile impacts the climate only for the positive. So Moody, you know, I love her name because her name is Moody. I translate that as she puts you in a good mood. So whenever you think of Moody, think of good mood, and smile. And smiles cost nothing. So this is the day to really today and tomorrow, to get to know people, to ask questions, to try to find something new that you didn't know before. And if you can take just one thing away, then that is already a very special emotion. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to Jürgen, or people just would like to ask questions. This is our time to have a little interactive discussion. So does anybody have a question? Yes, sir.
I think as we get into the general group of people getting their 2 cents worth, it's important. Everybody is very important to do that. We need to liberate the governor to go back to his seat. Otherwise, he'll start asking him questions about taxes. And we don't really want that here today. So we need to ensure that the questions are to these 4 people there, not to the governor or me. It's to them that we need to ask the question. So, but before we allow that, we will take. So, excellent. So the governor, give him a round of applause. I mean, it's a people's government.
Baik, pada kesempatan ini saya tetap memakai bahasa Indonesia, nanti ada yang bertranslate. Terima kasih kami sebagai juga pembicara di sini ya, dalam kesempatan ini menyampaikan kegiatan pariwisata dihubungkan dengan ekonomi kreatif itu sangat berat sekali.
I would like to speak about how the correlation with economic creative and tourism. And thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here.
Ya. Inilah yang perlu kita kolaborasikan ya, antara pariwisata dan ekonomi kreatif ya. Karena kita di pemerintahan juga dalam kelembagaan itu terdapat lembaga-lembaga yang menggerakkan daripada ekonomi kreatif.
Yeah, this is what we need to collaborate between the economic creative and tourism, because actually the one in the government is the ruler, or the one who makes the rules.
Ya. Dunia pariwisata seperti masa COVID kemarin, ya, masa COVID kemarin juga mematikan terkait dengan ekonomi kreatif.
During the pandemic, that economic creative also in correlation with economic creative, which is actually stagnant, is not moving anywhere.
Ya, termasuk di dalamnya, ya, pendapatan pemerintah daerah dari pariwisata itu sangat berkepentingan, sangat didukung oleh pendapatan di bidang pariwisata. Nah, jadi oleh sebab itu pariwisata ini harus kita pelihara. Ya.
We need to actually maintain the tourism is keep going, because we learned from the pandemic. When the pandemic is happened, that it's really the income for the government from the tax, it's really very low, and that's because the government cannot support the activities.
Pemerintah akan bisa melaksanakan kegiatan dan menjalankan operasionalnya apabila tidak ada dunia pariwisata, khususnya di Bali dan di Badung, tidak akan bisa berjalan.
Without tourism, especially in Badung area, this regency in Bali, we just cannot move, because Bali is a hub of tourism for Indonesia, and most of us will live here depending on tourism.
Ya, jadi dengan demikian pariwisata di Bali, pariwisata di Badung harus kita pelihara dengan berkolaborasi dengan stakeholder yang ada.
That's why we need to collaborate with the stakeholders, everyone involved, to maintain and to make sure that the tourism in Bali and Badung is running smoothly.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Can you translate this for the governor?
Bapak saya izin nanti menerjemahkan.
This is not my first time in Bali.
Ini bukan pertama kalinya saya di Bali.
And I know you have a beautiful country, you have a beautiful product, and you have a wonderful tourism community here.
Saya tahu bahwa di Bali itu merupakan tempat-tempat yang indah dan juga community, orang-orang masyarakatnya yang luar biasa.
But you have given me the opportunity to give you a warning. And I don't mean to spoil a nice party.
Ya, sedikit saja peringatan.
Climate change will also affect Bali. And it is here and it is going to get worse.
Ya, pergantian iklim musim akan juga berpengaruh di Bali.
So, if you want to achieve a growing tourism in Bali, you need a plan B.
Backup plan. Ya. Jadi kita memerlukan plan B atau rencana-rencana yang lain di luar pariwisata.
In the audience today, we have at Sunex a partner in ecotourism Bali. Stand up ecotourism Bali, Rami.
Ya, Ibu Rami dari ekotourism, ya, pariwisata eko, ya, yang ada di sini.
Working with ecotourism Bali, we will help you make a plan B.
Ya, dengan ekotourism Bali kita bisa buat sesuatu.
And it will be a Balinese plan B, and it will be based on Tri Hita Karana.
Ya,
So you can see, there's a lot more coming up, and we have the right people here. Just please stay tuned. Also, we have a surprise tonight. Besides our Heroes Award, we have a famous singer from Australia here. We're not going to give you any details because the person who has all the details is sitting next to me, and he will fill you in when it's time to fill everyone in. But it's going to be a packed program. Yes, Woody.
Sorry, ya, Pak Made, mungkin bisa diceritakan sedikit aja. Tri Hita Karana itu kan, it's God, it's environment, and it's people, ya. Just these three things.
Oke. Terima kasih, Bu.
Ya.
Baik, terima kasih. Ya, saya sedikit, ya, pengetahuan saya tidak banyak tentang Tri Hita Karana, ya. Tri Hita Karana itu 3 penyebab keharmonisan hidup manusia.
I just wanted to share a little bit about Tri Hita Karana. Tri Hita Karana is 3 elements that to make the people living in harmony.
Ya. Bagaimana hubungan manusia, ya, manusia dengan Tuhan. Ya, manusia dengan Tuhan itu yang pertama.
The first one is your relation with your Creator.
Yang kedua adalah bagaimana hubungan kita dengan sesama manusia.
The second one is our relation within us.
Ya, dan yang ketiga, bagaimana hubungan manusia dengan alam sekitarnya.
And the third is how our relation with the environment.
Ya, satu dengan lain itu adalah ada hubungan sebab akibat.
1, 2, and 3 is connected.
Bagaimana kita bisa memelihara alam, ya, memelihara lingkungan tanpa kita akan peduli dengan lingkungan, ya, itu adalah juga ulah manusia.
We really have to take care of our relation, especially with the environment.
Ya, alam akan bagus, alam akan bersahabat dengan manusia apabila alam itu dipelihara dengan baik.
Nature will really be friendly with us as long as we take care of the nature.
Ya, jadi 3 hal itu merupakan elemen yang sangat fundamental yang diterapkan oleh masyarakat Bali.
So those 3 elements is actually become the Balinese philosophy of the day of life.
Nah, itu sebagian sekelumit saya bisa jelaskan. Terima kasih.
Does anybody in the audience have a question that they would like to ask? If not, you've been listening to us for a long time. So I think it's good. If maybe somebody here would like to ask a question about, hopefully, the World Tourism Network and what we do and what we hope to accomplish. And more importantly, what we can accomplish in your community, in your country, in your city. I'm overwhelmed by the number of questions here. Is there a question in the house? Once? Yes. Okay, the doctor certainly must have a question. Yes. Yes. And I teach in medical school also, so I'm used to it.
Are you a medical doctor?
No, I'm not, but I teach medical doctors about culture and how they can do diagnostics.
Wonderful. Thank you very much to the eTN. Thank you very much to Rudy and my peer, Dr. Vidya from Jakarta. I'm Dr. Jainti from Kuala Lumpur, and my husband is from Sweden, Nils Wikström. Together we started the movement of the integrated regenerative medicine. I've been practicing for the past 34 years in medicine, so I'm pretty senior. And it's the very first time, actually, because I've been the organizing chairman of, I think, more than 20 international medical conferences. And this is actually the first time I'm attending a tourism conference. And I think this is an eye-opener because we need to integrate. And it's part of our ecosystem. Like, I have lots of questions. Sounds quite a bit off guard. All I know that for now is that we need each other. We truly need each other. And it's nothing after the pandemic to meet in person. I know that this goes against climate change, where we have to fly from every corner of the world to meet. But it makes a difference. Because it's the warmth and the sincerity. You cannot get this over this Zoom. I have lots of questions. I'll save it for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to say to you that I'm actually for climate change, but a different type of climate. And that is that we need to change the business climate, the human climate, and working together for climate of cooperation. And one of the important areas of climate change, in my concept, which is positive climate change, is the interaction between medicine and tourism. First of all, if the location is not healthy, it cannot succeed at all in the world of tourism. Secondly, when we are visiting, we often don't know where do we find a doctor. What is the water safe? What do we do if we get sick? These are areas that is essential for the medical world and the tourism world to get together. Thirdly, there's a whole world of what's called medical tourism. And medical tourism is a very important area. I work in medical tourism in Mexico. And many of the people who come to Mexico come specifically for medical help. And again, that means that we have to change our climate in the way we understand doctors. They are not, yes, they are healers, but they're also part of economic development. And without good medicine, you cannot have good tourism. So I cannot tell you how happy I am that you're here today, because you represent an undervalued part of the tourism industry. And we saw by the COVID-19 pandemic, when there is no health, there is no economy. So thank you so much for being with us today. Does someone else have a question?
Yes, this was definitely good feedback. And tomorrow we do have a panel where medical tourism is also part of. So stay tuned, and it's a big subject. I can tell you myself, I've experienced medical tourism when I visited the World Travel and Tourism Council conference in the Philippines, in Manila, and unfortunately I came down with a flesh-eating bacteria and ended up in Makati Hospital. I've never noticed, we always, sometimes in the United States, are a little bit arrogant in thinking we have everything is the best hospital. Honestly, any place I know in Hawaii where I live, where we have a lot of tourists, we don't even come close to the service level I was experiencing myself in Manila. So medical tourism sometimes means real medical emergencies, but it also means medical opportunities. So right now, most of my doctors are back in my home country, Germany, where I haven't lived since '84, but I trust the medical world a lot better than I trusted in my current home in the United States. So we all have to learn from each other. There's not one place where medical is superior over the other place. There are different systems. And combining this with tourism, travel, and cultural experience is wonderful, because we are now a connected international global world. What makes it very different from only like 20 or 30 years ago, we would have never thought about seeing a doctor in another country. But it's not like this anymore. And even if you look at the electronic age, you can get online doctors now, and you might be, when I call in the United States and want to pay my $40 to talk to a specialist, most likely I talk to someone, again, in the Philippines or in India. Very high educated doctors that take the time and give you really good advice. So it's all becoming interconnected. So I'm glad that Bali is making an attempt to be part of this world. It's an enormous opportunity. I can't wait myself to be part and listening on the session we have tomorrow.
But Jürgen, please, no more getting sick when you travel. Because Jürgen is a specialist in getting to know medical tourism firsthand. And it's good to talk about it, but try to stay well.
We all want to stay well, and actually medical tourism is there to make you even better, because you can prevent getting sick, what is sometimes overlooked when you're busy at home, and insurance companies tell you you cannot do the one or the other thing. So that's again where medical tourism is an opportunity. And yes, please.
If I may, because we are very much honored to be here, the chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association, Dr. Patra, and we have also Dr. Vidya Murni from Indonesia Medical Tourism Association. So we would like to hear from Dr. Patra and Dr. Vidya about this how can we join with tourism. Thank you.
Yes, and we're coming to the end of our introduction section here, but if there's any more comments or questions on medical tourism or anything else, please, absolutely.
This gentleman down here.
Yes.
Sir?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Vidya from Jakarta. I'm a part of Associasi Wisata Medis Indonesia. We know that at the moment, Bali is not known well for the health tourism destination, but we are sure that who come from to Bali is not they are only from the sickness person. Some of them need to be wellness. So some healthy people want to be healthier, and some sick person maybe have to rejuvenate, and maybe they not need the medication or the high-end medical treatment, but they need integrative functional medicine doctor. So we are able to do this kind of services, and we are ready to make healthy people getting healthier to Bali. So welcome to Bali and welcome to Indonesia. We are ready to make you to become wellness people.
Thank you. This gentleman here.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm Paul Inchevsky. I'm a real estate developer and investor. And just as this is an introduction section, so I was going to say that you have mentioned almost a very important part of this, and probably there's going to be more time during these days. As in the modern world, we see now not only climate changes, not only like these online interactions, but all those things led to more people now becoming not a tourist in resort destinations, but they become kind of citizens or like residents. And during the last several years, you can see many people, they migrated from the cities to places like Bali to stay and live here. And this is a very interesting thing, how it's going to impact tourism industry and development industry in such places, because it's a different story. Now you not only need like, accommodation places, but you also need some other things like from medicine to education, and everything become very entwined in this world. I just want to mention this as probably this interesting topic to discuss.
I think you mentioned something which is really key, and that is the fact that if we have development of areas without planning, and instead of making the world more beautiful, we make the world ugly. And that means that when we speak about planning and development, we have to deal with it, which in a way which is valid ecologically, which is valid ethically, which is valid morally, which is valid in a way that when we develop an area, we work to make it not a blight on the world, but rather a additional beauty to the world. So thank you so much for bringing up a really essential part of tourism. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. My name is Jed Brown from Climate Friendly Travel Club. Hopefully we'll have an opportunity to speak later. I just wanted to, with the gentleman, I just wanted to address that point if I may. When we talk about tourism, one thing that we often forget is that tourists are temporary residents. So when we're talking about the number of tourists in a destination, we're talking about, again, temporary residents along with permanent residents. And one of the mistakes that we've made as an industry, and I hope that our panel would agree with me on this, is that we've never really understood in most destinations what our capacity is. It's the most basic of questions. You know, if you go to Disneyland or Universal Studios in America, and you speak to the head of those organizations, and I have done both, and if you ask them, what is the capacity for Disneyland on any given day, they know to the very individual. They know to the very specific individual what the capacity is for their theme park in that particular case. And they know that if they go over that number, it will negatively impact the experience of the other visitors, as well as the experience of the attractions, the staff that work there, and everything else. We need to do that with our destinations, because it isn't, we can't just keep saying, come on, you know, we need more, whether it's temporary residents as tourists for a weekend or a week, or whether it's people who are staying a little bit longer. We can't just keep doing that. We need to understand, and that's my question for everybody here today, is when you're looking at your destination, what's the capacity? What's the maximum number of people that you've got? As the gentleman just pointed out before, it's not just about hotel beds, it's about the infrastructure. What's the infrastructure built for? What's the road system built for? What's the food system built for? Environmentally, what are those conditions? The trash, the garbage, what's that built for? And we need to understand that, because if we don't, we're headed for an absolute disaster further down the line. Because all of the indications from the UNWTO, World Travel and Tourism Council, and other basically macroeconomic factors that we've been looking at shows that tourism is set to potentially double in the next 20 years. Double. So again, to build that up for you, we went from zero tourism approximately 100 years ago to 1.5 billion thereabouts in 2019. And we're looking in the next 20 years potentially to double that in 20 years. It's a major, major problem, and we need to understand the capacity of our destinations a little bit clearer, I believe.
Thank you, that's really important.
And this is definitely also a point we absolutely should not forget. There should be an interest group within our organization. And I can tell you, living in Hawaii for the last 35 years, this is a big discussion. We temporarily banned all vacation rentals, and it came back a little bit after COVID. I can know the housing problem for local people who can no longer afford to pay rent, because it's easier to sell to foreign investors and they put it out on the market for visitors. So we have the largest homeless population in Hawaii of any state in the US. So there are problems associated with all of this, and many of them, at the end of the day, are not really affecting the big guys. They're affecting the small and medium-sized enterprises. So this should be a big subject. Eventually, we're too small, but when we get there, to have this part of our overall things. Okay, Jeffrey.
Yeah, this gentleman is trying to speak.
Let me just quickly, before he speaks, let me just respond to my friend Thomas and my very good friend Jed. Yes, capacity management is important. Yes. But to manage the capacity, you have to know what the destination is going to look like in the next 5 or 10 years. And that, Governor, is why you need a plan B. And a subset of plan B, one of maybe 15 parts of a comprehensive tourism sector is capacity management. But if you don't have roads and you don't have bridges because they've been washed away in storms, capacity management is just an academic subject.
Okay, here's the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Professor Jeffrey. We talk about Tri Jakarta. My name is Vishnu Wardana, the chairman of Tri Jakarta Foundation. Since 2000, I presented the Tri Jakarta Award for the tourism destination here in Bali, especially hotel and other destination spots. Yeah. In this moment, I want to say or to give you the best practice of the Tri Jakarta. For example, if you see the welcoming dancer today, just maybe less than 2 minutes, there are one of the representatives of the Tri Jakarta concept who follows by the family of the dancer. The oldest dancer is more than 90 years old, but he or she want to dance with their great granddaughter to dance here for the welcoming. This is a very the spiritual of the Tri Jakarta here is very connected to the family trees. The family trees. That's why in Bali, the spiritual of people here and everything and every activity is connected to the family trees. And now in the global development agenda, SDGs, I think you know SDGs, the spiritual there is the goal 16 and then 17. This is the spiritual of us. And then the environment is ecological, goal number 11 until 15, and then goal number 1 to 10 is people. So it means the relationship for the people and people. This is just a sample and then the best practice for the Tri Jakarta. Thank you very much, and I hope.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alexandra has a comment, and she will also, I will introduce her after this a little bit because you're going to be our first presenter and next speaker. But you have a question.
Yeah, actually, hello to everybody. I'm very happy to be here, and I would actually like to make a comment regarding the issue that we just raised. So we started with so many things, and then we ended up with the sustainable tourism development, I would say so. So that's a huge issue that we have to discuss here at this conference today. So I think government, and I'm coming from the government, they or we are talking about figures, about increasing number of arrivals, organized stays, etc., but it's not all about that. So I'm not really fond of it, and I will also talk a bit later about that. So I think we have to be very careful about it, and then also there is something that we should connect with sustainability, and that's called the destination management. So how do we actually manage destination? Together with it, how do we promote it related to destination marketing? When do we market destination? At what target markets? What message are we sending? Etc. The first time when I heard somehow of the sustainability issue was when I used to live and work in Seychelles. And Mr. Allen is the one also who really supported sustainability issue in Seychelles back, I don't know, 15 years ago or whatever. Who cares about years? Okay, so the Seychelles are, I think, great example of the sustainability and destination. And I would like Mr. Allen, if he doesn't mind, just tell us a couple of words regarding sustainability at the moment. How do you practice it, and how do you do it? Okay, thank you.
So here.
Thank you very much. It's catching people off guard is not a good thing, but you see, Seychelles, like Bali, depends a lot on tourism. Bali is much bigger, we're much smaller, but we both, I'm sure Governor will realize the importance of being good custodians of what we have been blessed with. If we have something that is good, we want it to work, benefit everybody, definitely put money in the pockets of the people, but also that it is there tomorrow for your kids, and then in 2 years for your grandkids, and then it keeps stable. So sustainability, and that keyword that Mr. Brown brought up earlier, carrying capacities, is important, and tourism destinations are doing this today. And I'm sure Plan B that Jeffrey speaks about will look at carrying capacities. How do we ensure that what we have today will be there for the next generations? You see, when I was then in office, I never realized that there is an optimum number of beach chairs on the beach that is sustainable. Never realized it until we looked at Spain and realized that they had too many. So we, in one way, banned beach chairs just to be put on the beach somewhere. It has to be in front of a hotel. But I'm saying that because we became very realistic in Seychelles. Jeff knows well, he knows well, he came there as Roots, World Roots Global Conference in Seychelles. We know that if tourism is to succeed, it cannot be just for today. It is not a party that we are doing, and then we all go home and we forget about this word tourism. It has to remain. But for it to remain, it has to be sustainable. So from the buildings, from your culture, from the people, does it benefit everybody? And then we are happy and satisfied. The governor says the taxes are coming in. No, it is more than that. Today in Seychelles, the biggest talking point is how many more hotels will be built. I imposed a freeze on it 10 years ago. There'll be no more big hotels, but they've unlocked the freeze for now. They are doing some new ones. When is the final word? No, it is enough. And I think when we can do that as a country, as a government, as a people, we know we are succeeding because we are looking at future generations and not just today. And I think when Jeffrey spoke earlier, I was touched at this idea, can we sustain tourism growth? Can we really sustain? Or are we going to get to a limit and say, we've now destroyed what we had? And I think this is the question. If you look at those that flew in last night to begin to, I landed at 10:30 Bali time. And we realized that we all come from different parts of the world. We all flew here. And each plane was full. I mean, I flew in with Emirates, it was jammed out. We must realize that there is an impact. There is a clear impact. Yes, planes are today looking at environmentally friendly planes. You are from World Roots. In the past, you will know it's a dream. It's what happened tomorrow. Have we destroyed it before? Can we really be saying to ourselves, I am guilty, having been a tourism minister. Jorgen is guilty because he produces a paper that touches tourism. Jeffrey is guilty because he was the Deputy Secretary General of the World Tourism Organization. Can we really just sit and say to ourselves, yes, we are guilty, mea culpa? Or is it not enough that we say that today, but that we rally the way we are doing now to say, let us find a solution. Let us find what we should be doing as doctors would do for somebody who is sick or you're looking at his face and say, you are the ideal candidate for a cardiac arrest. So if we can say that, maybe this it's off topic, probably. Maybe one of the side discussion points. If we can open a discussion group that says, what do we really do? Yes, in hindsight, we will write many books about each one of us. But that is history. What is for tomorrow? Who can really bring a book to say, the world in 2040, if we keep on going down this path, if we double world tourism in 30 years, where will we be? I think these are the questions, probably. I think Seychelles has done a good job for what it is. We've protected what we have. So is Bali. They protected what they have. In different speeds, in different trajectories, in different highways. But we've all protected what we had, because you still have to feed the people. The people need to be able to get something out of it. But I think maybe, Jeffrey, your mission, you pass it to me, I'll pass it to Jeffrey, should be a book that says, where are we in 2040? Where are we in 2060? Where are we in 2080? So we have an idea. If we keep on having 1 Emirates per day here, or 3 Emirates per day, and then they upgrade the Emirates to an A380, and then they bring 4 of them, can we really then drive in Bali anymore? Probably not. You need a bigger airport. You need to keep expanding it, and then everything else. It's a catch-22, and it is a vicious circle. But that said, if you look at Amazon and all these high-powered people from America, because we've got 2 of them sitting here, when is enough enough? When is your bank account full enough? I think this is the question often that determines it. And this morning I had the pleasure to have breakfast with the president, with the president of the organization. And I said, America, this world leader that we have, today, and when I saw Jorgen and Peter coming up on stage holding each other, it reminded me of the American president being held up to go anywhere. But the world will have to be looking. Apart from Moody and the government, that's all we are now in the 3rd age. We need to be looking in this book that Jeffrey will bring. Who replaces us? Who will have that vision without the experience we've picked up over the years to really say, yes, I'm a young man. I'm coming to take over, to replace this group here. But I have already the experience because I picked it from them. And this is the problem. You see, when we depart, somebody else arrives. When he starts from ground zero. So the mistakes are made again. And we keep the chain going of mistakes. And we don't learn to say, we need to pick all the brains, maybe freeze them and give it to a new person as it comes out. So he starts off on a good run. Otherwise, we will make the unsustainable developments instead of sustainable developments. I hope I've answered you, sir.
You have to speak louder, it's not clever.
Of screen. Not ice cream.
Okay, so don't you think that actually raising the awareness is the key issue, key point? Because at least in my country, young generations, they are not aware of what we are talking about here, or care or whatever. They are not aware how important sustainability is, how important climate change is, and all these knowledge that we have. So I think that's the point. Education and educating our youngsters from the kindergartens, not from the primary schools. So from my point of view, I think that's the
Alan, I think I don't want to have just a cross conversation because other people are raising their hand.
Yes.
So I know a few other people have been trying to speak.
Madam is before you. She's been going for a long
Okay, just for your information, we're a little bit over time with this, but I don't want to interrupt this discussion because it's all we want. And Alexandra is the next speaker, so she cut herself off for a few minutes, and it's okay.
Well, thank you very much for the microphone. I'm gently trying to raise my hand, and I eventually was successful getting up here. My name is Dr. Birgit Trauer from Australia, originally I'm German. And my background is actually industry. I've worked in all kinds of industry, airlines, consultancy, travel agencies, wholesale, tour guiding, I know the whole industry now. And then I got into academia at a very late age, as a curate. I started my undergraduate degree at 39 years of age, going through divorce with 2 little children. So that's a woman's story coming to the whole notion we're talking about. What are we looking at? What is our experience? Now, 3 key aspects were the race, sustainability, is it gender, the ecological health, we talk about health tourism, the psychological health, Peter, thank you very much, the economic health, they're all intertwined. And we are all here and quite aware of the interconnection. Nothing is in isolation. And when we're looking at all of that, we are here as a think tank, we are looking at mindset shifts. And that is the beginning, I think, because we as humans, we make the decision. Of course, now nature has taken over and makes their decision. We're impacted by that. So we are on the receiving end. So where are we at? Who are we? We are here today, for the next couple of days, hopefully we have these discussions. I'm very passionate about sustainability, and I'm also very passionate in all of this, which is the impact that we have on the environment. We have talked about biosphere, which is the ecologic biosphere, and the psychological biosphere. Who are we as people in relationships? How are we getting on? When we look at global wars, we're fighting because of lack of resources and impact that we are witnessing around the world, including climate change. So the big agenda is sustainability, and we can elevate that into a notion of peace. And peace is interaction between peace with people, peace with the environment. And it comes back to Karana, the same principles. Are we all there? Are we all on the same page? And that's what we need to actually educate young people about. They do know, but they are fearful. They try to live life. That's why we're watching all the rising numbers of tourists. They just want to live life. We're talking about fear of missing out, FOMO, trends in society, Peter Pan syndrome, no responsibility, no accountability. That is a societal trend. Tourism is a microcosm of society, and those raised will talk about real estate development, etc. Nothing is ever in isolation. Yes, tourism is a big one. It has not received enough attention in many places, and I think that's what we're here for. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your feedback, Birgit. You're going to be on at 4:40 this afternoon. I'm sure we're going to hear a lot more about this subject and can continue this discussion. I wanted to thank everyone of our founders here, and maybe we can start with our regular session. Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Patra, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're the last before we go to our regular session.
So thank you very much. I'm Dr. Billy Parker, the chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association. Thank you very much for inviting me to come to this meeting. Yeah, BMT, Bali Medical Tourism Association, is mean I start to learn about the health tourism. Yeah. So we know that Bali is famous for the tourism. We have resources for the healthcare provider like hospital, clinic, and etc. And because the regulation is more completely, and I look at this, it is the right time we start to learn about the health tourism. So there are 4 focuses that our program. The first is medical tourism. It means that the sick people come to Bali, they have the treatment. And then the second is about the medical wellness tourism. Is help people come to join, and we design that there is integrated between the medical, the alternative Balinese medicine or complementary and with the culture. So the package is not only one day, but maybe 7 until etc. And the third is about the sport tourism. And the fourth is about the health scientific tourism. So this is my focus. Maybe tomorrow I will be explaining more about our program. Thank you very much.
We're looking forward, and thank you for everyone giving this feedback on our baby here, the World Tourism Network. And I think there's going to be a lot more to come. And we really have to get moving. We have 2 presentations before lunch, and they're both very good, so you don't want to miss them. And we're going to get into education and all of this during this event. And if okay, I wanted to, Dr. Alexander, I can never pronounce your last name, but she's such a good friend. I've actually visited her in Montenegro. She's the director of tourism in her country, and she has been with World Tourism Network even before she became the director of tourism, and essential during the COVID discussion. So we've become good friends. I've visited your country, what is another pearl of an example of tourism sustainability and so forth. So she knows what she's talking about. She represents Montenegro at the UNWTO and many other international events. And she's the only one in this capacity joining us from Europe. So you can speak not only for Montenegro, also for the other Balkan areas, and as an affiliated member of the European Union. So Europe is your territory, and she'll be joined later on by Tanja Milhacic, after the next session, from the School of Business and Economics in the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia, a country not too far away from Montenegro. So,
just before you cover, can we stand here and have a photo together? I think, yeah. Otherwise, you won't have anything on eTN.
Okay. We do a photo and then.
Maybe grab the book at the same time. Where's your?
Sorry, it should be meant that you end up.
No, then we're the one just without the book. Come on, Doctor Peter.
This is the photo. This is a publicity.
Yeah.
We're going to give him the title Director of Marketing now.
You are now without the book because it should be for you and them.
Okay, without the book now. Never take a book from
yes, I can. I can. It's okay. Thank you.
1 second, there's one more there.
Also, you want more?
Now I get you.
All right, you can buy the book on Amazon. Thank you. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. And without further ado, I want to give it back to our Master of Ceremonies so she can give the floor to Alexandra. There she is. Okay, thank you very much.
So, yeah, welcome us once again to our first panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Mi imamo mnogo lica, oblika i boja. Mi smo prostranstvo i blizina. Mi smo nasmijani i ponekad glasni, zeleni, pomalo bodljikavi, brižni, plavi, prozračni i čisti, jedinstveni i vaši, uzbudljivi, pjenuši. krušavi i topli. Divlji i pitomi u isto vrijeme. Dobro znani i uvijek novi. Među svim tim licima teško je biti usamljen.
So, dear tourism friends, dear all, dear organizers, dear hosts, first of all, I have to admit that I'm in deep trouble at the moment. How can I say anything interesting after such as great speakers that we had on the stage? But I will try my best. It is my real pleasure and honor to be here at the occasion of the first WTN on-site conference here in beautiful Bali. Let me first congratulate all of you, the World Tourism Day. Salamat Hari Pariwisati Dunia. So, it has been marked 2 days ago, but I hope that we will have 3 more beautiful and prospective days in the years and in the year to come. So this is, and I would like to say that I'm proud mom of 2 young men. I'm proud daughter, happy wife, and the rest is written on the screen. I'm also WTN Executive Board member. I work as a consultant for Saudi Arabia, Royal Commission of Al-Rulam, Deputy Minister of Tourism or Director General, representative of some organizations, and I have to mention that I used to be Honorary Consul of Seychelles, which is on hold at the moment because I cannot really work for one government and represent the interest of the other one. So when I stop working here, I'll be back to this position, I hope. So this is about Montenegro. Montenegro is, as you could see, now a member of WTN. It is a very small country. It is all in one destination where we perform tourism 365 days a year. It is very small in area, but great in hospitality. At one of the projects and the comments UNWTO has said that we are the last undiscovered pearl of Europe. Here are some statistical data, and you can actually see how small we are comparing to the rest of Europe. We have only seen around 600,000 people living there, but we also have a very great climate. We have you know, great beaches, great landscape, and the point is that which makes us unique, that at some stage you can go swimming, and at the same time you can go skiing up there in the mountains, and we are where like ski or seaside is like 1 hour away from our mountains. We have unique and old towns, rich in history and culture, and you've seen that on the video. We have many luxury resorts, 5 and 4 stars hotel. We have tourism diversification. We are working on it, so we have various activities, as you could see. And what I would also like to mention that we are really pointing out and trying to promote our rural tourism, our medical tourism, and different kinds of tourism. We have great gastronomy. We have a traditional cuisine that we are very famous about. We have Mediterranean cuisine in the central and sea coast, as well as specific kind of cuisine up there in the mountains. But we also have international cuisines like Italian, Chinese. Soon we will have Bali cuisine on our menus, I'm sure. So we are very much a tourism-oriented economy, and you can see the figures. So tourism is 30% of our GDP, which is a bit too much. but that's how it is. 31% of our population is employed in tourism, 50% are women, 55% expert. But what is important that we fully recovered from COVID-19. These are some statistical data. I will not go into details because I have to save some time, as Jürgen warned me. So we really have increase in revenue, in tourism arrivals, tourist arrivals, overnight stays. So you see, we have like in revenue, we have 70% more than in 2019. But these are the data for Q2 because we don't have data for Q3 ready yet. What is so important for us is that we are really trying to increase the length of stay of our tourists, to keep them longer in the destination, and of course to make them feel better, and in the end to make them spend more at our destination, of course. So here is something about European tourism mindset that I would like to mention. As you can see, and as we all know, Europe is a global leader in international tourism. Roughly, it accounts 2/3 of international tourism arrivals worldwide. European travelers are fully ready to travel, even though they have concerns related to, of course, geopolitical crises and inflation. And somebody would say that Europe is a game changer for tourism. Maybe yes, maybe no. But what we learn due to COVID time is actually that no one is a game changer, and no one can win unless we all win in this kind of complicated game. So, what is also important to say is that tourists from Europe have changed their mindset. They are not interested in passive vacation anymore, but they want to have experience, want to visit attractions, want to do things the way locals do, want to gain experience from locals. And they want, of course, to eat local food, they want to travel with locals, so they choose. Talking about locals, they actually choose the destinations where level of sustainability is very high. And we also, of course, have to know more locals are involved in tourism, more sustainable destination is for sure. Recently, we talk about tourism growth, and the question is what tourism growth is and how can we achieve it? Is it statistical data increase? Yes, but no. Each growth is not a success story, I would say. So how to stimulate it? Investments are definitely key pillar of our tourism growth, but not any investments. Investments have to be green, and all the stakeholders have to be involved. People have to benefit from that. Young people, locals, tourists, governments, private sector, everybody. We have to invest in education, of course, in getting skilled labor, because we have a big issue about it. Only tourism-educated nation can deliver high-class tourism service. Of course, we have to support and invest in SMEs, in innovation, digitalization, investing in planet and our future, what we talked about recently. What about government? What about my government, Indonesian government, all the governments all over the world? This is what we have to do. We have to create competitive business environment. We have to motivate investors to come and invest in our countries, but we also have to make sure that our countries are stable politically, because we have that issue all over the world, I would say. As we all know, investors are not going to come to invest in economies which are not stable from political point of view. Of course, government has to promote investments internationally. It has to promote private investments, and it has to create incentives for SMEs. That's the main point, I would say. What about SMEs in Montenegro? 90% of our industry are SMEs, talking about guest houses, apartments, restaurants, taxi businesses, transportation, everything. So we have to have a supportive approach, and we do have it. Government has stimulative approach towards these businesses, maybe not as stimulative as it should be, as our economy is not that developed, but we do give support to our industry. I wish we could finance them more, because it's never too much of a support to SMEs. For example, we have these days, we have ongoing open call for SMEs within the directorate that I'm heading, and we have it a couple of times per year. So we are actually inviting all SMEs to apply for financial help if they want to develop rural tourism, medical tourism, digitalization, if they want to develop rural households, which are classical form of SMEs. So they are all invited, and we are really supporting them financially, and this is what each government should do, definitely. Talking about challenges from European perspective, as we have talked, the list is long, and we could talk during the whole conference about this, but we shouldn't, of course. We already discussed a couple of points. I would like to mention the destination management versus destination marketing. I think we are kind of mixing up these two, especially undeveloped countries or countries which are in transition, because many institutions think that these two things are the same. They are not, definitely, and this is what we have to go for. On the other side, air connectivity, we also heard talks about it. We need more planes, we need more airline routes, but we have to do it in a smart way. Us in Montenegro, we have an issue about this question. And often I call Montenegro an island, even though we are surrounded from 3 sides by land, but on the only at the one side we have water, but I call it island because the easiest way is to get to Montenegro by plane, because roads taking tourists to Montenegro are still not that good. So we are an island, and we have to solve this issue. Gender gap, this is something which is bothering all of us. And of course, sustainability, and sustainability. So, ladies first, today more than ever, our industry needs skillful men and women. Empowering women is not a situation where men lose and women win. This is the win-win situation for all, not only for women and men, but for our families, industries, countries, for our planet. This is the matter of balance that we have to achieve. At this moment, the situation is completely unbalanced, I would say, in favor of men. And this is a situation where we actually all lose. So here are some data. We have 55% of workforce in Europe are women. Only 17% of us are in the managerial positions, 5% hotels, general managers, 6% in airline management, 6% in transportation. So Montenegro is trying to improve this situation, and we are really arranging and making different kind of projects and incentives to support women in tourism, especially in rural and medical tourism. And this is what I would advise each government to do. Sustainability multiplied by million. This is a must in today's world, and I have to mention tourists have changed their mindset, and they dominantly choose sustainable destination. Implementation of sustainable practices means minimizing the negative impact of tourism on environment, society, and economy. This is a win-win solution for all, for SMEs, for governments, for locals, for tourists, for everybody. We should develop, and this is what we are doing in Montenegro, we are developing sustainable standards for destination and sustainable standards for hotel industry, meaning for tourism industry, meaning for hotels and tour operators. Montenegro recently became GSTC member. This is Global Sustainable Tourism Council organization, but and we started implementing their standards at our destination and within our hotel industry. I am the one representing Montenegro in this organization, and this is maybe easier way to do it when it comes to standard implementation, but on the other side, maybe more effective way to do it is if each destination create its own standard, because we all know the best what we need the most. So this is how maybe Indonesia and Bali should approach it. And of course, us, Montenegro, is available to help. I would also like to mention our national tourism strategy, where we actually paid a lot of attention to sustainable tourism and engaging local community in our tourism. And I think I will finish my presentation with words of a great man who is not here with us today, but maybe he's following us online during our WTN Zoom meetings and great events, online events that we had. Mr. Talib Rifai said this once, and I remembered it and I'm going to share it with you. What he said is that only happy hosts can make tourists happy. So with this, I will finish. Thank you very much. Yeah, if you have any questions, please. Yes.
Okay, so for his subject, I hope I didn't pronounce. I didn't butcher the pronunciation.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm interested in the. Okay, so I'm Arvin. I'm from Singapore, Indonesia. I'm more interested about the workforce issue. So while looking at your presentation and the term of reference, I have a question. The question is, while promoting community engagement and gender diversity, what challenges Montenegro encountered and what solutions or strategies are being used to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, as the rest of the world, we are facing huge difficulties regarding workforce. We do have many educational institutions producing future tourism experts, but what is lacking at our destination and what we have to improve is kind of technical, practical training about the students coming out of those institutions. As a government, we are trying actually to link industry with the colleges, universities, even high schools that have like tourism courses within their programs. And we have many initiatives, working groups. We are also connecting with different institutions and even trying to support institutions financially to motivate them to involve those young people and to give them practical training at the spot, at least during the high season, because still in Montenegro we have the situation where we have high season lasting 4 months, 5 months, which is not really enough. We do practice tourism 365 days a year, but the high season lasts like four months, let's say. So we are trying to make bridge between institutions and educational institutions and tourism industry. And we are also giving a lot of incentives to all of them, to all the institutions which involve our young students in the process and in the industry. So, yeah.
Hello. Good morning, Doctor. My name is Jackie, and I would like to ask about maybe a little context first. In Bali, the small medium enterprise impacted because there's no tourists, and then they need to shift to digitalization. So they need to learn how to sell in TikTok or Facebook. Is there any best case that you can share about your SME, credit economy in your country? What happened with pandemic and how did you overcome it to support the tourism? Because in Bali, we really depend on tourism. But then at the end, if everything goes digital, then the experience is less. And it's really kind of like shifted. So yeah, if you have any example. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, we are all talking about digitalization all over the world. But to be honest, we still have challenge with that issue. So, and not only Montenegro, I think the whole world has a challenge when it comes to tourism digitalization, and but also on the other side, it's not good if we do too much of it. So we have to find balance, and everything in tourism and in our life is about finding balance. But definitely those SMEs, and we have a lot of them in Montenegro who practice digitalization, they are definitely better positioned on the market. What we also propose to all the SMEs, and we conducted many trainings on that issue, that they should use digital way of promotion, of promoting their businesses. Recently, like maybe 2 years ago, they haven't been really using digital marketing a lot. Now they're doing it at a high scale. And I think what the government did it very well together with the National Tourism Organization of Montenegro. We provided so many trainings for SMEs, how to do it. We gave them actually practical trainings. We even had a working group who was helping them practically on site how to do it, especially when it comes, for example, to rural tourism, because people living up there in mountains, they're not really digitally educated, capable enough. So we are really, trying to help them, to offer actually them practical help, and always to maintain the balance between, things going like too much digital and the real experience that they can have on spot. But what is very important is, and what we insist when talking to them and when educating them, is that they should never present on digital channels something which is not like that in real life. Because the worst thing, if a tourist comes and he or she gets disappointed with what he finds at the destination. We also have many applications for tourists to get around easily. We have like digital tour guides for specific regions of Montenegro. We have also digital platforms for our accommodation, for our attractions. So there are many platforms and digital solutions that we offer. But it all can be even better, and we are working on it.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask a question about, you mentioned in your wonderful presentation about how in some regards Montenegro can be viewed a little bit like an island, a small island nation really. And that sort of made me think about, I'm one of those people, I've wanted to visit Montenegro for such a long time, because I've studied an awful lot about Montenegro actually. And it looks an amazing destination. And I know a lot of the hoteliers in Montenegro and they're amazing people, do amazing things on sustainability, by the way, I must say as well. But one question that I have for you is you're clearly quite, as a tourism destination, you're quite reliant on airlift, naturally. Airlift. Airlines.
Oh, yeah.
Airlines.
Yeah.
So airlift is the only, you mentioned in your presentation, it's one of the only practical ways to arrive. Do you get concerned when there are movements, environmental movements, like flight shaming, when people are saying, oh, you know, we shouldn't be flying as much? Does that make you, as a director for tourism, does that make you a little bit nervous? Like, you know, if people stop flying, then that's our tourism economy cuts off. You know, the tourism economy, as you said, your GDP was worth 30% or even more. So it's just how much of a concern do you have for the reliance on airlines and airlift, knowing that they are, you know, big emitters and it's an environmental challenge? And how do you deal with it?
It's a very, very difficult question. And people who know me, my friend, they know that I'm always very, very honest. First of all, thank you for your comments about Montenegro, and of course you and everybody is welcome to visit our country. And let me also use this opportunity to announce the big conference that we are going to have in May next year. It's called Region Tourism Destination Conference. We had one in May this year, and we are going to have another one in May next year. So you are actually all invited. And regarding the airline issue, I used to work as a director of national company, marketing and corporate communication director of national airline for almost 15 years. So kerosene is in my veins, and you know, I'm so, you know, that's my passion. But we have a huge challenge when it comes to airline connectivity. We used to have national airline called Montenegro Airlines, which just bankrupt during the COVID time. Now we have new airline called Air Montenegro, but the roads and the connectivity there they have, it's not good. And it's not good enough, actually. So we need much more of a support when it comes to airline connectivity. Me, being aware of, you just said, that we have to be very careful about inviting airlines in huge numbers. I'm in a kind of, you know, strange situation, because we need airlines. I'm inviting airlines, we are inviting airlines, are working hard on getting many airlines in Montenegro, but on the other side, I'm very much aware of what you said. But on the other side, we also raise the question of awareness when it comes to sustainability. This is what is missing in Montenegro, and I think in the whole Europe, and maybe more in smaller states than in bigger states. So this is probably the answer. I mean, the answer without giving you a real answer, but you know, by heart, you know, if I take into consideration my emotions, I wouldn't like that many airlines to come to Montenegro. But on the other side, we desperately need them. So
it's hard, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So any more questions? Okay. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you.
let's give him a round of applause. Really, he was. Even with having well eaten a good lunch, falling asleep, he managed with Bali in our hair, or me Bali on my head, to wake everybody up. But to come back to small islands, and what small islands do, or what it means, we can start off with culture. Starting off with culture, we find people like Alston, who are artists, who go beyond their own borders, beyond the small islands that they come from, and make a mark on the world. But before I say what I'm going to say, let me congratulate and thank Jeffrey Lippman. You made it possible. The two of you are friends, and if he's here because of you, and it is important. And this is WTN to the core. We build a circle of friends. And through this building of friends, we find that small islands become a continent, because it is friends that are in every part of the world that become ambassadors for us. And when they're doing that, we find that we succeed by not only having our president sitting in the US, Dr. Peter Talo and Jeff and Jorgen, but that it is all of us together that makes it. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. So to come back with the, no, wait, no, forgot this. We're just starting. To come back to small islands and what it means, what it does. When we talk about culture, his son, that is culture. But we also have culture. This morning we saw a great-grandmother with a great-granddaughter and one in between that performed. This is also culture. Culture at its roots. But culture means what? People. Obviously, you've got no people, you've got no culture. And if you've got no culture, do you really have a tourism industry that stands? Or is it a glass bowl that you sit and look at? I want to invite another person to come up, because that's also culture. It's people. Madam, please, I promised you I would call you on stage. You can't say no, everybody's looking at you. First, culture means people. 3 islands, 3 different people. And yet we are all islanders. Bali, Sri Lanka, and me from Seychelles. I brought this young lady, well, she tells me she's not young, but she looks very young. This young lady, and we chatted at lunch, we chatted this morning, because I said, what makes tourism tick at the end? And it is much easier for small island states to echo this togetherness that we can do, because from small islands, we all know each other. From small islands, Seychelles with its 100,000 inhabitants, we know everyone. Bali has many more. Sri Lanka has many more. But that spirit, that big cities, New York or Washington, London or Paris, it's impossible. Impossible because you are numbers. And this is why tourism works. When the spirit of personalized manner or aspect takes the upper hand on just the numbers game. They'll know the inhabitants of their respective islands like I do in Seychelles. London or Paris, New York, you are there in flat number 462 or 2052. Nobody knows you. It's the same for tourism. This is why running after numbers don't work. It is having that discerning traveler that really wants to see you, that really wants to appreciate your island or your city, understand your culture, meet the people. And this is where I think today, as we start off this afternoon session, it's important for everybody to appreciate the idea. Small islands are important. Important because we set the bar much higher than capital cities. Much, much higher. Because for tourism to work in Sri Lanka, Seychelles, or Bali, we know each other. We know who is the waitress in that restaurant. We know who's the cook in that hotel. We know who's the GM down the road. We know the taxi driver and we know the guides. But in a big city, it's just a number. Can come from anywhere in the world. And sometimes they give you the wrong information. Thank you very much. I wanted them to see you together with the staff.
Thank you for having me.
So, small island states is reflective of where we want tourism to go. Jeffrey Lippman can talk until he's blue in the face with Jed Brown. They can keep talking about preserving, but that drive inside the human nature of believing that tourism works when we fill planes, planes arrive one after the other, and that the country that you are visiting is destroyed in certain way. How do you find this balance? Is look at small islands. Look at what small islands do, because the effort being put by each and every small island is reflective of where tourism should go. We might not all agree that we've succeeded, every small island has succeeded, but we all have the mission of succeeding. I watched this week when Mauritius and Bali, well, not Bali, Maldives had reached 1.4 million this year so far, visitor arrivals. It's a lot. But the numbers often confuse you because Maldives, you don't go to one island. I think a few thousand of them, and people spread out on these islands. Even though the numbers come into Mali, they're not all sitting in Mali. So it's an advantage that they have. Bali, unfortunately, if you went into millions and millions, they'll all be here and you won't be able to get to the conference at all. You'll be stuck at the airport. There'll be such a traffic jam. So we need to find that balance. But who does the carrying capacity? Is it us, the islanders? Or is it a team of professionals? And there are professionals that do that. You'll be amazed. They'll assess your water treatment. They'll assess your garbage plots. They'll assess everything down the line. And if a group like Lippman would say, I prepare your plan B, if that's what he can say, Jeffrey, would it not be a success to empower him to work with the Ministry of Tourism, to work with the Department of Finance of Bali, of Indonesia, and all these other countries that are looking at tourism? How do we pick that balance that keeps going? I say that because I listened attentively this morning to everybody who spoke. Attentively because it is easy for us to forget. We get embodied, yes, we succeeded. Yes, we succeeded. Will my kids and grandkids succeed after that? Or I'll leave nothing for them? Will I burn them to death because the ozone layer is gone? I looked at the clip that was put just now with the song by Asta. The pile of rubbish that we see collected. Should it not worry everybody? We want to know what to do with it. Maldives as an island, just with rubbish. It's called the rubbish island. How can we keep on? Because rubbish, never forget. You pile it, you put a bulldozer, it crushes it, and the sources come out on the sides everywhere, back into the sea. Do the best treatment that you want, it ends up into the sea. We have the problem in Seychelles. Occasionally it catches fire by itself, and it burns all night. And you find smoke annoys the population. So we need to be realistic how much more rubbish we can have, because how much more hotel rooms that we have. We're all humans. I mean, we're all staying here. We're all putting things in the garbage bin. And to feed us, they've got more garbage bins. So there's a plus that keeps on adding. This morning, listening to Jeffrey, when he gave a challenge to the governor, and it got me thinking that we really need, it's like a task force to work with, maybe through WTN, to work with countries. If Bali, as we are all in Bali, if moody, you can, having you there, we don't feel moody, we feel a good mood. If you can spark Bali, and I know the representatives of tourism are here, to say, be the trial case. Let us find a Jeffrey Lipman and his group to say, we will work with Bali. Make Bali that first point of call that people will use as the example. That would make news for you. You would benefit more tourism out of it, maybe it counteract as well. But people will say they are serious. They're serious because they've looked for experts whose job it is, they preach it. So let them put it in practice and say, where can Bali go before Bali destroys itself? I don't know the place where, I know there's a lady from Australia, there's a little town in a little street that's full of Australians. And you don't really see Bali people, you see Australians. If that was replicated all over Bali, would that be Bali? Or we would have a bastardized Bali that destroys itself? I'm saying that because this morning you managed to convince my own mind. I believe in sustainable tourism. But Jeffrey this morning opened that gate. I mean, my name is Saint Ange, I'm a holy angel. And holy angels see further afield. But between Jed and Jeffrey, you managed to get me to think the time is now. And it is needed. It's needed for us to reflect, to open that dialogue, to open that reflection panel, and say, where do we start protecting and stop the destruction? We might not think we are destroying, but small islands are vulnerable. Today you find sea level rise, coral bleaching, and then it keeps going and it keeps going. We suffer what Bali suffers, and Sri Lanka suffers what Seychelles suffers. We all in the same boat, from the Pacific to the Caribbeans. Everybody today is worried about coral bleaching, sea level rise. We are that barometer to say if we are on the right path or if something needs to be done. And I think Bali, because of your position, you are part of a big country, you are an example of success, yes. But maybe you can open the door for reflection much faster. And I would, Madam Director of Marketing, don't be shy to speak to Jeffrey. Tell him, how do I work with you? How do I pick your brain? And then, Dr. Talo, you cannot have tourism without security. How do you benefit from him? Yes, you've had some bad experiences in the past that the whole world was shocked. Can it be prevented? Maybe. There are experts that do that speak about it, but also guide you. I say this as we talk about the importance of small islands. Nothing happens by itself. This is true. We know. If you want tourism, you've developed it, your predecessor, the minister, the governor, you've all made it happen. And then you've had good friends. I mean, Jorgen, who started his eTurbo News here, helped put you on the map as Bali. And today you are a destination in itself, forgetting that you are part of Indonesia. But how do you move from now? Where do you go from now? And I think if WTN can end their conference in Bali with a success line, is to see how experts in their respective field can develop around one destination, like Bali, and say we want to save one. If Bali you say, then it will be Sri Lanka, then it will be Seychelles, and it will be other countries. Because today we are on a slippery slope, and it'll keep getting more slippery. I can't blame sea level rise or coral bleaching for losing my hair. That's because my parents lost it and my grandparents lost it. But the thing is never to be shy that you don't have hair. I mean, there are two of us in here, three, four of us. Because with a name like Saint-Ange, I go to the Lord often. And he told me, he said, I created very few perfect heads. The rest I covered with hair. So we should all be happy that ours are perfect. But small tourism destinations, yes, it brings planes. And often, unfortunately, much to Jeffrey Lipman's annoyance probably, they are long-haul destinations. Pacific, Caribbean, Indian Ocean, Vanilla Islands, Bali. We have to use planes. Yes, you're doing a road here in Indonesia. But most of us are plane rides. And plane carbon, that's service. And when we do a conference, we have even more people coming. And if it was a conference of head of states here, you'd find at the airport there'd be no parking space, all private jets. So we keep looking for the remedy, but we're also using the development of the same cancer at the same time. So it's a difficult navigation point. And small islands feel it before big countries. If we become the example, we would probably help save the world. And I would really implore Bali, because we are in Bali, let's be the role model of that transformation. Be the role model of that new concept of looking at security, the preservation of what we have, the ability to say, all the young Balinese, I suppose you call yourself, all the young Bali people that are here growing up today, will they have Bali in 20 years? When we listened to Jed this morning, speaking about doubling the quantity of tourists in 30 years, from 1.5 billion to, is that what you said, Jed, I think? To 3 billion people. Can you imagine the young Bali people today, what they must be saying to themselves? Why is nobody listening to us? So if that is what we can help, let WTN Summit of Bali be the place where Tourism Bali, Tourism Indonesia sits with the experts that do it. I'm not the expert. I take a mic and babble on, but the experts are there. They are with you. They can guide you. Sustainable tourism, safety in tourism, and with Jorgen, visibility in tourism. He will destroy what the other two are doing, but you need him anyway to keep going. So my appeal to everybody this afternoon, it's good that you're hosting a conference in Bali. It is very good. But what resolutions will we leave tomorrow afternoon? What do we have in our pockets when we go? What is it that we will depart Bali with and say, the Bali conference, Bali Summit, not even conference, time 2023, left us with this. Maybe we need a change in the agenda by tomorrow afternoon to have resolutions. And there you'll need the two people from the Ministry of Tourism to be sitting up here and saying, Yes, if you believe it, and the gentleman with the perfect head believes it, you will be able to convince your minister. Ministers are convinced by technocrats. And if you are a good technocrat, you'll convince them faster. If that's a resolution that Bali can adopt, I think your work with Moody would have succeeded. And I really implore everybody. We can have a long format of meetings, panelists after panelists. But if there's no resolution of something that to make the difference, time 23 in Bali marked it with a difference because we have a resolution for the future. It would make a difference. And I know I saw somebody who's French who was talking to the young lady, he's disappeared. I implore now the business community of Bali to join forces with the two of you. Make that the call of this conference. And you'll find that, yes, we might mark this event as never been marked before. You have the ability to do it. So let's do it. And Moody, I suppose they'll declare you Queen Moody if you are able to do that. But I think it's something that is needed. So what else after this? Tourism by itself, small island states, we thrive because there are bigger countries that send us people. So we keep going there. We keep looking for it. I've been in trade fairs since I was 21. Every year, the list of them, one after the other. ITB, WTN, Topresa in France, the one in Madrid, the New York Trade Fair. We keep going because we're looking for people. We want to be the most visible destination. Seychelles is lucky, it's seen as the high-end tourism. So we're lucky. When Prince William and Kate Middleton chose Seychelles for their honeymoon, they gave us a boost. But bending the rules of not using them as publicity, we just had to say Prince William is honeymooning in Seychelles, it was enough. Every press descended, so you had hotels full of press. But using the visibility that is possible. Don't just encourage people to be here, to spend nothing. You can't stop them. But you also can pitch your marketing that you do at a level that will help do what Jeffrey is trying to do, protect your destination. I'll leave you with these few words. I'm not sure what I'm meant to say about small island states. But small island states, sorry? But small island states are small island states, and they are part of the bigger component of world tourism. They keep airlines flying, this is for sure. And if you looked at Bali when I landed last night, you find, I didn't even realize you had so many that came. But you'll want more, because you'll want more hotels. It's normal. But let us use the experts. Security, long-term tourism. Let us be seen as the good custodians. Each one of us can be a good custodian of what we have been blessed with. We've been blessed with a perfect world. Let's leave a better world by the time we go. Thank you very much and have a nice afternoon.
All right, before reviewing the video greetings from Cuthbert Q, the chairman of the African Tourism Board, I would like to invite Jürgen as chairman to brief a little bit about the video.
And yes, before we go to the video from the African Tourism Board Chairman, Cuthbert Nkubi, I'd like to invite Dr. Peter Charlo. I never call him doctor, so but he is a doctor. And the Honorable Alain Sang-Ange to come back here, because here you see the three people, and there's one gentleman missing, what is Dr. Taleb Rifai, You all know him as the former Secretary General for UNWTO, who actually started the African Tourism Board. It was our initiative we did to help Africa to join in tourism, to see tourism not only as a product of one country or one region, but as the entire continent. We did this, we decided to go ahead in 2017 at the World Travel Market in London, who invited us. We had 14 ministers there. And we moved forward, and then we went to Cape Town and launched the organization at the World Travel Market in Cape Town, and at the same time appointed a chairman, what was Cuthbert Nkubi. He's still the chairman. We're no longer actively involved in it, but we still have the website. We help with the WhatsApp discussion group. And the African Tourism Board is now based in Eswatini and has been very active, just became an affiliated member of the African Union. And so we're proud really to have this put into the world as the greater part of the World Tourism Network now, what gives Africa also an extra reach outside Africa. And we actually have one lady here from Kenya. She will be sharing with us a little bit more later on in the session about how African SMEs like to work with Indonesia and how back and forth there are new opportunities. But I just wanted to say this to give a little bit of background on the African Tourism Board. We're going to show the greeting from Cuthbert Nkubi, who is the chairman. He was trying to be with us, but couldn't get air travel arranged. Thank you very much.
In today's globalization and highly competitive business environment, international tourism and hospitality need to constantly adopt and modify its structures and objectives to remain profitable, to remain sustainable, and to remain relevant. May I congratulate Mr. Yege, the founder and president of the World Tourism Network, to have spearheaded this great initiative by hosting the Bali International Met Expo 2023, where travel business and government dialogue together and the showcasing of various services, products from across the world. I would have loved to be there with you today in Bali, to learn, to be sharpened, and to share and enjoy the exploration of this most amazing destination. But due to some other pressing issues, I am not able to be with you. May I appreciate the government of Bali, especially the Honorable Minister and all stakeholders who rallied behind this great event. We thank you so much for being part of the championing the cause of our tourism sector. And to our colleagues, our associates, tourism champions, our exhibitors, we have traveled from across the globe. May this be an opportunity to do business, to seal deals, and have fun, and explore all corners of this mighty, majestic tourism destination, the wonder of Bali. May you create great memories, create good contacts, and create friends. I thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you very much. This is Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Dr. Francis Tago, MPHCSA, Senior Advisor to the Minister for Sustainable Development and
conservation, and also as acting chairman of Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council. We would like to have him online.
Ya, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, salam sejahtera, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam Indonesia Maju. Dear friends, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and participants of World Health Network. Tourism has become an essential sector in supporting the development of tourism in Indonesia. So, however, the environmental impacts of this sector has grown increasingly alarming. The need for sustainable tourism and decarbonization has emerged as a pressing global challenge nowadays. So my topic is still in line with the sustainable tourism and also decarbonization. The negative impact of the conventional tourism as we are facing today is on the environmental and the local communities, encourage the importance of transition towards sustainable tourism, emphasizing the importance of reducing carbon emission, preserving biodiversity, and also respecting cultural heritage. So the concept of sustainable tourism as we adopt really pay attention to sustainable management, social sustainability, social cultural sustainability, as well as environmental sustainability. By paying attention and implementing these 4 pillars, tourism can be developed sustainably by maintaining a balance between environmental protection, community welfare, and conservation. Sustainable tourism can provide important contribution, such as make a more positive contribution to the preservation of natural and cultural heritage and the maintenance of the world diversity. Provide a more enjoyable experience for tourists through more meaningful relationship with local communities, providing access for people with disabilities and disadvantages, minimize negative economic and environmental as well as social impacts, and generate greater economic benefits for local communities and improve the welfare of the host communities, as well as working conditions and access to industries. So the implementation of the sustainable tourism, as we already know that we take into account several aspects, including environmental friendly transportation, offset carbon emission, calculating our carbon footprint, renewable energy, water management, recycling, reuse of used items, eco-friendly design, reduce air pollution, and also exposure information about environmental friendly practices and local environmentally friendly products. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2015, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, together with all stakeholders, has been committed to realizing sustainable tourism development programs with a more concrete way through flagship programs such as Sustainable Tourism Destination, Sustainable Tourism Observatories in collaboration with the International Network on Sustainable Tourism Observatories by UNWTO, Sustainable Tourism Certification for Destination and Tourism Villages, recognized by Global Sustainable Tourism Council, Sustainable Tourism Industries, Sustainable Responsible Marketing, and last but not least is Sustainable Tourism Management. In line with this, our effort in the decarbonization in the tourism sector is very critical to mitigate the tourism contribution to climate change. it involves reducing or eliminating carbon emissions by implementing sustainable transportation, energy efficiency in accommodation, renewable energy, carbon offsetting, waste reduction, and recycling. Sustainable tourism planning, promoting local product, and promoting sustainable tourism certification and standard. In 2022, Indonesia is the first ASEAN country to sign the Glasgow Declaration, showing a commitment to achieve net zero emissions. The Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy also set up or launched a pilot project destination towards net zero declaration. Some appointed pilot projects such as Pelataran in Taman Nasional Mali Barat, Mangrove Terpudak Berseri in East Kalimantan, Pantai Tiga Warna in Malang. It is a Kelompok Mamang Conservation, Bukit Paramun village in the Bangka Belitung, and last is Taman Wisata Mangrove Klabalu Sorong in Papua. So therefore, Indonesia, in collaboration with the Jejak N, is an Indonesian startup company with a vision to fight climate change, to commit in a sustainable initiative involving carbon footprint calculation and climate action in tourism industries. In this collaboration, as an effort to measure carbon footprint towards climate positive tourism through decarbonization and ecotourism, and support the global commitment at least to gain 50% emission by 2030 and reach the net zero by 2050. Climate action program and aligning climate action in accordance with the 5 declaration lines of action on the Glasgow Declaration, such as measurements, decarbonization, regeneration, collaboration, and finance. Ladies and gentlemen, there are some key highlights of the program that is being carried out in order to implement our sustainable tourism and also decarbonization in tourism sectors in Indonesia. First, of course, we set up the guidelines for managing plastic waste in marine tourism destination, and also guidelines for sustainable tourism destinations. And we also conduct the sustainable tourism certification for destination and also for tourism villages across the country. And also we are hosting tourism village abroad, we call the ADWI, implement the carbon footprint calculator and offsetting, CHSA, CSSE certification, cleanliness, health safety and environmental sustainability certification, development of ecotourism, game tourism, and other nature related tourism, waste management program, no plastic campaigns, and food waste and zero waste, and also the application of the renewable energy, including electric cars, clean energy, and water management in some priorities destinations across the country, as well as developing clean energy, green economy, and green financing scheme, and sustainable tourism program for industries. So with the policies and program, as well as collaboration with the various parties, all the stakeholders within the country, and also some partners from overseas. So Indonesia Sustainable Tourism Council, together with the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, so we can strengthen the Indonesia's vision to become an epicentrum of sustainable tourism hub in the Asia Pacific regions. So, ladies and gentlemen, by implementing sustainable tourism, I think that we are on ongoing process. It is about the journey that requires strong commitment, political commitment, collaboration, and adaptability. By following this process, states and the journey, and also involving all the stakeholders. So we hope that destination and tourism in Indonesia can work toward a future where tourism benefits for the environment, local communities, and the industry as a whole. So thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam. Om Santi Santi Santi.
Thank you, Bhavin. And he's the expert staff of the Minister for Crisis Management, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of Indonesia. Time is yours.
Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you all. Welcome to Bali. Welcome to the island of God. Welcome to Indonesia. Especially for Peter, this is your first time here in Bali, so enjoy Bali. And tell me if there is any kind of crisis potential if you meet the case or meet something that you assume that will be or will become a potential crisis of tourism. So please tell me. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues, Dr. Franz Teguh, has already delivered the remarks representing our ministry. So now let me introduce myself. My name is Fajar Utomo, or you can call me Tommy. I am a senior advisor to Minister for Crisis Management. So in this opportunity, in this occasion, I would like to deliver my my thought, my opinion about what is, this is me. I would like to share with you about tourism crisis management model that under the umbrella of building the sustainable and quality tourism in Indonesia, I think Indonesia should promote good practice, good management in crisis management. I always say that tourism is not only about beauty, but also safety. I think there is no use, there is no meaning about the beauty if you have no safety in your delivery of tourism services, because no one want to bring their family to the destination that have no safety on the area. Okay, so what is crisis management model? Tourism areas are valuable assets for the state and local communities in Indonesia, but they are also vulnerable to various threats such as natural disasters, especially in Indonesia. Indonesia is on the ring of fire. We have a unique landscape here in Indonesia that we have so many natural disasters every year, even every time, about earthquake, the risk of tsunami, the risk of landslide. And like Franz said, we also face the potential crisis of marine pollution, about bad waste management. Maybe Bali as well also face the problem of plastic waste. Yeah. Benar ya Ibu? And also like what we already faced years, 2 years before COVID, all over the world face the crisis, the health crisis especially. Therefore, the development and implementation of an effective crisis management model is the key in maintaining the sustainability and safety of the destination. Franz told us about the importance of sustainable, how to deliver sustainability in our tourism management. If we fail to deliver the sustainable practices in our tourism management, so we will face the crisis, right? So, in the perspective of the government regulation, Indonesia, by the Ministry of Tourism, we have Minister of Tourism Regulation number 10 of 2019 concerning tourism crisis management. Tourism crisis is a condition that has a negative influence on the performance of the tourism ecosystem caused by natural and non-natural factors. Tourism crisis management is a systemic approach that aims to build the capacity of the tourism ecosystem in preparing, responding, and recovering from a crisis. The reliability of the tourism sector in handling crisis conditions is one of the main criteria in building sustainable and internationally competitive tourism. But yes, unfortunately, many destinations, especially in Indonesia, for now, when they prepare the destination, the focus is still on the beauty. So they do the beautification of the destination as well as promotion. But there is a lack on the readiness, on the awareness of crisis management and safety management as well. There is so many cases that happen. There are so many cases that happen about the traffic accident, about the coastal accident, marine accident, and of course about the foreign habit here in Bali. They face so many cases recently. So all the stakeholders of Bali tourism should be hand in hand, should be in collaborative manners to deliver the services in tourism industry. There are so many aspects on the crisis management model. The first is tourist safety aspects. The crisis management model helps protect the safety and security of tourists visiting tourism areas or tourism destinations. These include evacuation planning, first aid, and protection against potential threats. And the second one of the aspects is environmental protection aspects. Tourism area often have vulnerable ecosystem. Crisis management models can help minimize negative impacts on the natural environment, including effort to reduce pollution and environmental damage during crisis situations. The third aspect of the crisis management model in tourism is the aspect of economic sustainability. Tourism is often a major source of income for local communities. In crisis situation, effective management can help accelerate economic recovery, minimize losses, and maintain employment. There are so many cases in Indonesian tourism destination development. There is a social gap between the investor, foreign investor, the Jakarta investor, with the local communities. So, with the implementation of inclusive business models that include the local community, the local efforts, the local small and medium enterprise, I think this crisis can be the fourth is the aspect of credibility and image of the destination. A good response to the crisis can strengthen the positive image of course, not marine tourism destination only, but all of the theme of tourism destination in the eyes of tourists and the global market. Conversely, poor management can have a long-term impact on the region's reputation. Here in Indonesia, we have so many destinations instead of Bali, of course, as our main destination in Indonesia. We have Belitung, we have Raja Ampat in Papua, we have Labuan Bajo, we have Wakatobi, and of course we have Bali, Sumba, you name it, Banyuwangi. It is a lot of things to do for us in Indonesia to develop the Indonesian tourism destination as a sustainable tourism destination. And then the last one is the aspect of readiness for the future trends. With a solid crisis management model, tourism areas can be better prepared for future threats, including climate change and possible health crises. In addition to handling crises as they occur, the crisis management models also includes effort to prevent and mitigate potential threats. This can reduce the risk of a crisis. When we have a lunch, I sit near Peter, and Peter told me that crisis management is a tough job. Because if we doing well, mitigate the crisis, and then the crisis is not happen, somebody will say or will ask that we don't have or we don't need you because there is no crisis. But if the crisis happen, then somebody will say, what do you do? What did you do about the crisis? Yeah, that is true, Peter. Thank you for reminding us. The government of Indonesia, by the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, now introducing the tools to measure the resilient index, the index of resiliency in our destination, especially on the rural or village tourism. tourist village in Indonesia. We have a project in collaboration with Indonesian University and Kobe University. We implement the tools to measure the index of the resiliencies on our destination. The last one I would like to say is because of tourism is an ecosystem. Tourism is an ecosystem. So tourism involves many stakeholders, many ministers, many sectors. So we have to promote collaborative governance to do or to deliver the destination management organization in Indonesia. Here is the model for collaborative governance. The starting condition now is because there is a power resource knowledge asymmetries. There is a lack of knowledge among the stakeholders, and because of that we need incentive for and constraint on the participation of the stakeholders, and of course the prehistory of cooperation or conflict. For example, if we talk about Taman Nasional or National Park in Indonesia, because there is so many destinations in Indonesia is on the under the authority of Ministry of Environment and Forestry by the Taman Nasional. Ministry of Tourism actually we have no authorities about the landscape management of the Taman Nasional or National Park. And if we talk about marine national park, in the beach or in the coastal, there is a Ministry of KKP, Marine Ministry. They have the authority to do the management in a coastal area or in the beach, as well as in accessibility in transportation. There is a Ministry of Transportation. So that's the fact that we face now. If there is an accident about tourism, for instance, tourism bus transportation, just because of our logo in a wonderful Indonesia is on the buses, so they always think that the Ministry of Tourism that should be taking the responsibility of this matter. Actually not, because we have no authority on that. But yes, on the perspective of how to deliver the good services in tourism industry in Indonesia, so we do the coordination among the stakeholders, among the department, among the ministry, to hand in hand together in collaborative manner to deliver the tourism management destination. By the collaborative process of trust building, face-to-face dialogue, commitment to the process, shared understanding and intermediate outcomes, and by support of the leadership of the central leader of the Indonesian government, as well as the regional leadership, of the governor, of the bupati, the mayor. So we try to make sure that we will get the outcome of the new way of working, new structural arrangement, and the integration of the process. It is a big homework of Indonesian government to do with all stakeholders to deliver destination a good practice, the excellent practice of the destination management organization. So thank you for your coming, for your all attention to come to Bali from far away to discuss about the important topics, I think, Moody. Thank you for your initiative. Thank you for your support. There are many things we have to do, and we should sit together, but not only sit, we have to do the collaborative governance. So I will support you to organize, to meet with many actors, so many multi-stakeholders in Indonesia, like you said about the tourism police in Indonesia. Yes, we have such a problem with our tourism police ability, how to handle, how to face the tourists, how to angry in English. There is a problem because so many cases formerly are coming from misunderstanding between the foreign visitors and the local communities as well as local police. And of course, yes, we have a problem of food safety here in Bali. Actually, not just in Bali, all over Indonesia, there is a homework for deliver the good food safety in our food industry. So I think that's all my presentation. Thank you for these opportunities. Thank you for all the participants. Hopefully we can achieve the benefit of this forum, this conference, and we do the more effective collaboration in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Toby, for such useful insights. Thank you very much. It was beautiful, sir. Indeed, Pak, we agree with you that we need hand-in-hand collaboration between government and also for the private sectors. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next, we will have the Chief of Tourism Marketing for Bali Government Tourism Office, Ibu Ida Ayu Indah Estelini, will be delivering about the managing quality tourism. Please, time is yours.
Thank you very much, my dear friend Ibu Ratna. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Fajar Hutomo, as the Senior Advisor to the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And as Ibu Ratna said, my name is Indah Yusrikarini. You can call me Indah. And my director sent me to represent him, and my apology. I didn't prepare any presentation, but I will inform you what our office has done to create a sustainable tourism here in Bali. So, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable and then quality and also cultural tourism Those are the standards of tourism branding that we want to create here in Bali. Sustainable tourism for us is that it is not just benefits to the welfare or economy potential to people, but also how the tourism activities can be done without degrading or devalue our tourism potentials. As we know, in Bali, we have three main potential of tourism here. Those are, of course, culture, and then beautiful landscape, and also friendly people. But then the COVID-19 pandemic has taught us a very difficult lesson, that we then began to focus more on health tourism. That is why in Sanur area, the central government then begins to build an international hospital that will be offered actually to our local people here, Indonesian here, because every year in the economy of Indonesia, there is a leakage of 97.5 trillion Indonesian rupiahs, because the Indonesian people love to seek health treatment abroad. Like they will go to Singapore, Malaysia, Korea, or even the United States. So instead of let them spend their money abroad, we want to stop that leakage. So that here they build this kind of international hospital. So you can just go to Bali for that health tourism, not just for medical treatment, but also to enjoy the beautiful views in Bali. And then Bali Island has been chosen by our central government to be the pilot project of this health tourism destination, because Bali has this kind of healing vibration, as well of the friendly people, and then, as I said before, beautiful landscape. So when the patients are treated here in the hospitals, their families or friends can come to see them as well as enjoy the beauty of Bali. And moreover, in Bali, we have this kind of knowledge. It is called as Usada Bali. Usada is a culture heritage, the herbal plants to cure illnesses or health problems. Those knowledge is ancient, written on manuscripts of the lontar leaves, and it is already aged hundreds of years and becomes our Bali local wisdom. So we do think that this traditional herbal medicine can combine with the modern medical treatment in this international hospital. And then, ladies and gentlemen, in this international hospital of Sanur, we will have this forest, ethno-botanical garden. So in this forest, it will be planted the genuine or local plants of Bali that for a long time ago, it is used as medicines for our people. And then talking about prices. Recently, we have prices because of tourists. So probably all of you have heard that in Bali, there are a lot of problematic tourists. They come to Bali not just to enjoy our tourism activities here, but they have disrespected our regulations and also our culture. And we cannot say that is a kind of sustainable tourism we want here. Because when we are talking about sustainable tourism, it means it is not just the destination that provide good quality of services, but people or visitors who come to Bali also have to be quality. So then we work hand in hand, the Bali Government Tourism Office with the police department, with the immigration office, of course. We do a kind of like law enforcement, because these tourists or the visitors told us, we disrespect your culture, or we disobey your regulation or law because we have no idea that we cannot do that here in Bali. So that we made the do's and don'ts in Bali. We made a list. It is already in a QR code, quick response code. When you scan it, it will be in English, India, Japan, and Chinese. So that information is a kind of educating and also informing the tourists to be the quality tourists here in Bali. And also our immigration office, our colleagues in immigration office, they are very busy to keep deporting people who has found out that they disrespect our culture or our regulations here. Because if we didn't do anything, those problematic tourists can degrade the tourism quality here in Bali, and we do not want that, because it is not about the mass tourism again here in Bali, it is about the quality. We are not targeting about quantity again, but more to quality tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it is all that I can say. Thank you very much for coming to Bali, and you are all, I believe, is the kind of quality tourists that we want here to be in Bali. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Diana. Yeah, indeed, we need quality tourism rather than quantity tourism. All right. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the next will be the Honorary Aaron Singh would like the former Minister of Tourism of Seychelles and also the Vice President of World Tourism Network would like to present, and his speech will be about the role of small island nations. Palan, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Always a bad time to be talking is after lunch. Because with a full belly, you tend to fall asleep. But I will try to deliver on what Jorgen and the organizers, Moody, asked me to speak about: role of small island states. Obviously, I come from the Seychelles, very small island state, much smaller than Bali, even though Bali is part of the bigger Indonesia complex. Seychelles has 115 islands with only 100,000 people. So when you see a Seychelles passport holder, as they saw me when I landed in Jakarta last night, they see a passport and they look 2 or 3 times if it's a country. And then they ask you 2 questions. But where is it? And when I get myself more entangled is by saying, well, it's in Africa. And the first question is, why are you white? But I get that everywhere, not just here. And you get used to it after a while. But this afternoon, before looking at the role of small island states, this group of very important states in the world of tourism, talk to anybody about Indonesia. I said, do you know Indonesia? The first word that comes out of their mouth is Bali. And I know in Jakarta, I did some work there some 2 years ago, and I told members of the government, you have to do something. People will believe Bali is the capital of Indonesia if you don't shake the rest of Indonesia. But before starting to explain the role, the real role of small islands in the complex world of tourism, islands play an important part, obviously. We have to determine what is tourism, what makes tourism tick, what really are we after, what are we trying to save, and what do we say it is when we talk about tourism? Is it just the money that business people put in the bank monthly, or is it more than that? And I said this in starting because I wanted to invite somebody to join me here. He is also from an island. He's also from a small island. There was a lady I was meant to invite as well, but she's disappeared. I threatened her at lunchtime that I would bring her in as well to be in the front. But I think she panicked and ran away. So, but the gentleman I'm going to invite comes from Sri Lanka. And by default, when I chatted to him at lunchtime, his auntie, one of his aunties, because I have a lot of aunties in Sri Lanka, one of his aunties came from Seychelles. So that was rather amazing to hear. But let me invite Alston Kong to come up to sing a little song for you. He won't sing a long song, but he'll sing a little song to put everybody into a mood and wake everybody up this afternoon before we get more involved in the long process after me. Alton, for those who doesn't know, Alston, for those who don't know, very famous for Bali. I won't tell you the song that he sang for Bali. Many years ago, he sang a song for Bali. He coined the song. And today, he is the man playing behind Jeffrey Lippman, putting forward the call for sustainability, for preservation, for keeping the world alive. If we keep on, you know, there were 2 doctors, I think they've disappeared, but no, they're still there. There were 2 doctors here this morning and they're still at the back. If we keep on eating every day, after a while we swell up, and then we need the doctor because we'll find that we are sick. But if we keep on diving into tourism, just playing the numbers game, forgetting that there is more than just number and number and number, then we find that we destroy what brings the people to us. Alston, come up. Let's give him a round of applause as he's coming up. He's an artist, so they're allowed to be temperamental. So he's allowed to take his time. That's 2 island people next to each other. I'll stay here. You stay there.
Love is in the air. Everywhere I look around. Where? Love is in the air. Every side and every sound. We're coming together. And I don't know if I be foolish. Don't know if I be. But there's something that I must believe in. And it's there when I look into your eyes. Bodies in the air, everywhere I look around. And bodies in my head, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I be foolish. Don't know if I be sad. But it's something that I must believe in. And it's there, even when you make me mad, I change a little bit. Okay, everybody, join me in the chorus. This is an old song, and you all know it. Here we go. Love is in the air. Love is in the air. Oh, oh, listen to you. beautiful. Oh, oh. Come here, man. I want to dance with you. Come here. Come here. Love is in the air, everywhere and around. And love is in the air, every sight and every sound. And I don't know if I'm being foolish. Don't know if I'm I must be foolish. Oh, I look in your eyes. Okay, everybody, here we go. Yes. Is it beautiful? They're all dancing. Wait a minute. And I don't know if I don't know if I will, but it's something that I want to do. There will come on, everybody. One last time. Love is in the air. Right. Love is in his hair. Oh, 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 oh. Last time. Love is in the air. And bodies everywhere. Oh, 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 oh. Come on. Love is in the air. Sit down and do bloody song, isn't it? Oh, oh, oh. How are you, man? Enjoy yourself, that's it. One last time. Bodies in the air. And bodies in the air. Oh, 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 oh.
You are such a good audience, you play another one. Or you sing another one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this next song means a lot to me because actually I've had a love affair with Bali for a long, long time. And I was the first performer engaged to perform at the very first 5-star hotel built here on the island of Bali in Sanur. It was then called the Bali Beach Hotel. And we had some wonderful times. I flew in here. I had another one hit song here for 8 weeks in a row. That was the time when we only had one radio station in the country. So now there's so many. As we all know, in most parts of the world, radio and television and internet, God knows what else, just starts to go. This song is a song that I dedicated to all those terrible people that misuse plastics. And what happens when we misuse plastics. It's something I've been fighting for a long time, and as my mentor, Professor Jeffrey Lippman will tell you, in 1989 I walked into the House of Commons talking about climate change, and they wouldn't believe me. There was nothing called climate change at the time. So things have gone from bad to worse, and we just hope that 10 years from now there will be a climate that we'll be talking about. So enjoy this next video, and I'll sing the words, and you can just watch the video. Please, thank you.
We're on the edge of something new, trying to make a world, me and you, something that can last forever more. Something that is real, set in stone. It's a path of life we got to choose. In the end, it's us who's gonna lose. We will never better off alone. So stand together, citizens of home. When silent voices gonna listen, here's a reason for a mission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for lose yourself to intuition. All we need is your permission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for symphony for if we take a moment just to think, life is all over in a blink. There's no need to find a second home. This is where we all were meant to go. When silent voices gonna listen, here's the reason for the mission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for lose yourself to intuition. All we need is your permission. We should be a symphony for change. Symphony for symphony for
Well, good afternoon. I know it's late in the afternoon, and hearing about security in the afternoon is not the easiest topic. But I will try to make it entertaining. And my son is here, so when I talk about him, he'll try to be honest. But you'll find out what I'm going to say in just a second about that. I think it was Alan who said, or maybe it was Jeffrey, but quoted me saying, if there is no security, then you do not in the end have tourism. Okay? And Alan was one brilliant to quote me. First, a few basic concepts about security in tourism we tend to forget. The first principle that we have to remember is nobody needs to come here. Nobody needs to take a vacation. You can just as easily go to your backyard. If I'm coming here, it's because I'm choosing to come here. And that means that we have to understand that one, we have to fight for our visitors every day, and two, that there's always somebody else who's willing to take those visitors from us. If we do not have a safe environment, in the end, they will end up going someplace else. Now, that doesn't happen immediately. There's a lag time. But once it happens, it takes a long time to win your reputation back. Second principle. In tourism, if we do 10 things in the world of tourism, and 9 of them are right, and 1 of them is wrong, the visitor tends to remember the 1 thing that's wrong. The visitor does not think about the 9 things that we did correctly. That's a major problem. Because we only need 1 incident to destroy us. Now, in the world of tourism, the further away it is, when there's a negative incident, and the longer you are from that point, it seems worse. In other words, if there's an incident that takes place in Bali, the local population very quickly will recover from that incident. But by the time it gets to Malaysia, it sounds worse. By the time it gets to CNN or the BBC or whatever it is, Francois, you know what? It sounds a lot worse. When it gets to the United States, not only it sounds like the whole world blew up. So that incident will seem worse, and it will last long. Is willing to forgive us when it's something by nature. The public is not willing to forgive us when it's something done by human beings. So in the case, for example, of Thailand, with the tsunami, fairly quickly, Thailand recovered. No one blamed Thailand for the tsunami, but they should have, because they had bad risk management. On the other hand, if you have a bombing or a series of bombings, that can take a very long time to recover. Now, there are two parts of tourism security. There are really three or four, but I'm going to first start in two. One is the issue of crime, and two is the issue of terrorism. This comes in and out as it chooses. If not, I'll just scream. There's also other parts to it, and I'm going to get to that in a second. But we should not confuse issues of crime with the issues of terrorism. In the world of crime, the criminal wants tourism to be successful. Think about it. If there are no tourists, then I have no victims. If you go to a fair or you go to a sporting event, I can't pickpocket you if you don't come. So the tourism industry is essential for the crime industry. On the other hand, in the world of terrorism, I want to destroy the industry. And I'll go over that in a few reasons why. One has a relationship which is parasitic. In other words, it lives off of it. And in the world of terrorism, it's destructive. It's a cancer. And so those are two very different types of elements. Now, I only have a little time, so I'm going to go over three parts today. One, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what tourism security is. Secondly, I'm going to talk to you about the visitor and a little bit of the sociology of a visitor. And then I'll give you some practical events. I don't like pushing books, but when I trained police, this is the book I wrote on tourism-oriented police tourism. So I'll just leave it up here if anybody wants to look at it. It's one of the various books that I've written for police officers around the world. There are three major groups of people who work in tourism security. Public officials, meaning some form of law enforcement. Private security, which is a security organization. And the public. For example, you have many volunteers who work in helping police and helping private security. In Hawaii, for example, we have what's called the Aloha Patrol, which is something I started in 1995, which is senior citizens, people of 90 or about 55 or above, who are able to be the eyes and ears of the police. So that's the third part. Now let's talk for just a second what tourism security is. I said to you, nobody has to come here. Nobody has to go on vacation. The first rule of thumb is that visitors leave their common sense at home. Now that seems like saying they're stupid. Well, at some level, we act in very strange ways when we travel. But it's not illogical. If I didn't think it was safe to come to Bali, I wouldn't come. You might not, if I offered you a free trip to Afghanistan, and you're a woman, you might not choose to be with the Taliban. So people, when they come to a location, they believe that where it is safe. If it's safe, they believe they put their defense mechanisms down. Secondly, when we travel, we're tired. Where does the word travel come from in the English language? Does anybody know? Chavai, that's right. And the word chavai, which means work, comes from the Latin word tupelos, which means a pitchfork in your rear end. The travel is to work. It took me 34 hours to get here. Believe me, that was work. You get here, you're not thinking, you're tired, you put your phone down, you don't know where your passport is. You let your defenses fall. On top of that, most airlines believe we're overweight, and so they want to help us by not feeding us, right? We want to make sure you eat the least possible. You come dehydrated, tired, and God forbid you arrive before 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and you get to the hotel, and what does the hotel say? We're very sorry, your check-in is at 4 o'clock. You are now a refugee bunny. Especially if you're traveling from the United States, for example, to Europe. All the planes arrive at 6 in the morning. What do? And then what time does the hotel kick you out? 11 o'clock in the morning. And you can't leave until 8 o'clock at night or 10 o'clock at night. You know what? Once again, you're a refugee with money. So you can understand why people let their defenses down. When we travel, therefore, we tend to forget where we are and we don't think. Secondly, when we travel, we tend to be anomic. Now, if you're not used to the word anomic, it's the opposite of alienation. Let me explain a little bit what I mean by that. We don't know the local language. We don't know what the customs are. How much do you tip? I was in Istanbul airport yesterday, and every time I walked into the men's room, some man ran to open the door for me to the toilet. Am I supposed to tip him or not tip him? How much am I supposed to tip him? What's the proper amount? Is it 10%, 15%, 20%, 25%? I don't know the rules. And so what happens is I end up in confusion. Now that's very typical of the type of tourism. And so people don't quite understand where they are. Now on top of that, often we are in a sense of, we want to follow the rules, but we don't quite know. Now that's the opposite of being anomic. My son Nathaniel's here. When he was a little boy, I had a rule that you had to make your bed before you had breakfast. Now, I was pretty loose on exactly what that meant, but I couldn't see the sheets, I declared it done. So Nathaniel, who today is a defense lawyer, one day said to me, you may not remember this, but I said, you have to make your bed. And he said, I have declared my room an independent country, and you need a visa to come in. I had two options. I could either dominate, I am the father and you will do what I want, or I could figure out a way around it. So I looked at him and I said, you're right, you're an independent country and I'm cutting off foreign aid. Can't use my electricity, can't use my phone, no food, no water. Nathaniel surrendered in about 1 minute. Now, why am I telling this to you? Because part of tourism security is the ability to use humor or to, when faced with an absurdity, go to a higher level of absurdity. The first rule of tourism security is don't get excited. Figure out a way to bring the visitor in rather than expel the visitor from. Thirdly, when we travel, we tend to drop our inhibitions. We tend to drink more than we normally do. We tend to experiment with drugs. We tend to be rude. Why? Think about it. I live in a town of about 80,000 people. If I'm rude to somebody, I'm going to see them at the supermarket. I'm going to see them when I'm driving. I'm going to see them all over town. But if I'm here for 3 days and I'm rude to the police officer or I'm rude to somebody else, I'm never going to see you again. So I'm really mad at somebody at home, but you know what? I take it out on people here. So one of the things we have to teach police is how do you operate with people who tend to drop their inhibitions? They want to experiment. A perfect example. We know that at convention, not at this one, but at major conventions, there's a higher level of cheating on your spouse. Now, when I've studied that, you know I'm right. When I study that, I point out to people, they'll say to me, I'm really not cheating. I go, why? Because I'm 1,000 miles or 1,000 kilometers from my wife. I go, oh, I'm a rabbi. But I didn't know that marriage vows are only good for 999 miles. 1,000 miles, do what you want. And then I look at them and I say, so if you're cheating and you're 1,000 miles from your wife, how far is she from you? And why? My wife won't cheat on me. I go, why not? You're cheating on her. But we know that people, when they travel, drop their inhibitions. And therefore, we have got to be prepared to deal with that particular problem. Now, when we travel, our stress level goes up. Almost anything sends us into a tizzy. And we're supposedly on a vacation. What does the word vacation mean? The word vacation comes from the French word also, vacances, to empty your mind. I am paying you to take care of me. That's the purpose of a vacation. I think 50 weeks a year. For 2 weeks a year, I don't want to think. I'm paying you to think for me. The most minor event becomes a stress level. And therefore, we have to be able to deal with how do we lower that stress. Now, interestingly enough, men and women have different concepts of what a vacation is about. The average man looks at vacation and says, okay, I'm coming to Bali, I want to do A, B, C, D, E, F, and if he has 10 things and does 9 of them, success. But they're usually very specific programs. On the whole, and I'm not being sexist, just realistic, many women, when they travel with their husband or with their boyfriend or whatever, also have a list. But usually the first 9 on the 10 is, let's talk about our relationship. Do you love me? How can we make our relationship better? And the average man is thinking, lady, if I didn't love you, you wouldn't be in the car. If I didn't love you, you wouldn't be in a hotel room. And think about it. At home, we live parallel lives. We're with our spouse, our family, sometime, but then you go to do television, one goes to wash the dishes, one goes to mow the lawn, whatever it happens to be. What happens on vacation? I'm going to spend 24 hours with you, 7 days a week, in one hotel room with nothing more than one television. Do you know what that turns into? Chaos. Why am I telling that to you? Because the longer a vacation, the higher the probability of domestic violence. And there's nothing that is more dangerous from the perspective of policing than domestic violence. So one of the things I have to teach police is how do you get around the issue of domestic violence when it comes to travel. Remember, that person is drinking, that person may be on drugs, that person can't get away from his or her spouse, that person is annoyed, that person is upset. Voila, you got a crisis on your hands. Last but not least, in this very quick concept, is the issue of time. 99% of all tourism crises have to do with time. Why are people upset in an airport? Oh my God, I'm going to miss my flight. Why? It's not that they're upset about waiting to go through the line. If they're worried about what do I do if I miss my flight, which means I miss my next flight and I don't get home to get to work. If you can solve the problem of time, you can solve any problem. So the issues of time. I'm going to tell you a very good story about a gentleman by the name of Reuben Greenberg. I don't know if any of you have ever heard of him or not. He was the chief of police of Charleston, South Carolina. He was, Charleston, South Carolina is the #1 tourism city in the United States. It used to not be. It was a terrible city. And it was the police department that turned Charleston from a negative into a positive. Now let me tell you a little bit about Reuben Greenberg. He did not have an easy life. First of all, Charleston is a southern city with a lot of prejudice against racial prejudice. Reuben Greenberg was black. He was also an Orthodox Jew. He was also a police officer. When you are black and you are Jewish and you are the head of the police and you got to deal with the Ku Klux Klan or other white racists, you got a problem. He was able to actually get the support of white racists. How did he do it? He understood time. The first thing he said is, Charleston, South Carolina is so safe that if you get robbed while you're here, our police officers are carrying checkbooks and they will write a check for up to $400. And everyone thought he was crazy. And I remember calling Charleston and saying, how much money are you losing? And they said to me, last year we lost $4,000, but we made $500,000 on that. Is it worth investing $4,000 to make $496,000? The answer is absolutely yes. Charleston, because of Charleston police and the use of good tourism policing, went from probably the worst tourism city in the United States to the best. It now is a center for weddings from around the world, and many people from Japan come to get married in Charleston, South Carolina. They turned the city into total charm. Now that's by understanding what he understood was, one, people are not so upset about the loss of a camera. They're upset about sending in the documentation to the insurance company. They're upset about the time it takes to recover it. What did he do? He took the element of time out. And by taking the element of time out, he was able to take the stress down. He was able to take the inhibitions down. He was able to take the anomic behavior down. He was able to take the fact that people had lost their minds when they were traveling to begin with. He understood the principles of basic tourism security and how that changes. But you cannot create tourism security if you don't understand first the tourist and understand the mindset of the people you're working with. What is tourism security? Well, the first thing is, whom are we protecting? One, we're obviously protecting visitors. But not all visitors are good. Some visitors come to be criminals. So we have to teach our police how to distinguish between the good tourists and the bad tourists. That's a very different type of concept. Secondly, tourism security is all about protecting the people in the tourism industry. It is dangerous often to work in a hotel. It can be dangerous to work as a waiter and you're carrying money at night to the bank. It can be dangerous to work as a taxi driver or an Uber driver. We have to figure out ways to protect the people who work in the industry because, again, not all tourists are good. Around the world, I'm sure this doesn't happen in Bali, but around the world, a housekeeper in a hotel has a higher probability of being assaulted than a police officer. Think about it. How many people wake up in the morning and say, I think I'll go rape a police officer? Very few. But how many people in the tourism industry work in hotels and they're illegal immigrants? Are they part of trafficking? Are they part of sex exploitation? And those people are afraid to speak to the police because they're afraid if they announce who they are, they're going to lose their livelihood. And so once again, they're easy victims, and we have to understand that. Next, tourism security is about taking care of location. How many people decide to take a towel as a souvenir from a hotel, or whatever little thing it is? Well, you know, one towel is not going to break the Marriott Hotel. But if everybody takes a towel, now you have a tremendous amount of pilferage. If everyone decides to steal salt shakers, or people on planes will say, I'm just taking a blanket as a souvenir. No, you're stealing. That blanket doesn't belong to you. And therefore, protecting a plane is just a location in the air. If we don't protect that part of the tourism industry, it can't survive economically. And therefore, we have to come up with ways to be able to do that. We have to protect in tourism security the economy. Tourism is all about being a business. And a business does not survive if it does not have a profit. It goes out of business. And if you have pilferage, or if you have a crime, or whatever it happens to be, your business is not going to survive. So there has to be a connection. And last but not least, we have to protect reputation. Remember, I started off saying, when an event takes place, the further you are from it, the longer it lasts and the worse it seems. Well, you know what? If you're coming to a place like Bali, you're traveling a long way to get here. So that means if there's an incident in Bali, by the time it gets to Australia, by the time it gets to the United States, we have a very different situation. It sounds like the whole island is in flames. It may not be, but by the time the media, which is not always honest, gets at some of this, they exaggerate. I work in Mexico. The difference between Mexico and Costa Rica. In Costa Rica, if I shoot you, it'll be on the last page on a small little article. In Mexico, if I sneeze, there'll be a headline saying, possible biochemical attack in Mexico City. That's a difference. Now, to give you one idea of just how important tourism security is, and Jens and I were speaking about this at lunch a little bit, I'm just going to focus in on the Caribbean for just a few moments. The Caribbean is consistently losing market share. Why? There are really 4 reasons. One reason is that the climate in the Caribbean is irregular. From July through November, you can be wiped out by a hurricane. And therefore, to spend a lot of money and to be wiped out by a hurricane, you don't want to go. People don't want to chance it. 2, the Caribbean is overpriced. For what you get, it's not worth it. 3, customer service is horrendous. And I'm in the Caribbean all the time, and I often feel when I'm paying that I'm the enemy instead of the customer. But those 3 things are not the key element to losing market share. The real element is the lack of safety in the Caribbean. When I'm in Curacao on a Thursday afternoon, I know the jewelry store below the Marriott is going to get robbed. Why? Because every Thursday it gets robbed. It's just part of the normal cycle. When people are afraid of being shot on the street, when people are afraid they're going to be robbed, they don't want to come back. And those incidents travel quickly. How do people, the wealthier you are, the more education you have, the less you believe the written word, and the more you believe word of mouth. Think of an election. If you get some pamphlet, you look at it and throw it away. But if your friend sits down with you and says, vote for this candidate and not that candidate, you're going to pay a lot more attention to it. If someone comes back from a place and says, it was wonderful, that's great word of mouth advertising. If someone comes back and says, yeah, it's okay, but you know, I really was afraid to go out after 8 o'clock at night, that's not such good advertising, to say the least. So that means we have to come up with ways to be able to determine that. I'm Jewish, our national sport is talking, so I have to be careful. How much time do I have? Just keep going? I'm finished. You tell me I'm done. All right. I'll just give you just one or two quick things, and because Jeffrey told me I'm done, I'm done. It's all right, he's Jewish too. So it's all right, you're a Jewish atheist. A few things we need to work with. One, you cannot have tourism security if you do not have a good responsibility with the courts. You have to have, if the police officer arrests you and the courts let you out, you've wasted your time. Two, you have to have good signage. For example, I admit I've only been here a day, but I've not seen one sign telling me where a police department is. Or if I lost my passport, what do I do? In other words, it is important that people know what to do in an emergency. And an emergency for me is different than an emergency for a local person from Bali. I don't have a bank here. I need a passport to get on my plane home. If my credit card doesn't work, I'm out of money. Those are key elements that a local person is not in quite the same situation. So we need to have ways of helping people to find. Now, security is not only negative, it's also positive. So I'm going to end with a story and a quote. And this is a quote, a story that took place in Disneyland. The officer, I'll tell you his name was Wiggins. And one day he saw a woman, he worked at Disneyland, at Disney World, Disneyland in California. And he saw a woman sitting down and crying. And he went up to her, he's a police officer, he said, "Ma'am, what's the problem?" And she said, "I lost my passport." He said, "Did someone steal it?" "No, I just lost it." So she wasn't accusing anybody of a crime, but she lost her passport. He said, "What can I do?" She said, "I called my embassy, my consulate in Los Angeles. It's 4 o'clock and they told me they close at 5 and they will do nothing to help me." He said, "Don't worry, I will get you there." Because he was a tourism police officer, he had the right to make a decision on the spot. He took her in a patrol car, drove from Anaheim to Los Angeles, got there at 4:50, like 10 minutes, walked into her country's consulate and said, "Here she is, give her a passport." And she got a temporary passport to go home. Let me ask you, what was her opinion of the United States after that? Pretty high. What's her opinion of her own country? Pretty low. That's what tourism security is all about. It means changing things so that you leave a positive image in the person's mind rather than a negative. Now, some of the people told me this morning that I should give some sort of quote in Hebrew. So as you know, who started the tourism industry? You all know that. It was Moses. He took the first group tour from Egypt. It took 40 years, but he got there. And at the end of the tour, he said, "Hine natati lefanechem et chayim v'et hamovet, uvachartem b'chayim." Now, some of your Hebrew might be a little bit weak, so I'll translate. "Behold, I'm putting before you life or death. Choose life." That's what tourism security is all about. Choose life. When we choose security, when we choose safety, we're choosing life for the tourism industry. Thank you.
And the police just came to arrest everyone, so please stay inside. And we're going to start our session with Dr. Peter Tarlow. He brought his son, who is a criminal attorney from Texas. So if anyone needs any help, we got it covered. Peter, where are you? Okay, this is our attorney. His rate is about $1,500 an hour, and he takes cash.
All right, thank you, Jürgen. Yeah, we would like to invite Bapa Hari. He is the director of Vital Project and Object Security from Bali Government Police Office. And of course, this workshop on the safety and security with Dr. Peter Talo, along with her son, Nathanael.
I'm just going to wait till the police are able to come up here.
Yeah.
So
Hari,
if my
mohon.
Canadian friends would let him, if my Canadian friends would be kind enough to. If my Canadian friends, si mes amis canadiens voulaient, merci, venir ici. This is going to be an interactive session. So if I can get people to come as close as possible, or at least somewhat in range, you're going to enjoy it more. So this is going to be a three-part session. The first part is I'm going to ask you some questions, and we're going to, hopefully there's another microphone that we can pass around. The second part is that we're going to talk a little bit about law and tourism and tourism safety. And then the third part will be how to train your police force and how to determine what your priorities are. So we'll do it that way in three different parts. But the first part, and do we have someone with an extra microphone so people can go around? Hello, Jürgen or somebody? So what I'm going to ask you to do, what I'm going to ask starting to do is I'd like you to not, one, we've never taken the time to introduce each other, but secondly, tell me what you know or don't know or would like to know about tourism security. Because as you heard me speak yesterday, without security, there is no tourism. It will fall apart. But tourism security is very wide. It touches everything from medical issues to issues dealing with hotels. It deals with safety. It deals with security. I went through this hotel, and I hope I don't insult anybody by saying it, but if you had a good tourism security police department here, you would have picked up a number of safety irregularities. For example, when you go to the 6th floor to eat lunch, notice how slippery those floors would be if it's wet, and they're all the same color. That means it would be very easy for somebody to fall, and it's a hard marble. In the same way, think about the signage at this hotel and how hard it is to get around. Now those are, or if you're, at least in my bathroom, not only does the water go all over the place, but the floor is marble and it's incredibly easy to slip and break your head. Now, those are basic things that a good police department would indicate. One of the things a good tourism police department does, it knows the name of every manager of a hotel. It has gone through the hotel. It can evacuate the hotel in under 2 minutes. It knows exactly what problems are there and not there. That's just hotels. I'm also talking about attractions. I'm talking about restaurants. I'm talking about people on the street. I'm talking about airports. When I came into the airport, I never saw a police officer. I had no idea where, and luckily somebody met me. But if somebody had not met me, I would have not known where to go. The airplane gets you to the airport, but it's not the airline's responsibility to get you to the street. And therefore, that becomes an issue. In many parts of the world, when you get off of an airplane, you end up having a mass of people coming up to you. For example, in San Jose, Costa Rica, I'm constantly seeing people, especially women travelers, in tears. Because come here, I'm pushing you this way, that way. It doesn't work. If I cannot tell you how often I have stood at San Jose Airport, because I speak Spanish, and say, don't worry, I'll take care of you. I'll help you go where you go. That's part of tourism safety. Tourism safety refers also to how good your signage is, how simple it is to drive. If you are someone who's not used to driving on the left-hand side, they're confused. And yet there were very few signs. So we're talking a major area. We're talking about health. We're talking about the ability that if I get sick, who's going to help me? Each one of those are essential parts of tourism safety. So I'd like to begin with my friend from Slovenia, and I'm going to go through. Would you tell me something you'd like to know about tourism security? Tell us your name. I don't know where the guy is for the microphone, so I'll just do it.
My name?
Yes, you know your name, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Tanja Mihalic from Slovenia.
And what's one thing you'd like to know about tourism security?
Will they help me?
Okay. What does she mean by what will they help me? In other words, if I'm a tourist, am I in the same situation as a local person? Absolutely. I lose my passport. What do? All of a sudden, my credit card gets stolen. How do I handle it? Someone has picked my pocket. Where do I go? Those are all issues. Notice, when Jürgen began, he said, the police are here. We won't arrest you. What is the problem? We have to create positive images of the police, not negative. And how often do I see parents saying, if you're a bad boy or you're a bad girl, I'm going to call the police. Right away, you're creating a negative image. So therefore, we have to get beyond that negative image to create an image where the police, one, serve and only then protect. But the first part of tourism security is serving, then protecting. Okay, we're going to have my friend here from Montenegro. Something you'd like to learn about tourism security?
Yes, so Alexandra from Montenegro. I really like this issue about security, and I would like to know like the difference between regular police and tourism police, because in many countries I've seen that there is tourism police.
Yes.
On site.
The question was, what is the difference between regular police and tourism police? It's very similar to medicine. Everyone who becomes an MD, a doctor, has gone through medical training. But then some people are specialists when it comes to the foot or the heart or the liver or the brain or whatever it happens to be. In the same way, everyone who goes through policing is a police officer. Everyone is a police officer. Now we have specialization. Some police, and then we have subspecialization. So we have, for example, a tourism police officer knows how do you handle a crowd? How do you control a football game? How do you know hotel security? How do you know working with a foreign tourist? In other words, they are specialists within the world of policing. So it's not that they're less police. They are full police officers, but who are specialists in the area of visitors. So very good question.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, ask.
As far as I know, we don't have it in Montenegro.
No, but we're going to have it.
Okay. Yes, I hope.
We're going to have it. Yes, and get next people here. Yeah. Would you like to answer the question or tell? Okay. Let's go to, what would you like to know about tourism police? Sir, does he speak English? I don't know what he said, but that's okay. What would you like to know about security?
When I can travel safely solo. I mean, I'm a woman, and if I go somewhere, I need to feel safe.
Excellent point. By the way, where those of you who are, here's a piece of information. Who is more at risk? A man or how many people think women when they travel? How many people think men? No, how many people? Let's try again. How many people think it is more dangerous for a single woman to travel than a single man? If you think so, raise your hand. How many people think it's more dangerous for a man than for a woman? And you know, and you're all wrong. The number one group of victims tends to be men, not women. What age group? What is the most dangerous time? When you're under 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 50, or 50 and above? How many people think under 20? No one. How many people think 20 to 30? 1, 2, okay, 3. Good. How many people think 30 to 50? How many think 50 and above? How many people think old people like me? The answer is 20 to 30. The person who is most at risk is a male traveling by himself between the ages of 20 and 30. Why? You tell me. Why is that? Okay, I'm going to help you. You have an idea?
In my opinion, at that age, people are open to try new things, include illegal things. That's why it makes them...
You're very much on point. Notice, most people, first of all, women are smarter than men. They think. Men tend not to think. Secondly, if you have sons and daughters, how do we raise them differently? When Nathaniel would go out to play, I'd say, okay, go out to play, be safe, come home at 6 o'clock. When my daughter went out to play, I said, don't speak to anyone. I gave all sorts of instructions. Young girls from the time they're born are taught safety. We rarely teach safety to young men. The group that believes it is infallible, that it cannot be defeated, that it's stronger than anyone, are young men. So they get themselves in trouble. But notice, the statistics do not tell the truth. Women will call a police department and say that they had whatever problem. Men do not say it. So most police statistics are wrong. I'm not saying that the police are lying. I'm saying they do not get all the information. A matter of fact, for every crime reported to police, there are probably 10 crimes that have not been reported. So if you read that it's 1 in 10,000, it's probably 10 in 10,000. In other words, most visitors do not report crime. Why? Think about it. If someone robs me here, do I know where to find the police? I know right now with Harry, but normally I wouldn't know. Would I know where to find a police officer? No, there are no police officers here. Do I speak the language? No. And if I'm leaving tomorrow, what is the chance, and I write a full police report, what's going to happen? Nothing. I've just wasted 3 hours of my last day in Bali accomplishing absolutely nothing. So you know what? Tourists don't go to the police. They don't report it. That's an issue. That when good tourism policing means that we find the visitor doesn't have to find us. And that's a completely different way of doing policing. Okay? So notice, the number one group, how many police departments, does your police department have a special section to take care of men? Officer Harry? Does your police department have a special section to take care of 25-year-old men? Probably not. No, I'm sure you don't. But we spend a lot of time protecting women who don't need the protection, and we spend no time protecting men who do need the protection. Notice the difference. Most crimes happen to young men. Very rarely do they happen to young women. When it happens to a young woman, they make a lot of noise. But men are ashamed that they were robbed or whatever, and therefore, you know what happens? They say nothing. For example, even in rape, between 15 and 20% of all rapes are against men. But a man won't say it, he'll just suffer. And so the statistics do not show what the reality is. And you know the famous statement, there's lies, lies, and statistics. So you have to be really careful in what you say. This gentleman over here.
I think I would just love to learn a few instances about what might be, from your experience, critical situations that many tourists are not very aware of.
Okay, what are some of the critical situations we have? One, what happens in a natural phenomena, a natural crisis? A major rainstorm, a hurricane, an earthquake. The local person knows what to do. The visitor has no idea what to do. And if the police have not been trained in helping that person is on their own. If you're here, and God forbid there's an earthquake right now, the locals can walk home or whatever they need to do. What is going to happen? What are you going to hear on the news? Major earthquake in Bali, hundreds of people dead, thousands of people, whatever. And you know what happens? My wife sitting at home, or my family sitting at home, oh my God, he's dead. But the communications has just gone down. I can't communicate. So I am not only stressed because I'm dealing with an earthquake, I'm also stressed because my family, I know my family is worried about me and I can't communicate with them. And if the electricity goes down, if you're in your own house, you know what? You can go home. What happens if the electricity goes down? No gas, no credit card, no money. I live by my credit card. So all of a sudden, my entire life is changed radically. That's just one example. I can give you hundreds, but that's just one. Next person. Would you like to? Okay, this gentleman over here.
Well, sure, it's been enlightening. So, Dr. Tarlo, I think ensuring safety of tourists is paramount to the tourist industry, right?
Yes.
Maybe I would like to hear your insights of the key challenges in regard how, well, we have talked about the communities. Let's talk about the SMEs, right? And how can SMEs play the active role in enhancing the safety? And one more, I think it's interesting because we have the government people here. And to what extent should the SMEs collaborate with local authorities or law enforcement agencies to improve the safety standards and emergency response, like you said?
Excellent question. Okay, so the first part of it is, it's a two-way street. One, a good tourism security police knows the SMEs. I know your name. I visited your store. I visited your location. You can call upon me. In other words, when you call the police, you don't know who you're getting. You could get somebody who's good, or you could get somebody who's bad. Here are two organizations that save lives: medicine and police. What's the difference, at least in the United States? If you tell me all doctors are bad, I'll say, no, that's not true, because I know my doctor's name. I know who he is. He examined me. I have a relationship. If you tell me all police are bad, I don't know who they are. I don't know their name. I've never met them. That's part of tourism policing. If you're developing an SME, the tourism police should know your name and vice versa. They should come into your store or your location. Sir, what do you need? How can I help you? Here's my telephone number. And one of the things I teach police is they give out their cell phone number. If you need something, you don't call the police station, you call me. Now that changes the entire way you see things. Okay? Okay, you're not going to ask a question. Can I ask a question? No? My friend here will definitely ask a
I
question.
always love asking questions.
Yes,
my
she's
whole
good.
life around that. Yeah, I believe in Socrates. Always ask questions. I think the topic that was just raised brought up my interest is actually empathy. Empathy training for police, but also in industry. Empathy for other people, but also self-empathy, because police officers in particular are quite under a lot of pressure to deal with a lot of risk factors and having to deal with relationships which require empathy. And that is how important do you believe it? I know in Australia, a colleague of mine, police inspector, does training and has implemented that in Australia for police officers.
So there's a lot of parts to empathy. Let's talk about, for example, who is better, and again, this is a generalization. Okay, this is a generalization. On the whole, who deals better with stress, men or women? Wrong. Men. Think about it. When you go through customs, do you want a woman customs officer or do you want a male customs officer? Always a man, why? Because women look at very particular things. Men tend to look at the broad picture. Now, on top of that, men, maybe because they're used to at home, we are trained to not listen. So if I say, where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? Where's the bathroom, sir? The woman gets frustrated in the end because she keeps listening. Men don't listen. Over there, it doesn't matter. Now, second part to this. In order to determine good police officers, again, that doesn't mean there are not women who are wonderful police officers in tourism and men who are terrible. But I'm only giving you a statistical guess, okay? The second part of picking someone is, have they studied other cultures? And the third part of this is, do you know a foreign language? One of the key elements I insist in tourism policing is making sure that everyone is at least bilingual. Better trilingual, but at least bilingual. Why? Because it's a struggle to learn to think in a different format. And therefore, if you are able, when you learn another language, it's not just to communicate, it's to understand the totality of the way that language thinks. How do you divide? In English, you can say I was, I am, I was, I will be. In Spanish, to say I was could be fui, era, tenía, tuve, hice, hacía. There are 8 ways to say I was in Spanish, and there's 1 way to say it in English. And each one of those ways is different in Spanish and a different meaning. When you learn a different language, you learn a different culture. You learn a different way to think. And therefore, good tourism policing means I can put myself in your shoes. You don't have to put yourself in my shoes. So, for empathy, 1, I want people who are able to think in other cultures. It doesn't mean that women cannot be empathetic, but on the whole, most men are not afraid to touch someone, to put their arm around someone, to show a certain amount of empathy that we don't necessarily get with women police officers. Again, I want to emphasize, that doesn't mean a woman can't do it. It just means I'm giving a statistical guess. That's all I'm giving. In the end, you have to think about the individual. Okay, so let's stay over here, and then we're going to switch over. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I missed. I wasn't me. Sir.
Thank you so much. But the first time, I'm very sorry if my language is not so.
I'll work with you. You'll get it good.
Yes, Dr. Charlo, what is your opinion? What is your opinion if the crime is being done by the foreign tourists.
Yes.
Because in Bali, I have data from January until the August of 2023. We have other. We have 29. We have 29 cases of crime, and in September we have 6 cases of, and the suspect is
a foreigner,
foreign tourists.
Yes. Not all tourists are good. Some tourists come specifically to commit crime. Other times it's crimes of passion. One of the things we know is, for example, many tourists they want to get a new camera, so they lose their camera on purpose. In other words, and then I make a police report so that I can call the insurance company and say, someone stole my camera. Other times, tourists will overdrink. They will get on drugs. They will even kill each other. First rule, you must always be a police officer first. Secondly, we work with the foreign government, with the consulate. That means that the tourism police have to know all the consulates in Bali or wherever you have to work. 3, and Nathaniel's going to talk about this in just a moment, you need to understand, be able to explain local law. The law of the land is the law the tourist has to live on. So because I'm a foreigner here, does not mean that I don't follow Indonesian law. When I'm in Indonesia, I have to follow Indonesian law. Now, we have to make it clear to people what it is, and police officers have discretion. For example, let me give you a problem in my town we have with German tourists. In the United States, you cannot go to the bathroom, especially a man, in public. In other words, you have to go to a restroom. You have to go to a bathroom. But we have a problem with German tourists who, if they need to urinate, they just go behind the building and they urinate. Now that is illegal in the United States.
But there is many in here.
Yes, the Germans like to urinate a lot.
There are some.
Yes, it's a.
Yes, I'm very sorry that there are so many foreign tourists do that.
Yes, you're right. So this is what we do. We give, for example, I'm just giving, many German tourists, they just don't know, okay? They're not trying to break the law. They just don't know. Maybe in Germany, people urinate on the street. I don't know. But in the United States, you can't do that. So we give a warning and we say, sir, Mr. German, you're in the United States. You must use the bathroom. You cannot do it the first time. But it's noted. We take the passport number down. If you do it a second time, you will go to jail. So that we make it clear. Now, we don't put them in jail for a long time. We put them in jail for a few hours, but it's enough to scare them. Okay? But so we have to understand what are the problems, what are the types of crime. Now, if someone urinates in public, no one's going to die. It's not like I shot you. It's just they went behind a building or a tree and urinated. So it's not, a terrible crime, but it still cannot be accepted. So we give them a warning, we teach them, and we give the warning both in English and German to make sure there's no misunderstanding. Yes, Moody.
Yeah, the challenge is what about if the challenge is in the policy, whereas yes, by law you can't do that, but then when it comes to enforcement, the policy on enforcing the consequences is not there. For example, yeah, how let's say the policing
in most countries, and I don't know Indonesia, but tourism police are given wide discretion. So it says the law may say this, but the police officer is given the chance to enforce the law or not to enforce the law as needed. So one of the things you have to do is when we develop tourism police is we have to train the police, but also train the politicians. And I'll talk about that a little bit later. Okay, questions here. And then I'm going to switch it over to Nathaniel.
Just one more, Dr. Peter
Yes.
Talo, sorry. When it comes to politician, how do we educate or train politician? Yeah, I mean, in your
It's
experience.
called elections. It's called elections. Okay?
Election. Oh, election.
Elections. In other words, I make it a major issue and I tell the politicians, oh, you're running for office? What do you know about tourism? Bali lives on tourism. Are you going to work with me or not? If not, you don't get my vote. Politicians are interested in three things: power, votes, and money. You take the votes away, there's no power or money.
Yeah, I would like to know the difference between safety and security.
Excellent question. What is the difference between safety and security? Actually, there's three terms: safety, security, and surety. So let me go over the difference. I once asked the question, I sent out a tourism newsletter that if anyone would like to get, you just let me know, it's for free. And so I asked the question, what is the difference between safety and security? I got probably 5,000 answers and everyone was different. That means nobody knows the answer. So I'm going to give you my answer, how I use it in the United States government. It doesn't mean it's perfect. It means it's what I do in the US government, nothing more. Security is when I am intentionally trying to harm you, either bodily, economically, or some form. In other words, I know that you could slip. I take away any signs saying dangerous, slippery road. I put poison in the buffet. I've done something to harm you one way or the other. Safety is something which is reflexive. In other words, I didn't see the stairs. Today, if you notice, it would be illegal in many countries. Going up and down the stage, there was no banister. If somebody tripped, they would fall. Now, if the police had been here, they would have given a fine to this hotel because you do not have stairs where there's no banister going up and down. But that's a safety issue. Nobody did it on purpose. But if there was a banister and I knew you were going to fall and I took it away, that's a security issue. Surety refers in tourism, safety, security, economic survival, and reputation. That means you have to work with somebody like Thomas Steinmetz to develop good reputation. Because if I have good safety and security and nobody knows about it, it doesn't help. So I have to have both do it and know it. Okay? So again, on the whole, safety is something that I do to myself or inadvertently. Security is something I do to you. It's causative. Okay, intentional. Now what I'm going to do first, I'm going to switch for a little while, then we're going to come back. But I'm going to ask my son Nathaniel if he would speak a little about, because we're really talking about law here. So I'm going to have him speak a little bit about law and security in tourism. And, you know, he's the Peter Tarlow new improved version.
I'm not as good looking, but I'm trying. Firstly, Nathaniel Tarlow, that's my name. I want to thank you all for having me. In particular, I want to thank Ratna for conducting the Master of Ceremonies job. I want to thank Moody for organizing this conference, and of course at her side, Ninik, wherever she is, there you are. I want to thank Thomas Steinmetz and the WTN, and I want to thank my dad. So I want to talk to you a little bit about some legalities and also about security, and we'll touch on some things. I'll try to organize some of what we've talked about in this conference in something of a chronologically intelligent way. So here in Indonesia, you have from Sumatra all the way to Papua, a large archipelago of islands with different languages. And one thing this country has done is made sure that there is a national language that unites everybody. And that is, of course, Bahasa Indonesia. So I want to say that the word security in Bahasa, it's securitas. Mentalitas, mentality is securitas, is security. And I can't stress to you enough how important mentality is. So we are here in Bali, for example, and when people talk about Indonesia worldwide, if you say, for example, hey, I went to Indonesia, to your friend back in your own foreign country, the first question they'll usually say is, oh, were you in Bali? Because people associate tourism to Indonesia heavily with tourism to Bali. So mentalitas. We here in Bali have to make sure that we understand that what goes on in Bali, good or bad, reflects on the entirety of the Republic of Indonesia. And therefore, you all here in Bali have a strong responsibility because you are the one carrying the Indonesian flag from a tourism standpoint throughout the whole world. If Bali is doing something right, Indonesia is doing something right. And if Bali's doing something wrong, Indonesia is doing something wrong. So I really want to impress upon everyone here today, not just from Bali, but from everywhere else in Indonesia, that it is in the entire country's best interests that Bali be a success, because this is the mirror that reflects Indonesia to the world. Now, we heard a lot about everything from climate change to capacity. Is that kapasitas in Bahasa Indonesia? We here in Bali have to think about kapasitas. And one of the things is that just as Bali is a reflection of all of Indonesia, and that's a rather limited piece of land that makes a reflection on the whole country, Bali is really largely reflected, as far as I can tell, from Uluwatu up through to Kuta, and then again, there's a pocket at Ubud. There's the whole rest of the island, and not a lot of people are getting there. So why am I talking about this? Okay, here in Bali, we have to make sure that we have the mentality to remember that capacity has the possibility to hurt the image of the island if we are too crowded in a place like the stretch from Uluwatu all the way up through Denpasar, that area. So even if you as a small or medium-sized enterprise, and beyond that, the government, the police, the tourism engine of Bali, both private sector and public sector, might just be thinking about your restaurant, your warung, your hotel. But if this area becomes too crowded and a tourist comes and said, hey, I came to Bali thinking it was going to be a peaceful, natural place, and it's so much traffic and it's so crowded, that reflects badly on the whole island and then the whole country. So it might actually make sense to promote Singaraja, or promote Ahmed, or promote Lombok, or promote Eastern Java, just to ease some of the crowding here in Bali, so Bali can protect its reputation as a peaceful place. Because we're here talking about security, and of course, Director Hari knows that if somebody is, let's say, has their purse stolen or has a motorbike accident, they're going to take home an unpleasant memory of Bali, and they might not come back. But hey, that's one reason. If they come to Bali, no motorbike accident, no loss of a purse, no loss of a mobile phone, but they just think it's too crowded or that it's too polluted or too noisy, they also might not come back to Bali. So regardless of the reason, if somebody doesn't want to come back, you don't get their business a second time, whether it's the stealing a mobile phone or whether it's just a perception that it's too crowded. So mentalitas is securitas, and we have to have the right mentality to secure, not just physically, but economically, what's going on in Bali for the sake of the island and for the sake of the country. So my dad talked about one of the mechanisms for making the law through the, of course, legal channels, through the legislative or executive powers that exist here, work to help tourism. If you, for example, as a political leader are not taking tourism seriously enough, then you as a voter should take that into account if you're living from tourism. So how do we get the attention of politicians? If you own, for example, one restaurant, you can approach a politician and say, hey, I own this restaurant. I'd like to know what's going on in this or that sector of security. What are you doing to help? Well, that's one option. What if you gather together 500 restaurants in an association, and then you approach that politician? Which is more powerful? One restaurant owner or 500 restaurant owners? So somebody or more than one person needs to do, on behalf of any sector of these small to medium-sized enterprises, some organizing to make sure that any one particular sector's interests economically are being heard by lawmakers, are getting to the desk of lawmakers. If you own a restaurant, get together with colleagues in a similar league. Let's say it's a medium-priced restaurant. Okay, fine, others in that category. And also have people from lower-priced or higher-priced restaurants join you. Yes, they might have a different market share, but people need to eat, and restaurants are in the business of feeding them. So it's very important that people in different sectors that affect tourism reach out to others and really organize collectively, because the police, for example, have a lot of work to do. They've got to keep traffic flowing. They've got to keep people physically safe. They've got to respond in the event of a crime or a natural disaster. So if you have an issue that is important to you, it's not their job to come and knock on your door and say, are you okay, all the time. They don't have the manpower for that. It's your job to make sure the police are informed about what's going on in the community. They cannot be everywhere at once. It is your job as members of the community to be the eyes and ears of the police. That's critically important. Sure, it is their job to be tapped into things, but it's your job to make their job even easier. I also want to talk about the fact that, as Director Hari has pointed out, a lot of the situations that they're having to deal with in their capacity as law enforcement are being brought up by tourists who, knowingly or unknowingly, are not behaving right. And I'm sorry to say that when people have a few too many bintongs, they just leave their common sense and their decency at home. And maybe a thought to consider is two things. One thing is, upon arrival in Bali, maybe a printed form, perhaps in English, maybe you could have some other languages to give to arrivals when they arrive, of just 10 rules. 10 rules to follow in Bali, and just hand them out as people wait in line to go through passport control. Some people might read them, some people might not, but let's get that information out there. And another idea would be to train ambassadors from the Balinese community to be at particular sites of touristic interest, for example, temples in Ubud or beaches here in Uluwatu. And if they see something wrong, to be trained to approach a tourist who's not behaving himself or herself and say, hey, excuse me, politely, here in Bali, we'd ask that you not engage in this type of behavior. We're happy to have you here. We respect you. Please respect our ways. And have somebody approach and do that. It's going to seem a little weird at first, and I know Indonesians can be shy about approaching foreigners, but let's train people to do that, because if you do it in a way that is tactful and diplomatic and polite, sooner or later, that person who receives the message is going to have to make a choice. Do I want to offend my hosts, or do I want to conduct myself? And some of these people are just not doing it knowingly. So let's train a corps of ambassadors who can go to people and politely correct their behavior in a way that preserves the dignity of the people of the island and preserves the dignity of the tourist as well. Remember, we've heard speakers say to us, it's not just about the memories you take home, it's about the impression you give the locals. And we, as tourists, have a responsibility to our hosts. So let's train our hosts to train us to gently guide us when we're not acting right. Another thing is that, what are we selling here in Bali? We are selling the beauty of the island and the culture of the island. Now, we addressed respecting the culture with the possibility of enacting a policy of giving out forms with 10 rules to follow or 10 suggestions and training some ambassadors, but we also protect the beauty of the island. So we need to impress upon everybody who's visiting this island that plastic is a problem, not just because it's unsightly on the sidewalk, but because it creates damage in the ocean. We need to impress upon people that throwing cigarette butts or whatever else they do is also a problem. It starts small, but it gets bigger. And we need to make sure that rubbish and environmental control measures are in place. Rubbish control measures and environmental control measures, excuse me. So mentalitas, of course, as I was saying, is securitas. We have to make sure that our mentality is right. And I want to impress upon the people who are in this room that we recognize here at WTN that you're here because you care about your community, you care about tourism, you care about the economy, you care about the people, and you care about the country. So you all are in a good position to reach out to people that you know through various methods, interpersonal interaction, social media, trade organizations that either exist or that you can start in order to connect and make these networks so that politicians and lawmakers can know and understand what your concerns are as people in the field, people who own restaurants, people who own tour companies, people who rent out motorbikes. It's your job to make sure that they hear you. Now, I want to take a moment also to discuss some other concerns that we are going to have to address, okay? We talked about capacity. We talked about how that impacts the environment. We talked about how that's bringing tourists to the island. I want you to understand the future is now. And I know how cliche that sounds, but two things are going on and have been going on, but are really picking up speed that I want to talk to you about. Number one is the existence of social media and what factor it plays and what role it plays in bringing people to Bali, both good and bad. And number two is the fact that emerging economies are producing a lot more tourists. When I was a child, decades ago, Indonesians really were not traveling to foreign countries. Now Indonesia is slated to be the 5th largest economy in the world by the year 2050, and you see travel agents all over Indonesia, Jakarta, here, other places, advertising trips to Europe. Years ago, you just didn't see that. If Indonesians are traveling to European countries, you can bet that other emerging economies are traveling to Bali. So tourist numbers are about to go up, way up. We talked about capacity. We need to manage that capacity. Earlier I mentioned, hey, let's promote Lombok. Hey, let's promote East Java, because this place might just get too crowded. And if it's too crowded, people will use, here it is, social media to say, hey, I went to Bali, kind of disappointed. It was so much traffic. And as I mentioned earlier, not all of Bali is Kuta. Not all of Bali is Uluwatu. Let's make sure we're spreading people out throughout Bali and throughout neighboring islands so that we preserve the reputation of this country as a peaceful, green, natural place. And if we aren't careful and we just let people come and just stay I mean, we can't force them, but we don't encourage people to go beyond certain tourist corridors and certain tourist hotspots, we're going to start losing some business and losing some reputation. And I don't want to see that. And I know that you all really don't want to see that. So there is an interest in making sure as capacity ramps up that we manage it intelligently. Now, as for social media, some people come to Bali because they saw it on Instagram. They don't even know why they come here. They just feel like they kind of have to because their friend came here. That's an opportunity. But it's also what we call in English a double-edged sword, something that can cut for you or something that can cut against you. If they come and Bali lives up to what they thought they were going to get based on social media, great, you've accomplished your mission. They came, they were happy, they go home, they tell people, oh, Indonesia was great, Bali was great. But if they come with their expectations raised from social media and we don't meet them, or we disappoint them, not only has Bali lost, some of its reputation and another repeat tourist who might not come, but Indonesia too takes a hit. So it's important that we remember we are living in a day and age where travel has never been easier, tourist numbers have never been higher, countries providing tourists that list has expanded, and social media is playing such a big role. So we can use social media, for example, to try to ease some of the congestion here by promoting some other areas in order to spread that around. In addition, places like Singaraja or places like Ahmed deserve some of these tourism rupiah as well. So let's help them get it. Let's do that. I want to again stress mentalitas is securitas. We have to make sure that we have the right mentality. And the right mentality is a community-minded mentality about Bali as a community. It's not just your restaurant, your hotel. It's your island. It's your country. And it's important that we make sure that we use networks of similarly minded people and change the thinking, change the mentalitas to protect what we have here on this island and to encourage those who make laws and make policy to hear what those needs are. It is incumbent upon you all to connect with each other, to connect with other tourism professionals in order to safeguard this island and this country's reputation in the world. So it's going to be up to people like you all who drive this country's tourism engine to appeal to lawmakers, to hand out those forms at the airport, to train that corps of ambassadors to be at tourism sites, and to make sure that you change the culture of this island even more so to accommodate the ever-growing numbers of tourists who are arriving from different countries that before didn't produce tourists. And let's also remember, countries that haven't produced tourists in the past are producing new tourists today. And some of them are new to travel and don't always behave in a way that an experienced tourist might know already how to behave. So this is another challenge we have to face. It is incumbent upon people to make sure that they have the right way of thinking here in Bali so that they can safeguard their own economic revenue generator for themselves and for Indonesia. Are there any questions I can take? Any suggestions? Any thoughts? Anyone? Okay, thank you all for listening. I appreciate your attention.
How much time do we have, Jürgen? It doesn't matter, we can go on. Pardon? We're in Indonesia, so there's no concept of time. So by 7 o'clock, you want me to end? For those of you who are interested in tourism security, I've written about 10 books on it. I just brought one. This is Tourism-Oriented Policing and Protection Services. So this is kind of a manual for police departments and how to do tourism security, step by step. I'm gonna let, is it Chief Harry or thank you so much. I can't give it to you, it's my daughter's, but you can look at it. You can't steal it. I'll have to call the police. But you can look at it now. Yes, I would love to give it to you, but actually I didn't know I was going to be seeing you, so I grabbed my daughter's copy at home, so I had to give it back to her. So it was at least give you an idea of some of the issues. So let's talk a little bit about developing safety and security. Nathaniel brought up some of the concepts of Bali, but they're basic concepts that we need to talk about. And we started talking about some of them. Before I finish though, did anybody here have a question before I switched over? Nope, okay. So, first of all, let me go over a little bit again, the basis of tourism security. You're going to protect the visitor, and who do you protect the visitor from? One, we protect visitors from themselves. Most visitors don't think. So we do stupid things. We leave our telephone on the table. We leave the doors open. By the way, Officer Harry, what group is most prone to be robbed when they travel? What profession? Take a guess. Police officers. Yes, yes. Police officers believe they cannot be robbed. But when they travel, you're not a police officer. And so what happens is when I'm at police conferences, the police leave their doors open at a hotel. The police walk around. How many police officers walk around with their phone in their back pocket when they travel? What is the easiest place to steal a phone? Back pocket. How many police officers keep their wallet in their back pocket when they travel? What is the easy, pardon? Yes, what is the easy? Yes, it should be in your front pocket with 2 rubber bands around it. Okay? But notice, people don't think. So 1 is protecting visitors against themselves. 2 is protecting visitors against the locals. Because if I want to rob you and I'm a local, I speak the local language. I know the local layout. You don't. 3, you want to protect visitors against other visitors. There, for example, if you have a festival, I don't know, do you have festivals here in Bali? Do you have festivals in Bali? Okay, if you have a festival, you know what? And I'm a pickpocket, what do? No. The first thing I do is I visit that festival twice, so I know where the police are, I know how often you come, I study you. And then when I'm going to attack, I'm still a visitor, I'm a tourist, but you know what? I'm coming for the purpose of robbing. In terrorism, which is the other side of tourism security, no terrorist ever goes just accidentally. They study the location. I know how many police there are. I know where they are. I know how often they're on patrol. I've studied, I know their schedule. And you know what? Often the police just publish it. It doesn't take much to figure it out. But I'm going to know every single thing about you. So if I'm a tourist who comes for the purpose of harming, I don't come just once. I don't come twice. I come 3 times. For example, in India, you remember the terrible things that took place in Mumbai. I was there the year before. I said to them, you have to allow the police to be in the hotel. The head of the hotel, which is the Gates of India, said, no, I don't want any police officers in the hotel. It'll scare people. What happened? The terrorists came, they paid for rooms, they stayed there 3 days, they studied everything about the hotel, and then when they attacked, the police were on the outside and knew nothing, and the terrorists were on the inside and knew every part of that hotel. Who had the advantage? Obviously the terrorists. Exactly. It doesn't matter where it is. It's always the same pattern. In a case of when I'm coming to do harm, either on the criminal side or the terrorist side, I study it. I'm a professional. Let me show you how professional they are. In Las Vegas, I ran a tourism security conference for 27 years. COVID killed it in the end, but up till COVID, we lasted 27 years. We had people from police officers from 42 countries. This year, I'll be in United Arab Emirates, speaking to 20,000 police officers at the International Police Conference. Every year, I had a pickpocket who was going to attack a police officer. I told the police officer, he's going to steal your watch, your wallet, and your telephone. So you now know exactly what I'm going to do. I told the police officer, this is the man who's going to do it. So you know who's going to attack you, and you know what he's going to attack you. And then I told that gentleman there, you have 5 minutes to do the robbery. So you know the time frame. Who do you think won every year? The police officer or the pickpocket? The pickpocket. Because they're truly professionals, that's all they do. That's all they do, they study it. If you go to jail in Las Vegas and you talk to the pickpockets, they want you to arrest them. You know why? It's a convention. They plan when they're going to get arrested. They know who's going to get arrested. And that's where the city of Las Vegas pays for them to be able to talk to each other, and they share notes. It's not, we think of criminals as just doing something, blah, blah, blah. No, these are hardened professionals. They know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly how they're doing it. And it's thought through. And the difference is we give very little training to police, and we give a tremendous amount. They get, I don't train them, but they have a tremendous amount of training to the criminals. Notice the difference between the two. Notice the difference between the two. So first, we protect the tourist against him or herself. Secondly, we protect the tourist against other visitors. Thirdly, whom else is a threat to the tourist? Whom else is a threat to the tourist? Have any of you ever been on a cab? Anybody ever take a taxi? The tourism industry steals. The tourism industry steals. A taxi cab driver is part of the tourism industry. In Honolulu, I did a study on if you go from in Waikiki, from the airport to the main hotel section of Honolulu. When I did the study, I don't know what the cost is right now, but it should cost you someplace around $40 to get from the airport to the hotel section. If you spoke English with a sort of Hawaiian accent, it was about $40. It could be 38 or 42, depending on but in that range. If you spoke English, but with not a local accent, it was about 45. If you spoke English with a heavy accent, it was about $49. If you didn't speak English, it was about $50. Now, that's only stealing $10, but that's per ride. And that's called a crime of dispersion. In other words, it's a very small crime, but it's passed through the system. So nobody is going to go and write to the police and say, he stole $10 from me. But let's say if you have 10 passengers a day, that's $100. 6 days a week, $600. $600 times 4 weeks a month, $2,400. Let's just say they only work 10 months, $24,000 multiplied by 5,000 police officers. Now we're in the millions of dollars. And it gnaws at the system and destroys it. Next, or for example, I buy a tour. I wanted to see Bali. I did this in Canada when I was training for the Olympics. So I take a tour in Vancouver, Canada. It's a 2-hour tour. So we left. We started taking the tour. And about after half an hour, he says, we're now taking a break at this store. And he keeps me at that store for at least half an hour. And we don't leave until we buy things at his stupid store, which I then discover is owned by his cousin. Very common. You know what? That's stealing. I paid for 2 hours. I ended up with nothing more than 1 hour. It's a gentle stealing. It's a stealing. By the way, hotels do the same. I pay for a full night, 24 hours at a hotel, but I can't check in till 4 and I got to leave at 11. They just took how much of my time away? That's stealing. We don't say it, but it is. And then every little thing you need, I charge you extra. How many things? Oh, well, did you want a pillow? That'll be extra. Did you want a blanket? That'll be extra. Now, I'm exaggerating, but you understand my point. How often in the tourism industry do you buy the basic thing, and then there are all these little extras, we call visitor plus? That's stealing. We have to, a good tourism police officer knows the law, and he knows when to crack down on the tourism industry. That's part of the training that you have to give. We have to train tourism police against not not only protecting against other visitors, protecting against themselves, protecting against the industry, but also protecting people who are working in the industry. Who has a more dangerous job? A police officer or a hotel maid? The hotel maid. How many people are going to rob a police officer who's on duty or rape him? Very few. But hotel maids are often working illegally. They don't have permission, and they're afraid to report anything. And so they're easily put into situations that are very dangerous. So when we're doing protecting visitors, it's not just the visitor against himself or herself, the visitor against other visitors, the visitor against the industry. It's also the visitor can be a threat to the people working in the industry. In airlines, one of the things that flight attendants report is that they are sexually harassed by passengers. The passenger accidentally hits them in the rear end. But it's maybe one time, okay. 2 times, it's already a pattern. 3 times, it's now assault. How many people turn on flight attendants and start screaming at them? And you know something? If the plane is late, the flight attendant cannot make that plane go any faster. No matter what she or he does, that plane is going to arrive when it's going to arrive. But people start screaming at them and haranguing them. Those are the types of things that we have to teach, and not only teach, but we have to learn. Now, one of the things I hear in tourism security is that we have to teach the public. You know what? You're not going to teach the public, ever. It's never going to happen. Why is it not going to happen? Because I'm on vacation. I've emptied my mind. I don't want to think. I want you to think. So you know what? Good tourism policing knows how to structure it so that when the visitor is not thinking, I'm thinking before it happens. That means you have to know enough psychology, enough sociology, enough counseling to be able to deal with reality on a regular basis. Okay. The next thing our police have to know is how to protect property and reputation. Now, somebody today was telling me a very beautiful story about this, well, you know who she was, but she's from Australia. And she was in Tasmania, which is either at the bottom of the world or the top of the world, depending upon which way you call the globe. And she sees a couple very upset and crying. And the waitress brings them over to speak to a young man. And he seems to settle them down. And so she's not here now, but our friend said, could I ask what's going on? Well, there was no hotel space at all in Tasmania, 0. And this was a couple from France. And so they spoke to the local police officer, and he said they were going to just sleep on the street or sleep in a car. There was nothing they could do. The police officer said, don't worry, I'll bring you home to my house. You'll sleep in my house. Think how he changed the reputation. Could that, if you were a French couple, could you imagine a French police officer bringing you home? Never. But this guy, with one action, those people went all over social media to talk how great the Tasmanian police were. Now, it's a little dangerous to bring somebody home you don't know, and I understand that, but I guess Australia's safe, so he didn't worry. Or he saw that they were in terrible state. The first part of good policing is empathy when you're in tourism. It's the love of the human being. In the Bible, it says, V'ahavta l'reacha k'mocha. Love your neighbor as yourself. But it does not say that. That's a mistranslation. What it says when it says V'ahavta l'reacha k'mocha is love your neighbor for your own sake. When I am good to you, I'm helping myself. I'm not just helping you, I'm making a stronger society. The English mistranslates the Hebrew. But the concept is the beginning of policing. When I treat you well, I have a better chance of you treating other people well. It doesn't mean you'll always do it. There are some people who are just miserable. I work in the prison system in the United States. And one day we had a hot dog festival. And all the inmates could have as many hot dogs as they wanted. You want 10 hot dogs? 10 hot dogs. 20 hot dogs? 20 hot dogs. As many as you want. 3 of my prisoners stole hot dogs. So I said to myself, this makes no sense. Because 1, all the hot dogs are free. 2, I can't sell them to you because you can have as many free hot dogs as you want. And 3, you can't store hot dogs. What are you going to do? Dig a hole in the ground? So I said to them, why did you steal the hot dogs when the hot dogs have no value? And their answer was, it wasn't any fun getting it for free. We wanted to be able to have a challenge of stealing. Those people should stay in jail because I will never reform them. On the other hand, there are people that I can work with who can make a mistake, but I can help them become productive citizens again. So we have to be able to, in good policing, understand those roles. Now, tourism policing is very complicated. Again, I've written 10 books on it. Each book is different. I could lecture you for 2 hours or 5 hours or 10 hours. Actually, when I teach police courses, they're often for 5 days or 6 days. It means understanding how airports work, transportation works, how hotels work, how airlines work, how restaurants work, how the law works, how ports work if you have seaports. Each one of those is different. It means understanding the culture of where your people are coming. If in Montenegro you mainly get Europeans, that's one culture. If you're getting Russians, that may be a different culture. If you're getting people from the Middle East, that's a different culture. If you go and you see people from Japan who come out of a society that's very honest, if you're in Hawaii, people will say, oh, I don't know how much it is. Take what you need. In other words, they trust the shop owner because that's how it is in Japan. You say that in New York City, the guy will take everything. You're lucky if you have any pants when it's over. Okay? Different cultures have different ways of doing it. That means when I work with police, I have to know where our visitors are coming from, what are the problems. If you are in Bali, you're getting Australians, that's different from Russians, that's different from Americans, that's different from Latin Americans. Brazilians do not understand lines. The idea of standing on line to a Brazilian is stupid. People who are from Latin America think, well, if you don't see me steal it, I'm not stealing it. You are stealing it, okay? But they have, to them, it's not stealing, it's just a souvenir. I took the mattress, I took the television, remote controls, pardon? Yeah, no, it's stealing, it's stealing. They're doing it, but they claim it's not, okay? That means I have to know, if I have a group coming in from Latin America, I have to I'm going to check the hotel room before they leave to see if the remote control is in the room. If it's with Americans, they probably could care less. But so you need to understand the culture of each place. If you're in Kenya, one of the things that we see, a major problem is Americans, when they get to Kenya, they do not believe they are actually in the wild. They think that when they see lions, they can get out of the car and take a picture. And you say, you can't do that. You cannot, you're in the lion's home. The lion is not in your home. Pardon? Pardon? Yeah, okay. Yes, so people, but they don't believe they're really in the wild. That's protecting the tourist against himself. So one of the things that's clear about tourism security is you have to develop the security on the general principles, but then on the needs of each place. If I'm in Bali, I need to think about beach security, known as aquatic security. If I'm in Kansas in the United States, there's no ocean. I don't have to worry about that. But on the other hand, people will not know how to deal with a tornado. If I'm in Kenya, I got to teach people, don't get out of the car when you're on a safari. Stay in the car or you're going to die. But if you're in Conroe, Texas, where it has animal park, nobody worries about it because, you know, they tame the lions. They put, you know, whatever is food into stuff into their food. This is the understanding that makes tourism wonderful, but it makes it also exciting. So this was just a little bit of an introduction, but I wanted to give you some of the key elements. If you're interested, please write to me and I'll put you on my tourism newsletter. And it's free. You can have in English, Spanish, or Portuguese. I don't write Indonesian, I'm sorry. So I can't do that. But, and I hope that you learned something from this session. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next program will be presentation by Evergreen College Toronto, Canada, regarding the scholarship program for Indonesia, universities and vocational institutions, together with PATA Indonesia chapter and as well as Phonics. We would like to invite to the stage Mr. Dean Awad, the president of Evergreen College, please. Ms. Linda Cook, the academic director. Would you like to sit on the chair? Yeah. And Ibu Ningsih Chandra, Secretary General of PATA Indonesia Chapter.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. How are you today? I'm happy to be with you here today. It was a great pleasure to be at the WTN. I feel very excited to be with you here today. Thank you for Moody for inviting us. We came all the way just to be with you here and to be offering the scholarship for Indonesian students. So we came to offer a great program and great scholarship for the students. And they will have the chance to work and study in Canada for 2 years. And if they would like to continue, we have another opportunity for them to work and study in New York as well with our partner college in New York. So we have a good program for the students. I have here with me Linda. She's our academic director. She's gonna present for you today our program, our services to our students, and the scholarship that we are giving to the Indonesian student. Thanks a lot for the invitation again. And I have actually a small gift for Moody. So if you wanna come, Moody.
Ready for our slideshow? Program. Good afternoon, everyone. Big thank you to Moody and her team, to the WTN for hosting this event and for inviting us to be a part of it. It's been very enlightening, very enjoyable to listen to all of your speeches, especially about sustainable tourism. I think that's a wonderful initiative, and I wish all of you all the best with that project. We are here as a college from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, and we are on our second visit to Indonesia. We were here in October of 2019, And we made some wonderful connections with students, with agents, and with colleges here. And then unfortunately, 6 months later, of course, there was a pandemic, and all of the seeds we planted and the wonderful connections that we made, we're hoping to come back and renew the strength of that now. Our college is a career college. It's a vocational school. It's a private college. We're located in the central part of downtown Toronto, the financial district. And of course, Toronto is the largest city in Canada, and Toronto is the financial center of Canada as well. So including the financial center, of course, is where the conventions, the hotels, and all of the tourism and events take place there where we are. So our campus is in a very central location. We have campuses outside of the central core, but that's where our head office is. Please, if you ever are in Toronto or down our way, please come and visit Evergreen College. We'd love to host you. So our programs include hospitality. We have 2 hospitality programs, along with health, with social services, with childcare, IT, business, clinical research, and of course, as we say, medical programs and hospitality programs. So with this initiative for medical tourism, Evergreen College is very well positioned to host students from Indonesia who would like to gain Canadian credentials, either to stay in Canada or ideally to come back here and help build your businesses back home with Canadian international credentials. So that's really why we're here, to fit into all of your initiatives, to join with colleges, to join with hosts who may be interested in reciprocal agreements with us in Canada. We will also be going to the Philippines on our tour this time, and there's a convention there called Edu Canada, where the same kind of initiatives are in place. So that's why we're here today. We were very, very kindly invited by Moody and her team, and Theo is here, and to join us in our tour and to meet some of the partners and potential partners here. So we'll be we're in Bali, we'll be in Jakarta, Yogyakarta, and Bandung. Yes, so very, very much enjoying it so far. Aside from a little bit of jet lag, we're 12 hours back there in Toronto. So bear with us. I don't think we'll actually nod off, but we might be a little bit below our sharp point here today. So thank you for coming. Thank you for showing up. And we do have a presentation. If we could have that on the screen, that would be great. So we could share a little bit about our college with you. And please feel free to drop over to our table, pick up our business cards, and go to our website and find out a little bit more about our college. We'll just wait for the tech to come up. While that's happening, would anybody like to say anything? Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Linda. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to see you back after lunch. Yeah, I hope you are still awake. Yeah, I'm Ningsi Chandra from PATA Indonesia chapter. We are happy to be able to assist World Tourism Network Indonesia, led by Ms. Moody. And also we are happy to be able to partner later on to assist our partner tourism school in Indonesia, in several cities in Indonesia, to try to collaborate with the program offered by Evergreen College Toronto. So far, we have managed to organize campus visit to several university and college in Denpasar, in Bali. In Yogyakarta, there will be 2 institutions, a university that has a tourism faculty. And also in Jakarta, there will be 7, if I'm not mistaken, 2 each day from the 9th to the 11th of October. And then on the 12th of October, there will be several in Bandung, because Bandung is only 2.5 hours drive from Jakarta. So we managed to see several campus later on the 12th of October. We do hope that we can continue this program later on to assist our young generation to be able to get experience, to widen their knowledge, and also have good experience in the industry, to learn more from their fellow friends in the campus of Evergreen, and also to be able to get more experience from their employers or during their, what do you call, internship, because Evergreen College offer scholarships which involve internship program and get income, right? Earn some money for those students who will be able to get their visa and permit to do their scholarship program in Evergreen campus in Toronto. Now, with this also, I would like to let Fonus, because Fonus also have some campus, what do you call, partner in Bali, yeah, several of them, and they are interested also to collaborate with Evergreen College. Please, Pak.
Thank you for time, Ibu Nise. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. Thank you to Ibu Mudi for the opportunity given to PONUS. PONUS is a new association for hospitality industry. PONUS is Professional Hospitality Nusantara. Just newly built, is under Bali Tourism Board. So I'm also part of the Bali Tourism Board committee on behalf of the association and all the members. We would like to say thank you to everyone, to Evergreen College, Mr. Dean, Mrs. Linda, and everyone from committee of WTN. This opportunity is to give us to develop our local talents and give the opportunity to have overseas experience for young Balinese people. In a few days to go, starting on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, we will accompany Evergreen College to visit some campus in Bali, especially in Denpasar. So on the first day, we have two campus from University of Triat Mahamulya. The second one is Polytechnic International Bali. And the second day, on Tuesday, we will visit three different campuses. The first one is Sekolah Pariwisata Bali and Institute Perhotelan Bali. And the second one is the University of Dianapura. And the last one on the second day is LPK Elizabeth in Denpasar. And the last one of the biggest university in Bali, Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali, Poltekpar Bali, will be visit on the third day, and then we will share all the opportunity and the scholarship program from Evergreen College to everyone in the campus. Hopefully in the coming months, a lot of our young Balinese people, they gain and then they develop their skill to learn about hospitality in Toronto, Canada. So we wish that this program will be successful, and thank you very much for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. The slides are ready? Yes, when you are. Yeah, 7 videos. It's a PowerPoint. Technology. Don't we love it? Just taught online for 3 years. I said to everyone, I'm a cave woman. I can't teach online, and it all works out in the end. Yeah. If I can do it, anyone could do it. Yeah, there may be a video. So while we're waiting, because, you know, we don't want any dead space. So the primary programs that we're here to discuss with potential partners is our hospitality program. So we have two, and our school is modular based, which is a great thing for students who are coming from overseas. Most of our students are international students. We do have domestic students as well. But if they're coming from overseas, the wait is not that long because we teach in a cycle. So it's a modular-based program. So a student can come in at any module. This is an individual course, and there are multiple courses, but they're taught chronologically. And so that means that when a student joins our college, they don't have to wait longer than about a month before they can actually enter at any point in the program. And then they complete the whole cycle, and then they go for internship. So it's skills-based. Of course, they have to learn and pass the theory, but while they're studying, they can work 20 hours a week and be paid, and in school 20 hours a week. And then when they finish their theory, they go for the internship, which is 50% of the program. So it's very practical-based, employment-based program for them. So when they come in, they join our theory class, they attend school 20 hours a week, they can have a paid job in the sector. They can start looking for hotel jobs, even restaurants and tourism, and study 20 hours a week. And then after they finish all their theory, they have the opportunity to spend 40 hours a week working in the field. We have two programs. One is 1 year, so 6 months of theory and 6 months of internship. And the other program, that's called hospitality operations. And then hospitality management is 2 years. So it's a year of theory and a year of internship. So 50-50. So how that works then is that they have all that time that they can actually be working from the time they arrive in Canada. So it's a very attractive opportunity for students, whether they decide to stay in Canada, they'd like to live and work there, make it their home. We would love to have them, or they want to learn and get an international credential from Canada and then move back home and build the tourism industry here. Everybody wins either way, I think, really. So yes, here's our presentation, and thank you very much for scrambling. Good job. So here we are. So this is our scholarship and job-oriented diploma programs. And I was just mentioning that the 2-year program is called Hospitality Management, and it includes some more modules along the lines of managing a hotel and some of those administrative and management functions. So here's our table of contents. Here, as you can see, we have our president and founder, Din Awad. We are celebrating our 20th year as a college. That's better. We're celebrating our 20th year as a college. So we've been in operation since 2003. And this was Din's dream, to create a college where international students would be at home and would be able to learn skills and knowledge, and also the conduct and the expectations of Canadian employers, and be able to just ramp right off into a career as soon as they finish with us. So we're very diverse, just like Canada, just like Toronto, and we have accessible learning environment. We're currently hybrid, so they can study online as well. And we have a downtown Toronto head office campus and campuses in the suburbs, which makes it easier for students to commute because rents are a little bit cheaper and you don't have to head all the way downtown to come to school. The moment online, except for some required practical classes. So our programs are healthcare, business, community support or social services, technology, hospitality, and we also do corporate training and workshops, which are upon request, and we can provide faculty to do workshops at the workplace if they wish. So our team, of course, this is our team here in Indonesia, Ningsi, Moody, and Theo, and we're very privileged to be part of this. Thank you so much. I'm the academic director at Evergreen College, so I support all the faculty and students in their goals and their outcomes. And so our programs that we're focusing on here, hospitality operations and hospitality management, as I've described. So hospitality operations, as we say, entry-level positions in the field, and it is a one-year program for those that want something quick. Our scholarships make it extremely attractive for students who really don't want to spend a lot of money on academics. It enables them to get their skills and hands-on very quickly. And that's the one 6 months in class and 6 months out. Hospitality management is 1 year in class and 1 year out. And our programs are paid not by semester, but by the program. So on our website, if you go there, you can see what the content of the programs are, and our team can explain about the scholarships and the fees. Of course, why would anyone want to study in Canada? Well, aside from a little hiccup lately with India, usually people see Canada as a welcoming, safe, peaceful, polite country. And that's absolutely true. Most of us weren't born there. I wasn't born there, but I chose it as my home, and I'm very happy that I did. So it's multicultural, diverse, from anywhere in the world. If you arrive in Toronto, you'll find a community there. The restaurants that you like, the clubs, the sports, the people that are familiar to you. You'll hear your language spoken. And that's something that's very attractive for international students. So yes, this is and of course, tons of jobs. It's a very, very big, busy city. And for hospitality, as many of you may know, it's a destination for conventions and so on. Of course, we have the magnificent Niagara Falls, we have the CN Tower, but aside from those, we have beautiful, lively neighborhoods with fabulous restaurants and entertainment. So we do have suburban campuses. We're currently operating out of our downtown Toronto head office, but students who have to attend live classes will be closer to their campus if they are living in the suburbs. These are names that you may not recognize, but yeah, these are the areas that we serve. Of course, you can't be south of Toronto, you'd be in the lake. So it's only Toronto, north, east, and west of the city. And I may turn this over to Din. The scholarship is definitely a jewel in our crown, something we're very proud of, because our goal and our passion, of course, is to make education accessible for people who aren't necessarily intending to sit in a university classroom and get a master's, an academic master's. We think of ourselves as trainers in a way. We're training people for the jobs, and our faculty are industry professionals who have worked and managed in the field that they're teaching. So their passion for imparting that education to the students is palpable, but it also is their drive, but the confidence that students have because they know that the person teaching them is an industry professional and an expert in the field. So along with that, yes, I'll invite Din to talk about the scholarship program.
Actually, Indonesian student in one of the nicest students that we ever see in our campus. They are polite, they are hardworking students, and they know their way. So we see a lot of success story from Indonesian students. So that's why we really are happy to offer a scholarship for Indonesian students to increase the number of Indonesian students in our campus. So we have a very generous scholarship for the students, and we are touring many colleges and universities in different cities in Indonesia to offer this scholarship for them. So it is a great opportunity for the students, and will be also a great opportunity for us because we will have a hardworking, dedicated student, and they will represent well Evergreen College. So that's why we offer the scholarship for Indonesian students.
Thank you, Din. Yes, so this is an initiative where, I mean, it really is a generous scholarship. It's almost half price for the tuition for our program. So we won't go into numbers right now. That's not the purpose of this. But if anybody's interested in learning more, please feel free to grab a business card and connect with us. We've just put up, this is a tiny glimpse of some of our partners, but as you can see, it spans from luxury hotels to fast food and everything in between. And as we all know, the tourism industry, you know better than us probably, but the tourism industry has rebounded very fast. Toronto, you could hardly move on Saturday, last Saturday. We had our convocation ceremony and people said, I'm running late because of the traffic. And it's because we had Vladimir Zelensky from Ukraine was in Canada at the time, but also because there are sports, there's entertainment, shows, galleries, hotels, restaurants. It really is a lively, safe city for entertainment. So yes, a lot of our partners here, business and technology partners, we put a glimpse of those. Again, you can't fit much on a screen, but we have hundreds of employers and preceptors. And actually, as far as employment opportunities go, I get calls and emails all the time from employers. Can we come to your classroom and do a presentation? We'd like to do a job fair at your school. Please send us resumes. We're hiring. And it's because we do have a very strong reputation with the employers out there. And also because, you know, they feel confident that they can, that our students will be ready to come on board and work for them right away. And there are tons of jobs out there. Now, I'll never say to a student, we guarantee you a job, obviously, but at the moment in hospitality, the jobs are theirs to lose. The restaurants and hotels are desperate for people. When you walk around in Toronto, there are blackboards outside the pubs that say all positions, hiring all positions, and they can't find people. So it's a nice problem for me to have, but I honestly don't have enough students to satisfy all of the demand that's out there right now. So it's as close as you really get to a guaranteed job opportunity, especially in hospitality. Healthcare is very strong for us. We have healthcare programs, personal support worker, medical administration, clinical research, and of course, the social services and childcare. So for those students who aren't the hospitality ones, we have lots of programs for them to consider as well for their future. So yes, that's really us. I think that we're very well positioned to train Indonesian students to come back maybe to Indonesia and work in that medical tourism field, which I know will be a big success here in Indonesia. I'm sure it will. So thank you very much for your time and attention. Do we have any more slides? I think we're done, right? Yeah, so if there are any questions, of course, we're happy to answer them now. You don't have to wait and reach out to us later. So we'll be happy to take questions, this panel. Thank you very much for your time. Yes, hand up, Melissa. Yes, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Nila from one of the international private university in Indonesia, from Swiss German University. I think, Linda, we met yesterday. So just a brief questions. My university is actually having or delivering the double degree program with some partners in Germany as well as in Switzerland. We're just delivering collaborations with La Rose as well as the IMI. My question, is it possible to, let's say, combining our program with your program, or is it supposed to be like a different option for our student if we would like to, let's say, combining our program with your one-year program that you just mentioned? Thank you.
Absolutely, Dim will answer that. Yeah, thanks.
Yes, actually, we are pretty open, okay, to discuss all of this opportunity between us. So we will have the time just to stay with the management and discuss all the academic details. And we are looking for one college in one city that can deliver our program locally in the city. So we have to find the right partner here. And we came during this visit to choose the right partner for us. Yeah.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? I would like to take this moment just to introduce Brian Hunt. He's our associate with us today. Sorry, Brian. And just to also to underscore the fact that we do embrace partnerships both beyond our borders of Canada and within Canada as well, and within North America. It's one of our strengths that we're able to partner with public colleges. We're a private college, and these only strengthen our offerings to our students, which of course, really that's what it's all about. You know, all of you in the hotel industry, it's about your guests. And for us, it's about the students. They're our customers, and they have high expectations, and they've taken a huge leap by deciding to continue their education. Some of our students haven't been in school for years, and they've, you know, raised their families and all of this. It's a very human industry, and they come to us and they're nervous and they're motivated and all of those mixed emotions. And if we can't do for them what they're expecting, then what good are we? Why are we doing this? I've been in the private career college field for 17 years myself. And prior to that, I had a long career in healthcare and in medical lab. And I switched to education because I really feel inside that if we can train people to go out there and be the best for the employers, then the employers also benefit. But most of all, the students are the ones that benefit. And that's what it's all about. You know, if we aren't graduating qualified, employable people, then we can't call ourselves a career college. But that's exactly what we do. And the testimonials from our students really do highlight the fact that, yes, we're doing it right. So, you know, the Indonesian students that come to us are fabulous, serious, as Din said. And they know they've got their eye on the prize, and they work hard, and they're serious students, and they succeed, not because of us. We're there to facilitate their goals, but because of their own drive, their own ambition, and their own goal setting, right? Going towards that goal. And we're there every step of the way for them. We have small teams, we have small classes, so we can be agile and responsive to students' needs. And that's something I'm very proud of. Our faculty are incredible. They really care about each individual student. And so we're very happy to be partnering with Georgian College, which is about an hour and a half north of Toronto, and it's a public college, and we have with us our friend and colleague, Brian Hunt.
Actually, we believe in the Indonesian market for international students to come in Canada and explore the life, the work experience, the study. And also we invite our partner, Georgian College, just to know more about Indonesia, know more about the students. So we have here today the Dean of Hospitality, Brian Hunt, and he will join us in the tour. Mustafa Aydin is the partnership manager for Georgian College. We need more Canadian college to come to Indonesia and to understand more about the students from Indonesia and just see what we saw in the Indonesian students. We will welcome more students in Canada, and maybe we will offer some program here in Indonesia under the Canadian credential, okay, to be more affordable to the student instead of coming all the way to Canada. So we will be able to offer an affordable education to a Canadian with Canadian credential here in Indonesia. So I really appreciate your time today. Thank you, and I wish you a good time for the rest of the day.
Yes, a question, yes. Yes.
Just a very quick question. Someone having worked in education system, and I always love the internationalization of exchange programs because education happens also informally, and I always promoted that particular component way back in 20 years ago, formal to informal education. Of course, travel and tourism is informal, very highly valuable. So would you be envisioning also exchange programs or exchanges for Canadian students to come to Indonesia to actually experience from a tourist perspective the life and the education they can get here within the formal educational framework? That's just my question.
As I explained before, we are open, okay, to to explore many opportunity for Indonesian students, either through student exchange. A student can come and study in our campuses in Canada, or by bringing the education here, the Canadian education, to the student in Indonesia. So we are pretty open. So yeah, we are in a discovery. We came 2019, but unfortunately, after we have a very successful visit, the COVID is hit. As my friend Brian has said, this is the end of the story each time. The COVID is hit.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? I think it's time for us to wrap up. Did the police find their way here?
Yes, yes,
they
already.
did. I was going to say they need a cop directing traffic. Okay, so they've arrived. So that's perfect. So I think that wraps this up. Please don't be afraid to visit our website. As I said, come and find out a little bit more about Evergreen College on your own time. And thank you for your time and attention. It's been a real privilege to present to you today and to be part of all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very enlightening, and we're really happy you're here all the way from Toronto, and we hope we can do a lot of good together. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about choosing death, Peter. I told you I'm an atheist, I don't follow. And it's dangerous to be an atheist in Bali. It's a non-security situation. Look, I think you know I'm going to talk about climate change. I want to put the word existential before you think about climate change. Tanya, in your presentation this morning, you said there's not much differentiation between climate change and the SDGs and ecotourism and responsible tourism, and you indicated that it was not a special issue. And I want to explain to you why it is a special issue. It's a special issue because all of the world's climate scientists and a lot of the politicians are telling us that it's existential. And issues around responsible tourism and sustainable tourism are not that. And that's why I think climate change is the most fundamental issue that we're facing in tourism. And if you have any doubts about that, you probably would be well advised to go and have another coffee. If you think that signing the Glasgow Declaration and committing to net zero in 2050 is an adequate tourism response to climate change, again, you're in the wrong place. And if you think IATA, WTTC, and UNWTO are taking us far enough, fast enough, you're also in the wrong place. But if you believe what you hear outside the tourism bubble, that humanity is facing a code-red existential crisis, you came to the right session. The warning signals are everywhere. It's the wildfires on Maui. It's the floods in Libya. It's the crazy air pollution in Canada and in Beijing. It's in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, where the waves are lapping at the hotels. It's in the Mediterranean, where the traditional summer peaks are becoming too hot to handle. It's in the Caribbean, Peter, where hurricanes come harder and they come more often. And it's here in Bali, where you had the intensive floods so recently. It's not just at tourism destinations. Origin markets are also hit, making traditionally predictable traffic patterns unpredictable. It's not only that you don't want to go to a place where there's been a crime, or, as you put it, Peter, or there's been a particular adverse climate impact, you may be having to deal with that same thing at home. So you choose not to take a vacation, not because you don't want to spend a week in a room with your wife. I can empathize with this. But because the place you came from or the place you're going to is just inhospitable and dangerous. And that is without the global tipping point of melting ice sheets at both poles and thawing tundra in Siberia. If you had read the newspapers last week, you would have seen that the Swiss glaciers lost 10% of their ice in 2 years. I mean, this is reality. This is the new reality. And if you've built your entire lifestyle and economy on traditional patterns, it's time to think about big change and to think fast. Our world is screaming for climate action now, not just by 2030 or 2050. The IPCC says if we don't peak emissions, real emissions, not offset emissions, I'm going to give up smoking, I'll pay somebody in Africa to stop smoking, and I'll keep smoking. Not dodgy offsets, but real stuff. We're supposed to peak in 2025 to have any chance of hitting 1.5 in 2050, when if we miss that target, life for my kids, your kids, becomes intolerable. That's the difference. Even more significantly, tourism finds itself in the firing line, not because we're special, not because we are a unique sector, but because we're the same as every other sector. With the difference, I would say, that our product has mostly been built on predictable weather. And if there's one thing that climate change is showing, it's that we will not have predictable weather anymore going forward. Michael Mann, the lead climate scientist who did the hockey stick curve, he says, make the most of this year because it's the best one you're ever going to get. There is nothing in the geophysical makeup of the planet which is going to help the situation until we reduce this blanket that we've put around the planet, which is creating global warming, which the fossil fuel companies have known about for 30 or 40 years and have simply paid PR companies to tell us it's all our problems. Your personal carbon footprint that you worry so much about was engineered inside BP, if you didn't know that. Now, let me just say, I'm going to talk about this thing. It's a pity. We should move the chairs because wow, this I just want people to see, because we've been talking about three-hit economy and Plan B. This, before I talk about this, I just want to say that what we have been trying to do in SunX, which is a small not-for-profit organization that I set up with the great Maurice Strong, who was the father of sustainable development, who was warning about climate change in 1972, saying it's the most serious problem that mankind has, who set up the UNFCCC in order to do this. We've been trying to put in place a program which would help the tourism sector to at least understand this phenomenon much better and to prepare themselves to do something about it. We've been educating young people. We've so far put 100 through a diploma course, which we've started with the Institute for Tourism Studies in Malta. And we've taken in the last year 50 young people from the world's poorest countries, because we realized we can make no difference to the thinking in the OECD countries. We can make no difference in the thinking in Australia, in the United States, in China, Japan, but we can make a difference in those countries which are the most exposed to climate change, the least capable of dealing with it because they don't have any resources, and for the most part, for whom tourism is perhaps the one lifeline that they have to a better future. So we've decided we focus on the poor countries, and this year we're training 50 young people, graduates, in a 300-hour course on climate-friendly travel. That is travel which responds to Paris 1.5 and incorporates the relevant SDGs. And the relevant SDGs will be different for every country. If you're in Saudi Arabia, you think about things related to life on land. If you're in Bali, you might think more about life underwater, and so on and so forth. And we're training these young people, and we are next year we've just given scholarships to another 50 from small island states. And after a year, we put them into an internship where they establish chapters in their own countries and where they reach out to young people like themselves, because this is not going to be a problem that we have to deal with. It's a problem that our kids are going to have to deal with. So we're training young people to bring together more young people and then to reach out to the tourism industry in their countries. And we've set up a registry in which tourism companies can identify their climate action, let the public see whether they're doing anything or not doing anything. It's all online. And we're providing support for them to develop their own climate action plans. And we're a rinky-dinky small organization on a tiny budget, but we're focused on doing some stuff that will make a difference. And now, here in Bali, well, let me just say one thing. With the Minister of Tourism in Malta, yesterday, I guess it was, we launched the first 50 chapters in the LDC countries. Thank you. And now, here in Bali, we're doing something else. We're launching 2 social enterprise companies. The first one, and I'll deal with it later with this, the first one is designed to help countries and communities develop a plan B for the future. Every country has a tourism plan A. Every community has a tourism plan A. And I would bet you that it doesn't take into account the realities that the climate scientists are telling us we have to consider. So we've developed a mechanism, and I'm happy to tell you it's based on work that I was fortunate enough to do in a study commissioned by Gert Ardika. I was here with Gert after the Bali bombings. I was then still working for UNWTO. I was in New Zealand. We heard about the bombings and we decided somebody should come up and give some support. And I was the person who came up, and I spent a lot of time with Minister Ardika at the time. And afterwards, he agreed we should, with the University of Victoria in Australia, undertake a major study of green growth in Bali. And green growth was all the fashion at that stage, so this was the logic. When we did this study, I just want to talk about a couple of things we did. First thing, I don't think this had been done before, we did a survey of residents and their attitudes towards tourism. Residents, not just visitors, and we surveyed visitors. And then we worked with Agung, whose second name I could never pronounce anyhow, who runs Udayana University, and we brought together focus groups of local people, and we bounced ideas off them. I think we had 8 different focal groups. And at the end, we came up with a framework which started, it's a bottom-up and top-down framework. It started with foundations, and the reason I wanted to show you this and move the chair is because the foundation on which we built this concept, and just imagine this is a McKinsey report, it's not in a Balinese temple, it's just some squares. This is in a Balinese temple, and the base is Trihita development. And because that's the base here, but if you go to Sri Lanka, Alston, wherever you are, you'll find it's a different cultural dimension, which nevertheless has the same elements in it for the most part. This interlinking between humanity and the world and spirituality. And this is in every local culture, but it's different. So you have to create a different base. And if you look at all these little boxes, they cover the complexity that is tourism. That's, you know, this is what the scientists call, it's a wicked problem, because you have to solve all of these pieces. And as somebody mentioned, they're not all under the control of a single department. Some of them are in planning, some of them are in environment. Tourism ministers, for the most part, have limited authority. And so to put a game plan together with these objectives of livelihood, visitor economy, environment, low carbon, and authenticity, you need to pull in all of these components. And there's probably more, but this just was to give, and we had a steering committee for this, and the steering committee came partly from the ministry in Jakarta, partly from the people here, and we reported this back, and when we produced the report, this was the basis of it. And this has never been used. Why was it never used? Because shortly after we presented this report, the government changed. And the government changed, and I had lunch with the new minister somewhere, Dubai, I think, World Economic Forum. And she said, I've had to brief on your report. She said, it's very good work, but of course, I can't use it. And I said, why can't you use it, Minister? And she said, well, it came from the previous government. And this is the reality. But I have continued to believe that this was not my work. I worked with a guy called Terry DeLacy. He was the lead scientist on this. And we spent a lot of time in Bali. There were no Zoom meetings in those days. So we came to Bali very often. I can remember maybe 10 times in the year when we produced the report. We had one of our students was sitting here for the whole of the 2 years that we worked on this report, and it was never used. And it had climate, I've marked in red. It had climate and it had strategies, reduce emissions and resilience. And let me share something else with you. All of this crap, let me call it crap, around the famous Glasgow Declaration, this was UK government nonsense. You've seen how fast they walk away from it after 2 years. Yes, okay, but that was when we had the conference in Glasgow. Now we want to drill oil fields in the North Sea. That's different. We don't want to be exposed to the Russians. And you can't sort of understand it until you look at your grandkids and say, the consequence of this is going to be my grandkids are probably not going to get a decent life. And this is the challenge that we're facing. And this is why responding to climate change is not just a question of having a conference, writing a report, going on television and making nice statements. That's easy stuff. The hard stuff is going through all of these things. And first of all, it's not emission reduction, it's resilience. Because if this is real and it's going to hit us every year more and more, people in Bali should start to think about the floods. And what are we going to do if there are more floods and the tourist season's on? What if the tourism season changes because the heat changes? These are fundamental questions. You may not have the answers, but I think tourism people have an obligation to ask the questions. And with respect, not to ask them by coming together and listening to some clown like me talk for too long, I think, Thomas, but talk about the issue, but actually having working groups like we had to put this together, looking at options that say, yes, this is what the statistics say we're going to do next year and the year after, but what if the floods come back? Do we have a contingency plan? I don't think tourism people are truly thinking in these terms. So one of our social enterprise companies is going to go out there and work with communities in the poor countries, not in the OECD countries, in LDCs and SIDS, small island developing states. And we're going to do it at a reasonably low cost. We're going to put a chunk of the money into a fund, a good purpose fund, which is going to help to build capacity in those countries. And we're not doing it because we think we're going to make a lot of money out of it. We're doing it because we think it's the right thing to do and we can do it. And the second social enterprise, which we're going to talk about today, is going to be discussed by my friend and colleague, Jed Brown, who's not particularly well dressed today, as am I. And he's going to talk about another thing that we're launching, which we call the Climate Friendly Travel Club. And this is reaching out to consumers. And this is basically, and I'm not going to steal Jed's thunder because he's going to describe it to you, but this is a way of saying to consumers, if you care with us about these issues, we've got a way to engage you that will not ask you to tick a box and throw $10 to an airline and you don't know where it goes to, but will actually say to you, we'll invest that funds for you and give you it back in the form of holidays in those countries who need it. And now, before I sit down, I'm going to do one last thing. There was a senator, a Roman senator, whose name I always forget, but I think it was Agrippa. And he never gave a speech without saying, Carthage must be destroyed. And he kept saying it until Hannibal took the elephants over the Alps and they fought the Roman wars, Carthaginian wars. One last thought. There's been a lot of talk today about aviation. You need aviation in Bali. Small island states need aviation for tourism. Least developing countries need aviation. There is no mechanism for poor countries to get sustainable aviation fuel, which the airlines tell us is the only way they can get the oil companies to produce a fuel that they can use, which is non-polluting. It'll be like the COVID vaccine. The people who get it the last will be the poorest. So, if WTN can do anything in this world, Thomas, and I have a lot of doubts, but if it can, you didn't mind me saying that, did you? If it can, make the case for a guarantee of sustainable aviation fuel for small island states and for developing countries, because tourism is their lifeline. And you can guarantee that you will not get that coming from IATA, ICAO, WTTC, UNWTO. I've sat in all of them in a reasonably high level position, and they would never ever contemplate doing that. So these are my remarks today. Before I finish, I want to, I hope, because Alan's very smart. He's smart enough not to be here during my presentation. And he got my friend Alston to come up and sing. And what he didn't tell you is that Alston really is one of the most respected and well-known singers in this region, the king of Asian pop, I think he was called at some stage. And we became firm friends many years ago when he produced this wonderful movie, video and song, which he allowed us at UNWTO. I pushed my friend Frangeli, I think it was Frangeli at the time, might have been Riffai, it was Frangeli, that we could show this video, and we had the British Minister of Creative Industries there, and Alston came on in a very serious discussion which had not before been subjected to this kind of thing. So I would like to leave you today to listen to the climate change song that we introduced together in 2000 something or other, long time ago, long before people were talking about this. And it also says you don't have to be as annoying as I am, as I know I can be when I speak to you, and to be as lecturing and all of that. You can also tell the story in a better way, and Alston is going to do that. And you are going to make the music for us. Thank you.
This song was written in 2001, I think.
The world, with all its wonders, gives us pain without the rain. Have you ever stopped to wonder, could Could we change this climate change in a land just like no other, where the mountains reach the sea? We must try to help each other, bring the change for the world to see. Deep inside, there's a feeling of the way it used to be. And if we all get together, bring the change, don't let it be. In a land just like no other, there's a place for you and me. We will try to help each other. We will change for the world to see. Did you ever know why the birds just flew away? Or why the river left the stream? Why the mountains keep falling to the ground? When the winds just blew them all away. If the world with all its wonders gives us strength without the rain, have you ever stopped to wonder, could we take this climate change? Could we take this climate change?
Thank you very much, Osman, for the voice.
Good morning. Like the advertisement on the airline, I would like everybody to know this is an emergency discussion, so please turn off your mobile phones. It is actually, I want to just give 2 minutes of context for you, Minister, because we had a spirited discussion yesterday, and I made the unwelcome point that the biggest issue facing tourism at the moment is climate change. And as you think about developing a new product, what you have to think is that there's a challenge which is inevitable, not for tourism, but for Indonesia and for every country in the world. And this is going to be COVID on steroids, because there's nobody inventing a vaccine. The only vaccine is to reduce what we've been putting up there for the past 75, 100 years. And the people who put it up there are spending a lot of money to make sure that we don't reduce it fast enough to save our kids. That's the reality. So amongst the discussion of medical tourism and other stuff, which is really important, it's a subset of what is coming down the pike. And I said yesterday, and I repeat today, however bad this year has been in everywhere, and here in Bali, even months ago, when you had floods, when you're not getting floods, when it's going to be hotter than it's been before, and tourists who came for a certain climate are going to stop and think, hey, I'm not sure I want to be there when it's like that. The change is going to be coming from all sides at the same time. And Indonesia will not be the only country, but you will have to look at it from your perspective. And yesterday I had the opportunity to talk about an initiative that I've been involved in for 1,000 years on how do you make an intelligent response to climate change. And we have been working, thanks to the government of Malta, for the past 5 years to put in place a system that we call climate-friendly travel. And some of the people have heard this yesterday. I apologize. Climate-friendly travel simply means that when you're developing products, marketing, destination management, you factor in at the beginning that you have to adapt to the climate change, number one, and number two, at the same time, and probably under instructions from a different ministry, you have to do things which help to reduce Indonesia's overall carbon, not the tourism carbon, Indonesia's overall carbon, and we're just a small subset of that. We think we're the center of attention, but if you talk to people who are in the Ministry of Agriculture, they say they're the center of attention. And what we've been trying to do in SunX Malta is to create a framework, starting with young people, educating them, building a registry for strong ambitions in this field, for people, companies and communities to register what they're doing, to think about it, to develop plans. I talked yesterday about developing a plan B. You have already in the ministry, I worked with them for many, many years. I told people yesterday, I was a good friend of Minister Ardika. I did a 2.5-year major study of Bali, a green growth plan for Bali. And we built a system based on Trihita Karana at the base. And so all of this we discussed yesterday. And I am working with the Minister of Tourism in Malta to try to make this a global system. We're taking these young people that we've trained and we're turning them around and saying, now you run a chapter in your own country. So last week, 2 days ago, we launched 50 chapters in the least developed countries of the world. And next year, the same time, we launch another 50 in small island states. So we're trying to find a response, and we're just one of 100 people who are doing the same thing. And there's a part of this system, and it is a system which nobody has really focused on. We get a lot of marketing hype about green travel. We get a lot of, if I can say so, bullshit about carbon offsetting and paying for the airlines, you know, click here and get the insurance, click here and sit next to the person you came on the trip with, click here and buy a carbon offset. You know, that's how the industry operates. We think we need to be educating consumers. And what we're going to talk about today is one of 2 social enterprises that we've put together. One of them is designed to help countries think through a plan B. Think through, because you'll have to do it. We won't do it. You'll have to do it. And we want you to think about it before somebody's coming along from the UN or elsewhere and say, these are the standards you have to meet. Because you're going to have to change your system, and it's your system across Indonesia, and particularly here in Bali, because it's a focal point for entry into tourism into the country. So today, we're going to do something which is a second major release, which is we are going to talk about a climate-friendly travel club for consumers. And I'm going to stop speaking. You'll be relieved to hear. Thomas will be particularly relieved to hear. And Peter will be even more relieved to hear. And I'm going to ask Jed Brown to come up here. And Jed Brown, who you heard speak from the floor yesterday, is a man with a lot of experience in the tourism sector. He was the marketing director for Roots for many years, which is the place where the airlines and the airports talk about their coming frequencies every year. He was the founder of something called Low Season Traveler, which was a revolutionary idea of persuading hotels to come together to attract people during the off season using some sort of common thinking. And he's a Manchester United fan, so he can't be all bad. Jed has got a short presentation, and then we're going to sign an MOU, which I haven't seen yet. We're going to sign an MOU with Thomas, which he's going to pull out of his back pocket. And then you don't have to listen to me anymore today. So with that, I'm going to invite Jed to come up here and do what he's been aching to do for the past 2 days.
Good morning. Good to see you all. I'd like to start off just to say a few words of thanks actually to Jürgen and to Moody and also to Peter, of course, as well, for putting on this fantastic event and for allowing us to be here and to speak to so many people. Yesterday was a great day for those of you that were here. Really enjoyed yesterday. We talked about some very important topics, which actually are topics which we've been talking about at the Sun programme for quite some time. We heard about small island states and the importance of small island states. And that's something that, as Jeffrey just mentioned, that we're quite passionate about. We talked about social enterprises yesterday. Jens was talking about that. We're very passionate about socially conscious enterprises. And indeed, you know, we've created a couple of social enterprises as well. And we also talked, we talked as well, I think, a little bit more about the importance of climate-friendly travel, you know, about how the environment is changing really rapidly. And that's something that obviously is very close to our heart, as Jeffrey has mentioned a few times. Jeffrey mentioned just before as well, and I just think it's important for us all to understand this, that yesterday we had some spirited conversations, and we did. And sometimes, I don't know about you, but it feels a little bit uncomfortable. It feels a little bit uncomfortable when we're maybe having a different opinion and disagreeing about certain things. And I think something that I've learned since joining the Sun programme is we have weekly meetings. We have more than weekly meetings, actually. And a lot of the conversations, they're really uncomfortable. We disagree quite a lot. And I think at times I can be as disagreeable as Jeffrey can be. And we all do disagree quite a lot. But that's something that we celebrate. It's important. When you're talking about the environment, you have to have the difficult conversations. And it does feel uncomfortable. But nevertheless, it's important to have those conversations anyway. So I just wanted to put a bit of context on that we shouldn't be afraid to have difficult conversations and feel uncomfortable. And there's no, you know, again, when we have those conversations at the Sun programme, that we know we're all coming from it from the same place. We all know what we want to achieve, and that's a good future for our kids. And that's the starting point. So therefore, you know, when you understand that, you know it's not personal. It's just a different way. Maybe we have a different opinion of getting there, but ultimately we're on the same page. So we do have those difficult discussions. Right, I'll get into the presentation now. You'll be glad to know. There we go. So yes, my name is Jed Brown. As you can see, I'm the co-founder and CEO of this Climate Friendly Travel Club, the founder of Low Season Traveller, as you heard, and I'm also the executive director on the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage as well. And I've entitled this Travel, We Have a Problem, which I think we all know about. And that problem is, how can something that does so much good, and we know how much good it does. You've seen this slide a million times, I'm quite sure, about how tourism is worth 9% of the GDP, 1 in 11 jobs worldwide, 1.5 trillion in exports, 30% of services. It does some incredible good. It increases peace, we were hearing yesterday. How can it have effects that do so much harm, frankly? And what you can see here is, you can see that picture at the top left there was taken in Kenya. And I don't know if anybody's been to Kenya. I know we have somebody here from Kenya who's going to be speaking later. But you have sometimes up to 30 safari vehicles all around a single kill in Kenya. Tourists go home. We've got protests. We're starting to see a lot more of that, and it's coming back again now, in particular in Europe, but certainly in Asia as well. Santorini, absolutely overrun. When you look at the picture of Santorini, by the way, and also Barcelona in the bottom left, I always think, what's it like to live there? You know, we were talking yesterday, it was Peter that mentioned it, and he said travel is about making memories. And that's a very traveler-centric view of things. It's not just about the traveler, it's about the people that live in these destinations that we also have a responsibility for in our industry. So when I look at some of those pictures of so-called over-tourism, I always think, what's the life of the locals like? Must be absolutely horrendous, frankly. And just a point on that, over-tourism, you hear this term again and again. It's an absolute misnomer. Please be under no illusions. If anything is going to be over or under anything, it requires one thing. Anybody know what that one thing is? A point of reference. It needs a point of reference. I always say I'm overweight. How do I know that I'm overweight? Because physicians, thank you, physicians have told us that for a man, a male of my height and my life choices, that there is a range of a perfect healthy weight. And if I'm over that range, I'm overweight. If I'm under that range, I'm underweight. In tourism, what is the optimum number of visitors for Bali? What is it? We should know that. And if we don't, we can't say that Bali would suffer from over-tourism or Barcelona would suffer from over-tourism because we don't know what the optimum number is. So that's what, again, we were talking about yesterday with regards to carrying capacity, understanding what the limits are, because there are limits. You can't just keep welcoming more and more tourists. That's not going to work. So yeah, we're in an industry where the poorest and the most vulnerable are hit the hardest. There's two graphics here, and I put them on one slide, thinking I was being clever, cutting down the number of slides, but of course it means that you can't read them, so I'll have to tell you what you've got. On the left-hand side, you've got a map which loosely shows the world's wealth. Where you see the dark green and the different shades of green, they're relatively wealthy. They're doing okay. Where you see the reds and the oranges, they're actually the poorest countries in the world. And obviously we have a little bit of a split, broadly speaking, between the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. On the second one, we see the per capita CO2 emissions from aviation and tourism for 2018. And the darker the orange or the red, the more that that country is emitting. And really, this was just to highlight that what we know already, and we spoke about again, Jeffrey mentioned it yesterday, is that the world's poorest and most vulnerable are the ones that are hit hardest by climate change, and they're the least responsible for climate change as well, which is, of course, massively unfair. But that's something that we consider. We're in an industry where tourism absolutely needs aviation. We talked about this yesterday. The aircraft fleet size, globally, commercial fleet, is going to double by 2040. How do we know that? Really easily accessible on Airbus and Boeing. If you go onto their company reports, you can see what they're projecting. So again, they're looking to double global visitation in the next, 20 years, less than 20 years. And that's really interesting because we know that there isn't enough sustainable aviation fuel. So when we're talking about the future of aviation, there's a lot of talk about hydrogen and there's a lot of talk about electric. We're nowhere near those solutions. That's way, way, way down the line. The best chance we have right now is sustainable aviation fuel. Today, there is enough sustainable aviation fuel for 5% of the world's flights, just 5%. And that's a big problem because that means you've got a resource that's really limited in its supply, and yet the demand is incredibly high. And that's why it's 5 times the cost of regular aviation fuel. And that's a big problem because who do you think has got the money for that small 5% amount that we're currently able to produce at the moment? The big guys, the big guys. Do you think it's the small island destinations? Do you think it's the least developed countries on Earth? No way, no way. They're way, way down the pecking order. That's something that we need to work towards. So yeah, and aviation is not climate friendly. We know this, I'm not telling you anything new. But what's interesting is relating to the other slide, we're looking, the airlines are saying we're going to double our fleet size in the next 20 years, less than 20 years. Yet we know the IPCC, and Jeffrey labors this point time and again, and he's absolutely right. Nobody seems to be picking out on that first target 2025 peak greenhouse gas emissions, can't even say it. Everybody's focused on 2030 and 2050 targets, because that's further down the line. We don't need to worry about that. Might be well gone by then. I might be retired by then. It's not a problem for me, a problem for somebody else. They can deal with it. The first one is peaking by 2025. Do you think that the world's airlines are sitting around right now figuring, right, in 2 years' time, we're not going to be able to fly any new routes anywhere. We'll have to peak. They're not thinking that at all. So we have a big problem.
The real challenge we have globally is that mankind produces 4,000 times as many emissions as we did in the industrial era. And most of these carbon offset projects are about planting trees. There is not room on the planet to plant 4,000 times as many trees. It simply can't be the answer. And the problem with it is it's the easy solution. It's the solution that if you're sitting in the C-suite, you can write a check and check the box and have a marketing message that I've offset on my car. But you really haven't done anything.
That's Scott Kirby, the CEO for United Airlines. The airlines know that offsetting, to quote Jeffrey, and he's quite right, is bullshit. It is. We know it is. You know, it's utter garbage. It's just too easy. You book your flight and pay an extra, what, £30, and all of a sudden that's fine, and it's going to ease your conscience. It's absolute garbage, and we need to start calling this out, calling out for what it is. That's not the answer. Offsetting 100% is not the answer. And these are the kind of things that we've been thinking about when we created the Climate Friendly Travel Club. So what we've created is a social enterprise that will make travel better, fairer, more resilient for everybody. It's a loyalty club for climate conscious travelers. So what we're in a sense trying to do is to get the growing number of climate conscious travelers and put them together with climate conscious organizations, of which, by the way, most of these are SMEs. We were talking a lot yesterday about SMEs. That's all of our registry members. Most of them are SMEs, and they need help, and that's why we give them that help. And that's why we're trying to introduce them to an audience who will appreciate their efforts in this particular field. We focus on destinations that actually really need tourism. Those are the least developed countries on Earth, the LDCs, as defined by the United Nations, and the SIDS, the small island developing states. So what we do is we created, on the club, we have all of the destinations. We'll be featuring all of the destinations from the least developed countries and the small island developing states. And we've assigned them a little badge. And what that's telling each one of our members is that if you book travel to one of these destinations, your travel is having a real impact. Something else that we've been talking about is you know, we talk all the time about having our travel make an impact, not mindless travel. I was nearly going to think of having a slogan against mindless travel, and I still would like to do something like that. But it's about having more meaningful travel experiences. But what this stuff also does is it gets us thinking about having a positive return on the emissions that we are using. So we know when we fly, we're creating emissions, and we know that that's not good. At least let it be worthwhile. At least let it be worthwhile. If you travel to these destinations, you are boosting their economy in a very positive way. And it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do. Nobody else, to be absolutely clear, no other travel organization in the world focuses on the LDCs and the SIDS nations. We're the first to do that. And that's something that we're all incredibly proud of. This is a snapshot for how we position them. And by the way, at this point, I will say, I know there's a lot of people here with mobile phones, and you've probably got them in your hand, and maybe you're checking your emails or whatever else, and that's cool. But please do go on climatefriendlytravelclub.com, and you can have a look at the site for yourself. We've opened it up today so that you can all actually see exactly how it's presented. And it's a beautiful, beautiful site. But as you can see here, this is how we show off the badges. Sorry, I'm pointing at the back. It's because I can see the screen. You can see how we show the badges so that people can see where these destinations fit with regards to the LDCs and the SIDS. So we support climate conscious partners. All of the partners that we've got, they're all signed up to the SunX registry. So they're absolutely committed to Paris 1.5. They're working incredibly hard on their own sustainability journey. And that's all of the properties, that's their entryway into the club. Once they get into the club as well, and once they're part of the registry, We also do, I do a podcast with them. We do the Climate Friendly Travel podcast. We've built up a huge following now. It's on iTunes and Spotify. If that's your thing, please do join. Because what we do is we speak to each one of these property owners, for the most part, and operators, and we ask them, how are you doing on your journey? What were the quick wins? What are the struggles that you have on the ground? And it's really, really eye-opening. It's been great for me from a personal point of view because I get to speak to owners on the ground at the coalface on a weekly basis. And I get to hear it from them, and they're from all over the world. So I get a really good holistic picture as to exactly what's going on. And here's the great thing is, our registry members, they also get that picture because they're learning from each other through the podcast. They listen to the podcast and they learn, oh, right, yeah, they're doing this. Maybe we can do that as well. It's an exchange of ideas. It's really great if you get a chance. So our properties are all on a sustainability journey. Another point I will make is that they're all on a sustainability journey, and some of them are far more advanced than others on that journey, and some are just starting out. But the ones that are advanced, they would also say, when I say, you guys are amazing, they're doing everything, I think. I say, what do you have to do now? They say, oh, no, we're only just starting. We're not doing enough. That's what they all have in common. We're not doing enough. We need to be doing more. And it always makes me, I'm kind of humbled by it, really, because they are so utterly driven. If I may dare say so, possibly more than the big guys are, but they seem to take it really personally, and it's to be commended. So we're helping these small, medium enterprises, yet again, to get direct bookings. Why direct bookings? Why is that important? It's not to deliberately alienate travel agencies in the Northern Hemisphere, the wealthy North, far from it. What we are trying to do, though, is make sure that there's no economic leakage, because it's the right thing to do, that more of the traveler's money remains in the destination rather than leaking back to Booking.com HQ in the Netherlands or Expedia HQ in the US. That's patently wrong. We want the money to stay in these destinations, especially the LDCs and the SIDSs, because it's the right thing to do, So we support climate conscious properties, and we put them in touch with climate conscious travelers, and that's our members. This is a membership who are passionately dedicated to doing the right thing by the climate and by the environment. And that's our core audience, and that's who we're looking out for.
Everyone has a travel story, something memorable and impactful. All of us are travelers looking for that perfect something, and we're all interested in planning with more sustainability and climate-friendly objectives in mind. I'm Jeff Kistrek, CEO and co-founder of eTN, and we're helping with responsible and destination travel planning using personalization, AI, and data-driven recommendations to enhance the local travel experience. eTN was founded around the core objective of supporting local businesses, merchants, and attractions. We do this by directing travelers to these locations that may be off the beaten path and away from the crowds. And our goal is really to support these local economies. We're very honored to be part of the Climate Friendly Travel Club and look forward to supporting their initiatives through innovation and partner collaboration. Our goal is to help everyone in the club feel and act like a local wherever they go.
So that's Jeff Kishuk there. I mentioned before, and Jeffrey mentioned it yesterday, he didn't refer to us as an SME. I think he referred to us as we're a 2-bit organization. But we're an SME. And what we do as an SME, and I'm sure all of you will appreciate it as well, is we join together with others. We form partnerships because together we can be stronger. And the guys at eTN, they approached us and said, we want to help you. And we said, okay, what do you guys do? What they do, they've got a really cool tool which they have allowed us to use and integrate, whereby it automatically creates mini itineraries for anywhere in the world, only using locally owned and run businesses. Locally owned and run businesses. Again, talking about keeping more of the money in the location. So when you're looking for restaurants or anything else, it's not going to recommend any of the big chains from the US or Europe or anywhere else. It's only going to recommend the locally owned and run ones. And that's something, again, just feels right, doesn't it? Feels right. Feels like it's the right thing to do. And that's because we've got travelers who want to experience the local culture and the local people as well while they're there. So that's one of our partners. I want to introduce you to another partner now.
Namaste. I'm
Prerna, the founder of EcoFlow. EcoFlow is an aggregator for sustainable eco hotels based out of India. We have personally visited and verified more than 250 eco hotels all across the country in India. And all these hotels are made up of mud, wood, bamboo, stone, or local architecture. And most importantly, all of them have a minimum of 33% tree coverage inside their hotels. They also fulfill sustainable measures like rainwater harvesting, composting, solar panels, they grow their own vegetables, fruits, and many others. I'm glad to be an early participator of Climate Friendly Club, and I'm happy to be a part of Climate Friendly Travel Club, and all the best to Jeffrey, Jed, and Hans for this lovely venture. Thank you so much.
So that's Prerna from EcoFlow. Their properties, the 250 properties that she was talking about that are made of all natural materials, they're utterly wonderful. I mean, really, they've got character. You feel like you're really in India when you're in those properties. They're absolutely first class, but they're all small, independently owned and run. Very hard then to compete with the big guys. How do you get them? That's why we're working with them, so that we can actually put them in front of climate conscious travelers who appreciate their efforts. And that relationship is one which we value greatly with Prerna. She's an absolute visionary, by the way. She's an amazing lady. And the last one I'd like to show you, the last partnership, is another one that's really important to us. This is going to be coming online probably in the next couple of weeks. But one of the things that we're really passionate about is for our travelers to understand what the environmental indicators are for each destination that they visit. So yes, you can look up the hotels and find out, what they're doing in terms of sustainability and responsibility. But what about the actual country that you're going to? What can you do with those? This is the next partner we've got.
Hello, I'm Terry, co-founder and CEO of Secure.com, where we are using satellite data to quantify the tourism impact on the environment. We are very happy to support the climate friendly travel club of like-minded people who fully understand the climate urgency and who are taking action. We hope that you will enjoy the launch event and that you enjoy it.
So with Flockio, what they do there is satellite data. They identify environmental factors. So they can track air pollution, they can track water usage and water availability, air quality, traffic pollution, you name it. And they're using that satellite data, they can zero in to down within 1 kilometer. Okay, so where that's really cool is we've been working with them on making sure that each one of our destinations, we highlight the environmental indicators. No other organization that we're aware of in the world highlights the environmental factors and indicators which travelers should be aware of that particular destination. We're the first ones to do that, and we're doing it through the guys at Flockio. You see the main environmental indicators here. This is for the case of Sri Lanka. And if you can't read it, it's got human development score, GDP share of tourism score, environmental performance rank, and sustainable tourism development rank. And then over on the far end, this is what we're working on right now. You're going to have an interactive map of the destination where you can zero in to down to 1 kilometer, and it shows you 5 different factors. You've got a tourism index, you've got protected areas, you've got water pressure, air quality, and I can't read this, and I can't read, urbanization is the other one. So that people can see what are the environmental factors at play in each of those destinations. Why do we do that? Because it's right that travelers are informed about this stuff. They need to know where they're going so that they can research before they get there and be better prepared. So one of the last, we're getting towards the end now, don't worry. One of the last things that we wanted to talk about is the mechanics of this. And the mechanics are that for a traveler to join the Climate Friendly Travel Club, it costs just 60 euros a year, which is, I would say, negligible. And what we're trying, we're not trying to sort of compete, but what we're trying to do is outline that that's really represents amazing value for money, given all that they're supporting, the least developed countries, the small island developing states, and so on. At the moment, this side here, and I get that it's very small, so I'll help you with this. This is an emissions calculator from aviation emissions. And it tells you that my flight from Manchester to Denpasar return was 6,954 kilograms of CO2. And I can offset that for 160 euros, and then it didn't happen, apparently. That's how it works, I think, with the offsetting. The offsetting is absolute garbage, naturally. It makes you feel good. Feels like I've done it, I've done my bit, I've paid £160, it was that easy. There's been no meaningful change in the environment whatsoever. Let's make no bones about that. And your money's gone. Where's it gone? What's that £160 done? Who knows? I don't care, I've offset. It's not my problem. Come on, it's garbage. Versus what we're offering, and we're offering them a tool in the coming weeks where they can work out what their emissions were, and we'll create an amount. The money will be used for good causes, and that will be also to basically promote SAF justice, which is what we'll be advocating for very strongly for the least developed nations. You get your money back. So that's £60 or 60 euros that you pay, you get it back in points to spend with climate-friendly travel partners. So you're creating this virtuous circle, which feels good as well, but it's more meaningful. And also you're supporting climate justice, of course. And that's, in a nutshell, is our solution. Oops. Next button. So in summary, we actively support climate-conscious properties, and the entry point for that, if there's any climate-conscious properties here, is to join the SUNEX registry. We focus on the LDC and the SIDS nations because it's the right thing to do, and they need our help, and they need travelers' help. We're for climate justice for the least developed nations on Earth. We're for sustainable aviation fuel justice because, honestly, they're not going to get a look in unless we help them. They will not get that sustainable aviation fuel, and that will set them back massively. And that's a very, very dangerous place to be. And of course, we support climate conscious travelers. And we believe that we are genuinely creating a better future for the global travel industry. And one thing to remember, we are a social enterprise. Jens was talking about social enterprises yesterday. We are a social enterprise. 25% of all of our proceeds go straight back into things like helping the chapters and all of the other good work that the SUNEX program does. So, you know, we're not just purely about profit or anything else. We're about putting it back in and giving it back. That's our solution. Please, please join up yourselves to the Climate Friendly Travel Club and spread the word, and happy to speak to any of you afterwards if you'd like to have a chat. That's me. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Okay, now comes the fun part. Jeffrey and I, we put our heads together, and World Tourism Network is about, of course, small and medium-sized enterprises and businesses. So we joined hands with this climate-friendly travel program. We will promote the club on WTN, on our website, on our media, and we actually will give our members a choice to also become a member of the travel-friendly travel club. So there will be a lot of synergies. And what we also do, Jeffrey and I, we've been running an organization called the International Coalition of Tourism Partners, what started actually with the Indonesian Coalition of Tourism Partners 20-some years ago. So we will bring the climate part into World Tourism Network under the ICTP umbrella, so it becomes an integrated part of WTN, but it's not interfering with any of the other projects. So we keep it separate and very prominent this way. And what we're going to do, you're going to say a few seconds, we're going to just sign this MOU here, and it's going to start as of today.
Thank you. Says I've just put €100 to World Tourism Network.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will go to the next part. I give it back to, actually, you're going to know, we know we have a lady from Kenya. Give us a little bit of a feedback before we start with our panel.
Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, finally we come to the main agenda of today's conference, panel discussion. I would like to call to come to the stage Deputy for Tourism Products and Events, Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Vincent. Chairman of Bali Medical Tourism Association, BMTA, Dr. Gede Patra, silakan. Jakarta Anti-Aging Center, Indonesia Healthcare Tourism Promotion Board, Dr. Widya Murni. Silakan ke atas. Ya, silakan duduk. Institute for Integrated Regenerative Medicine, Dr. Janeti. President of World Tourism Network, Dr. Peter Tarlo. Chameleon Strategic Bangkok, Thailand, Jens Ranher. General Manager Turkish Airlines Indonesia, Haji Osgun. General Manager of Garuda Indonesia Denpasar Office, Bapak Ade Norman. And this panel will be moderated by Jürgen Stemmens. Please, time is yours, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much for being on this panel. I think it's, please go ahead. It's very timely to talk about medical tourism. Medical tourism was not known a while ago. And in many areas in the world, medical tourism is more about spas, what is beauty and relaxation in a hot tub. There's also, it's not directly medical tourism. That's more like wellness tourism. So today, I think we're going to hear a little bit more about wellness and medical tourism. I'm really glad we have an international audience that knows something about it. I know Bali has some exciting developments in this field. Our friend from Turkey, Turkey has been a leading country in the world to medical tourism. I tell you myself, I'm trying to get my implants finally done in Turkey. And of course, the United States, Peter, he teaches medical tourism. So he knows a lot about it. So it's going to be a really good panel. I think we have limited time, of course. We're late like always, but that's Indonesian time. So we're going to be okay. Maybe what we could do is go around and so everyone can introduce yourself and let us know your comments and your thoughts maybe about the subject in place, or give us any information you think it's important, maybe 5 minutes, and then we can go around, maybe get some questions or some interaction before we get some lunch. So why don't we start, maybe easiest just to go around with Mr. Haji Osgun, and I don't speak Turkish. I told him before, I've been to Istanbul a million times. It's one of my most favorite cities, but I don't speak Turkish even as a German. So I hope I pronounced this correctly. Go ahead. Okay, go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome today. My name is Haji Ömer Özgün. You can call me Ömer. I'm Deputy General Manager, Turkish Airlines in Indonesia. I've been living here for 5 years in Jakarta, actually. So we can speak English, Turkish, or Bahasa, no problem. You know, Turkish Airlines flies more countries than any other airlines in the world. We fly 344 worldwide destinations with 429 aircraft. Because of Istanbul's location, one of the most convenient place in the world for transit flight. So it makes us one of the most convenient airline company for tourism and also business purpose trip and also medical tourism as well. Istanbul is one of the best destination in the world for medical tourism. So for Istanbul or for Indonesia, what purpose you want to fly as medical tourism or wellness tourism to Indonesia or to Istanbul, Turkish Airlines provides one of the best service, and also Turkish Airlines provides good benefits and price for this purpose. So if you have any question, then after that, I will try to reply you. So thank you coming here tonight.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Jens.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks again for WTN for inviting me to this fantastic event. It's great to be here. My name is Jens Trainhardt. I'm the former CEO of Barbados Tourism for the last 2 years in the Caribbean, and previously I was the executive director of the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office based in Bangkok for the past 8 years. And I'm the founding partner of Chameleon Strategies, which is a bespoke strategy consulting firm really focusing on destination management. And as it relates to destination management, I think wellness and medical tourism is an important component when it comes to product development and experience development. I think it's important to differentiate, though, between medical tourism and wellness tourism. I think especially in countries like Korea, Thailand, other ones, I think medical tourism is a important revenue owner for economic development. Living in Thailand, living in Bangkok, obviously there are top class hospitals, probably some of the best in the world, that have outstanding services, but obviously also provide a very good price value system that motivates people from all over the world, if it is from the US or the Middle East, to come to Thailand to get medical treatments combined with obviously good weather, good service, and maybe a post or pre-vacation. So I think Thailand has been positioning itself really as a medical tourism destination. For me, I think the whole notion of wellness tourism is probably more interesting when it comes to destination management. I spoke yesterday about social enterprises, and even with our Experience Mekong collection that we developed in the Greater Mekong sub-region, comprising of countries from Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, and parts of China, we had wellness tourism experiences there that go into the wellness area, from massages, blind people, where really it's developing people and giving back to the social system. So I believe that wellness tourism, really to create experiences, but then giving back to the community and building sustainability, can be a very important component. Thank you.
Hello, a very good morning to everyone. And we would like to thank WTN for inviting us, and also especially to Ibu Mudi. Basically, I'm from two parts of the world, from Malaysia and also from Sweden. And we actually, I'm in practice for the past 34 years as a modern medicine. I was trained in modern medicine, that's allopathic medicine, where we are based in pharmaceutical intervention. But for the last 20 over years, I've been focusing more on natural medicine. And those days we started with the word anti-aging medicine, and then we evolved to now integrative medicine, where a lot of modalities, if you heard of functional medicine, energy medicine, aesthetic medicine, it's all under that. So what we do is that we give the patients a choice if they want to go the pharmaceutical way or the natural medicine way. And it's a choice for people because, as you know, the fourth leading cause of death today is actually at ADR, which is adverse drug reactions. It's the fourth leading cause of death, is giving people the wrong medications. So we are in this part of the world where natural medicine, we date back to 7,000 years, actually, especially when it comes to herbal medicine. And this is where I think a lot of these plants are indigenous to Southeast Asia. And this is where we can actually do it in a very systematic approach, in a very professional platform. But it's also there in other parts of the world, other continents like Australia, right? And in Europe, where we use herbs. So this integrative medicine is just not about eliminating or leaving out modern medicine. It's about the synergy of diversity in medicine, what suits the patients best. So for the past over 20 years, I've been in this space of being an educator in nutritional medicine, in natural medicine, in herbal medicine, in aesthetic medicine, because all this can be done the natural way. And actually in Indonesia, they have one of the best traditional medicine. And we are speaking about integration in a very, very professional platform. I think coming to this forum, which is tourism, it's fantastic. There's no better land than this. Come for a holiday and come for natural medicine in an integrative medicine manner. I have lots to speak about, but since we're running out of time, you could catch me later for lunch or anything like that. And I'll pass it to my peer, Dr. Vidya. She will speak from the Indonesian landscape. Okay, thank you.
Hello, very good morning. Thank you, Ibu Moody and World Travel Network for inviting me. I'm Dr. Vidya from Jakarta Anti-Aging Center. Just as what Dr. Janity said, that I'm also practicing integrative and functional medicine. We try to find the root of cause. And if we work for the health tourism, we're not working only for the sickness, but also for the healthy people. Maybe some of the travelers are not getting well, so they might try how to become healthier while they travel in Bali. In pandemic, we have so many things to learn that if we don't have an optimum healthy life, we cannot become the traveler. So we have to educate the traveler and all the stakeholders that how to keep healthier so we can go travel all over the world, and how to become healthier and how to revitalize your sickness while you are in Bali. So we will help the network here, the World Travel Network, and we are starting to the kickoff for today, and we see that maybe the next year we have to evaluate what have we done and what should we do for the demanding market. So we are ready to help the World Travel Network working for Bali as a health tourism destination.
Thank you very much. We're giving it to Deputy for Tourism Products and Event from the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, Vincentius Gemado.
Okay, thank you, moderator. I'm very happy to be part of this session here. And I am one of the deputies in the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, responsible for the tourism products and events organization. What makes me happy to be one of these participants today, that now Indonesia is really trying to differentiate and to diversify the products of tourism. Why? Because one of the key success factors of tourism is how you differentiate and how you diversify your products. Well, as far as the health tourism is concerned, if you look at the global statistics, okay, this kind of tourism has grown to 10%, 10.8% in the last 4 years. And it's believed to be growing by even 16% until 2025. Okay. Moreover, if you look, I'd just like to take the example for Malaysia. Okay, you know how many people, Indonesian people, go to Malaysia for health tourism, medical, and for wellness. Okay. So from 1.2 people for health tourism in Malaysia, 60% are from Indonesia. 60% from Indonesia. So there is a leakage. Okay. So based on this, a few years ago, the President of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, is thinking hard how to develop this health tourism, medical, and wellness. Okay? So based on this, in the short term, the goals of Indonesia health tourism, which also included the wellness and medical, okay, to prepare Indonesia as a primary health tourism destination and to gain trust of Indonesian. This is very important. Okay, how to get trust from Indonesian people themselves. Okay, because this is the main point. They still believe that Penang or some other cities in Malaysia the best for wellness, for health tourism. Okay? So the first thing that we need to gain the trust and the conscious or the awareness from the Indonesian people themselves. Okay, and these goals were also driven by the shift in tourism trends. Yeah, now one of the global trends in tourism that people are trying to find the healthy destinations, so clean destinations, and also they concern more about health now. So this is also one of a driver. Okay? And if we try to lay on the groundwork, okay, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy and the Ministry of Health, okay, already signed the MOU, okay, in 2017. And the development of promotion of health tourism until 2025 will primarily focus on medical tourism and wellness tourism. So these are two new products that we are going to focus on until 2025. Okay? And according to the surveys carried out by both ministries, Indonesians seek treatment for various disease areas overseas, driven by a combination of trust, quality perception, convenience, and adequate supply. It is also noted that the type of service that most Indonesians look at are medical checkups. I think this is very important to note. Also, there are 10 key provinces with highest outbound spending on medical tourism. They are Jakarta, Bali, Riau Islands, okay, Riau, East Kalimantan, North Sumatra, South Sumatra, South Sulawesi, East Java, and Central Sulawesi. And those are, looking for the treatment from Malaysia. Okay? So some of the most notable quick win programs the Indonesian government is trying to follow. Okay? The first, establishing a branding logo for health tourism. Okay? Organizing hospitality training by appointing the tourism polytechnic in Bandung, okay, to provide hospitality development assistance for human resource, okay, and also encouraging the formation of medical tourism management entities or bodies in several regions, whose role is to develop and promote the potential of regional medical tourism. Currently, it has been formed in 4 locations, namely in North Sumatra, province of Bali, North Sulawesi, and Malang City. Okay? So we try this as a template, and later on we try to amplify this in many provinces. Okay? So organizing the upcoming business also. Okay? So on 10 of October, we are going to have a Indonesia Health Tourism Expo Forum. Okay? And this activity will be held in Jakarta. That brings together providers, okay, medical and wellness, with buyers, travel and tourism, to make contacts and also business contracts in the context of developing Indonesian health tourism. I think you are also invited to join this forum. Okay, there will be a B2B forum. Okay. And also, I'd like to announce that the development of the special economic zone on health tourism in Sanur. Okay, this is led by the Ministry of State-owned enterprises, and is mainly designed to further facilitate Indonesians with integrated world-class health facilities. So we are going to have a new area for the medical and wellness tourism in Sanur. Okay, and soon it will be, I think, officially inaugurated by the president. I think maybe in February next year. And this also will be integrated into MICE facilities. So I think that's the information that I'm going to share with you today, and we really need your ideas, insights into understanding more how to develop the wellness and medical tourism. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And one of the things we wanted to do at World Tourism Network is to establish an online forum. Anyone can put their input in, and hopefully we can share this with you and other stakeholders to exchange ideas. I think we're talking here about medical tourism now, both on the domestic and on the international part. So it becomes a really interesting discussion. Dr. Peter Tarlow is president of our organization. And I know he knows a lot about medical tourism because he tells me that he takes a lot of time to keep me alive every day.
Yes, I do. Good morning. What I'm going to do, as our time is very limited, is tell you about two particular parts of the world that are now quite sophisticated in medical tourism, what they're doing correctly and what mistakes they're doing. And the reason I tell that to you is so that you can avoid those mistakes as you develop medical tourism here. Before I begin, though, I do want to thank my friends from Turkish Airlines, which were kind enough to bring me here. Thank you for 2 wonderful flights. So if you have not been on Turkish Airlines, I strongly suggest you go. A little bit of tourism is all about advertising. So I'm going to speak about Mexico, and I'm going to speak about Houston, Texas. Both of them have fantastic programs when it comes to medical tourism. They're similar and they're different. Let me first tell you just a few moments about Mexico. Mexico is incredibly lucky in that it's right on the border with the United States and in easy contact with much of Latin America. Therefore, geographically, it is easy to get to Mexico. Large numbers of Mexican doctors do very well along the border with the United States, and people can drive for the day, see a doctor or see a dentist, and come back. That's something you cannot do in Indonesia, but it's an advantage that Mexico does have. Mexico has terrific facilities, but it has 2 or 3 problems. The first problem is Mexico, much of it has a reputation for lack of security. And therefore, people are afraid to go and bring their families. And that creates an issue for medical tourism. Secondly, and this is very important for a place like Indonesia, it's not just performing an operation or doing an implant or getting a crown. When you go back, if you don't have a corresponding doctor in the nation from which the person is coming, the cost savings will immediately be eliminated. Thus, for example, you can go to Mexico and get an implant, an extremely high level of medical levels for 1/4 of the price in the United States. But every time you need an adjustment, because an implant in dentistry is never successful the first time, you're going to have to go to your American dentist who will not recognize the Mexican dentist. So you end up either having to fly back to Mexico, or you have to do the whole process all over again. So that is something that we've now taken into consideration. And we have learned the importance of connecting every doctor in Mexico with a doctor in the United States, so that if the person needs a follow-up, they're able to get it at home, and it's not going to cost them more money than they thought they were saving. Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas never realized that it was in medicine. It's one of the great medical centers of the world. Jürgen comes from Hawaii, which has the worst medicine in the United States. I come from Texas, which has some of the best medicine in the world, not in the United States. If you've ever been to the medical centers in Houston, they're worlds, literally cities and cities of specialists and the top equipment in the world. People come from, especially Latin America, to Houston. Why? Because we are a bilingual state. Very few of us don't speak English and Spanish equally. Most of our doctors speak English and Spanish. So someone coming from Mexico can easily speak in his or her own language and not feel uncomfortable. On the other hand, Houston made a big mistake. which we're now only rectifying. And that is people, you have to understand the culture of the country from which you're drawing. So the problem in Houston was we were treating the patient. We should have been treating the entire family. So when someone comes from Latin America, they bring their entire family. But you cannot sit in a hospital room for 4 days while the patient is recovering. So now we've learned to have special tourism to take families of patients to wherever, to shopping, because people love to shop in the Galleria in Houston. Clothing in the United States is very inexpensive. People, we've developed a restaurant program. We've developed bilingual cultural areas. So that, for example, people can go to church or synagogue or mosque while they're visiting. So we now understand that medical tourism is not just about medicine, it's also about the culture that evolves around the patient. And therefore that becomes an essential part in your SMEs and your development of economics. One or two very quick suggestions. One, the number one key to medical tourism is good knowledge of the language of the area from which you're coming. If you're going to draw people, for example, from the United States, your doctors have to speak fluent English without an accent. If you're drawing people from France, the same from French. From Germany, the same from German or whatever. Secondly, understand the culture of from where people are coming. Thirdly, culture depends on food. So if I bring someone from the Muslim world, for example, or the Jewish world to Houston or to Mexico, and they serve them pork, you just destroyed everything you wanted to create. If you do not understand holidays, if you do not understand the religions, if you do not understand the food requirements, you're going to fail. But if you do understand those, you're going to be very successful. So again, this is, I can speak for 2 hours, I won't, but this is give you just a few pointers on, you're just beginning your medical tourism, learn the mistakes from others and make it therefore successful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Gede Patra. I'm a chairman of the Bali Medical Tourism Association. So what I said yesterday, that I start to learn about the health tourism. Yeah, but learning by doing. This is my concept. And we divide, in health tourism, we divide into two groups. The first is healthcare tourism or medical wellness, and the other side is medical tourism based on the treatment for the sick people. And we look because Bali have opportunity for create this program, because first is Bali are famous for the tourism destination, and then we are as the river place from the west, Nusa Tenggara, East Nusa Tenggara, Papua, including that in the medical tourism, we have 17 members, operators, that they have a center of excellence. And some of the center of excellence has already have response from the local people, including from the foreigners. Special for the plastic surgery, for the dental, it's come from the Australia. Yeah. And for the medical wellness, we start in the last 4 months, we create that we make integrated, we support that wellness, Balinese wellness is already famous in the world. But sometimes the people, the customer need that there is an evidence base. For this, we make the program, we call that a medical wellness. So we integrated between the medical and then the wellness, and then the Balinese traditional medicine, including herb, and then for the culture and resort. Because we make there two-way, so the customer can come to resort, and then they have the wellness program in the resort. And if they would like to have medical services, they can contact for the hospital or clinic who have relation with the resort. The second way, that they come to the hospital, but they would like to follow the wellness program in the resort. So this is, we try to make the program, and we start that once again, Bali we look that have opportunity, and the regulation now is more completely. And for the medical tourism, we have a regulation from the Minister of Health, and then for the medical wellness, from the Minister of Health and Minister of Tourism, that what from the Minister of Tourism said that they are signed MOU between the Minister of Health and Minister of Tourism. So once again, this is we start to learn, and we know that there is a challenges for this, especially we are in Bali. This is about the accreditation, especially international accreditation. Mostly our members is already national accreditation with the highest level standard. And the second is about the human resource, because for the specialist doctor, they can practice in the 3 places. So sometimes this is make the problem in the services. And the second about the price. The price we compare with the Malaysia, Thailand, a little bit higher because there is a tax, the high tax for the medical. So it's make that our price like that. And then the health insurance. And the last is about the promotion, because in medical, there is an ethical for promotion. So this is why we hope that in this moment from the tourism sector can help me to promote what we have in Bali, so the people will be knows about the Bali. I think that's all. Thank you.
Very interesting. And I think Mr. Ale Norman, Garuda Airlines.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ade Nurman, and I'm from Garuda Indonesia, Bali. So I'm going to share a bit about Garuda Indonesia in Bali. Currently, we have direct route for international from Bali. We have 5 routes to Sydney, Melbourne, Singapore, Japan, and Korea. And talk about the medical tourism. For now, we use bigger aircraft for also Jakarta to Bali, so it will comply with the need for tourists that need the medical equipment in our aircraft, like a wheelchair or stretcher, and the others medical needs like oxygen bottle and others. As for this for this year, we also have several recognition from the globally as a Skytrack 5-star COVID safety rating, and then the most punctual airlines in the world from 2023, and World Best Cabin Crew into 2023. This achievement, we hope that can make to support the quality tourism from now and the medical tourism. Maybe that's all from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I say I have to quite fascinated by the responses, and I have tons of questions. So I don't know. I think we have enough time. But the 2 doctors talked about treatment. Maybe we in this panel we will leave the domestic part out because it's a domestic issue, and maybe concentrate on the international opportunities in medical tourism. Now, and I can say that I have a lot out of my own experience because I ended up in a hospital a year and a half ago in the Philippines. And when I came home to Hawaii, I couldn't get any doctor's appointments for follow-up. So my flesh-eating bacteria came back, and I had to get a very expensive treatment. I got it back under control. And they only got it under control in Germany. So when I went to Germany, I saw all kinds of other specialists like cardiologists, and they came up with different things and solutions. And when I took these reports back to Hawaii, they're all in German. I speak German. For me, it was no big deal. But the doctors don't speak German, and the insurance companies don't speak German. All of a sudden, they said they cannot cover it because I could not have a uterus. I said, well, I never said I had a uterus. So we had, there's a lot of miscoordination, I think, between treatment providers in another country and treatment providers at home. Now, how would you see you can overcome the problem? If you have a medical tourist getting treatment in your facility, they need follow-ups. And what Peter rightfully say, how can this follow-up be communicated effectively so they don't have to come back and get the same treatment again?
No, sir. At the moment, everybody is borderless. So I also have a patient from abroad, let's say from Arab. And after I give my treatment, and we also can do the communication with the doctor through the email or through Zoom meeting, and they also can be treated by their doctor in their place. So no need to come back to having the same treatment with me, but we need to follow up. So what is the development and what need to be for further treatment in their place?
And I'm sure,
Jürgen, if I can add something to this, I think you don't want to, you're confusing a number of issues. In Jürgen's case, it was an emergency. We had to see a doctor in the Philippines. That is not medical tourism. That is the issue of finding a doctor because you're sick while on tour. Medical tourism is I choose to go to a place to get an operation because I want to combine it either with a vacation or with less expense. Those are two very different concepts. So you want to distinguish between those two. In either case, though, if we're talking about medical tourism, the doctor must have, prior to your coming, a corresponding doctor in the home country so that you're able to follow up. Now, that's not the same thing as in Jürgen's case, where he ended up just by accident going to a doctor. So do not confuse those. You will make a major economic mistake if you do. Secondly, you have to know which countries, if medical tourism is a form of tourism, the emphasis is on the tourism, not on the medicine. Therefore, you have to be able to find ways to bring people here. You're promoting it. For example, once a year in Mexico, we have a convention of medical tourism where I have 500 doctors coming together talking about how they can work together to bring in people from their key markets, which tends to be Canada, the United States, and Brazil. So therefore, it has to be in English and in Portuguese, but it's already pre-planned. If you do not build a good base, you will collapse. If you build a good base, you will succeed. But if you don't start from the point of medicine, you start from the point of the customer and the tourism, and then the medicine is what you're getting afterwards.
And you have a very good point, Peter.
May I comment?
Yes, please.
Yes. Basically, yes, there's a huge, sharp distinction between an acutely you're seeking for a medical emergency and a planned. So the planned one is what we're talking about, medical tourism. Exactly. May I comment? I see a lot of Indonesian patients. I'm in Kuala Lumpur, all right? And I think they like to come to Malaysia is because we have the same culture, we speak the same language, and we understand your superstitions, your fears, your worries, your anxieties, and we know how to have the holistic approach. That is why even they're very rich, they could actually fly to US and pay USD, but they like to come to Malaysia because they have that relationship where we understand the culture. So this is why, like you say, if you have a planned thing, like in integrative medicine, we can do from sick care, from sickness, the whole spectrum, from sickness to wellness. Like what Dr. Vidya says, wellness is a huge industry. It's going to be bigger than sick care because sick care is very expensive. You need a lot of capital investment to build hospitals. State-of-the-art hospitals cost a lot of money. Whereas in Indonesia, you already have the whole infrastructure for a wonderful wellness, a medical wellness program. And this is where we can help because we do have the expertise. So instead of them having this leakage to fly out to Malaysia, we bring a team and people could stay back here And this is where, I mean, it's a win-win situation. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. So would you design medical tourism, non-emergency medical tourism treatment is best when you can conclude this treatment on the specific trip? Or can you do a treatment what needs a lot of follow-up treatment? So if you're talking about alternate medicine, you may have to take alternate medicine for some time for it to kick in. It's not going to kick in 1 week, right?
Yeah, we have to be ready for whatever the people need. Maybe some of them need the acute treatment, so they need the ordinary hospital, but we also will provide the very special need that might not here at the moment. So we will provide them because of the demand is very high. So you might need the spa, but you need also the doctor who can treat the wellness inside out. So you not only need massage, but the doctor that can keep you healthier forever, not only today.
That's health medicine versus medical tourism.
Right, right.
Yes.
And that, of course, would need some kind of communication in form of a report in English that is readable around the world at your home doctors. If it's not only Malaysia and Indonesia, it's a different matter. So you can actually get the follow-up. And when you come back to Bali the next year, you can continue your treatment fine.
If the patient keep the trust on you, they will try to find you wherever they are. So let's build the good network.
And do you think such networks are possible in form, you mentioned Zoom, Viber, WhatsApp, to establish, would that be a good idea for doctors to establish with the patients?
Surely.
And that's really what I wanted to come out. World Tourism Network is a network. And I think this could be a good ambition. Doctors are all small and medium-sized businesses, for the most part, 90% of the part. So there is a mission to help facilitate and find partners who can build an effective network between certain medical destinations and home destinations.
Careful, you're making a big mistake. Most doctors in another country will not get on a Zoom meeting.
I was getting to that.
If you're going to build it on Zoom, you're going to fail.
I agree.
Let me point out that very.
I agree with you,
Yes.
because the first time it has to be in person.
Yes.
It has to be in person because it's just a Zoom thing,
Yes.
and you can't even feel. We have another thing called energy medicine and integrative medicine. You will know the spirits of the patient.
Yes.
So that's the other holistic approach. I totally agree. It has to be one in person, then you can follow up on digital. Yeah, you could do that.
But again, you have to, you're doing this backwards. You're going to end up failing if you do this, you continue on this level. You're doing it backwards. First, you build the tourism part of it, and you build the relationship part of it, and then you add the medicine. If you go the other direction, you're going to fail. I cannot, in 2 or 3 years, just like Jeffrey says, in 10 years, you'll have a climate crisis or whatever, age we're talking about. In the same way, I'm warning you, if you build a roof without a foundation, the roof will collapse. First, you build the foundation, and then you build the roof. And we have to be very careful. For example, we have a gentleman here from Turkish Airlines. You cannot have medical tourism if you do not have a relationship with the airline. Suppose I want to come to Indonesia for whatever operation it is. But if I can't get here, or if the airline will not care for me, or will not provide a stretcher, or whatever it is, your tourism will collapse. So one of the parts you have to deal with is transportation. How do you work with the airlines? How will the airlines provide special food if that's needed? That's a key part if you're talking medical tourism. If you're talking medicine, I'm just going to my local doctor. If you're talking health, wellness, I'm going because I want to stay well. Those are different. But if you're talking medical tourism, if Jürgen is going to go to get an implant and he ends up with a toothache on the plane, he can end up having a heart attack. That's a problem. So he has to think through what are the issues dealing with not only being in a place, but also how does he get there? How long does he stay? Is he working with the airline? Is he going to be able to see a follow-up dentist in Hawaii? Will the dentist in Hawaii recognize the dentist in Turkey? You have to start from the ground up and then build. I'm sorry if I'm beating this into you, but again, I don't want you to fail. I want you to succeed.
No, and this is definitely the most important point. It's networking because it's not all about competing. The home network is there. Tourists are not going to move to a destination. They go to a destination to enjoy this destination and get medical treatment possibly, or wellness treatment. And that's why I found the special zone, what is in process here in Bali. Maybe we can tell us a little bit more. What does this special zone do for international inbound medical tourism? Is it a zone what is tax-free? In some instances, what has certain facilities that are not available someplace else, or certain partnerships? What are the plans for this?
Well, thank you. I think there are almost 8 or 10 facilities or instances that we are providing in the special economic zone for tourism, and including the tax, including also the goods, okay, coming in. They will get a special tax for it, and even the free. Okay, so that's why the government is really pushing this special economic zone for the medical tourism. And it is also by purpose to put it in Bali, because Bali is the barometer of Indonesia tourism in general, and Bali is also globally known. Okay, and what is interesting in Bali, that actually one question that is quite challenging to work for him, yeah? Because he has a lot of experience in Mexico, right? Yeah. Because we are developing now a special economic zone for medical tourism in Sanur, okay? How to convince, okay, the members of the family, okay, to follow the tourism product? Because psychologically, when they come for medical tourism, they think about the patient, okay? Maybe they don't think about how to enjoy the shopping or the food and so on. How, from your experience, how can you convince their family?
First of all, again, distinguish. One is I'm coming because I'm choosing an elective medical treatment, and the other is I need the medical treatment. Those are two different things. You have to have things available. For example, we work very hard. When you check into the hospital, we sit down with a counselor. We tell you what is available. We tell you while you're here, you're having a good time makes your loved one heal faster, because there's a psychology to this. We know very carefully that if the family is in pain because the patient is going through an operation, then the patient is worried about his family and not about getting better. So you want the patient to feel that the family is being taken care of. In the same way, for example, when you choose an airline, let me give you, if you don't want a low-cost airline, for example, when you go use Turkish, I'm sorry if I'm beating up on you or saying nice things, but Turkish Airlines is very good on customer service. They're very good on taking care of people who need a little bit of extra help. You want that type of airline. You don't want an airline that's just a bus in the air. You want someone that's going to give personalized service. Medical tourism is about security for the family and security for the patient. But that means you have to have activities for both and develop a relationship with both. And the patient If the patient is not worried about his or her family, then they're going to not have the same fears and worries that if they were worried. So right from the beginning, you let them know while you're healing, we're there to take care of your family. And a place like Indonesia, you're great at this. This is what you do.
I think our time is about. Okay, yeah, that's why I wanted to go and get questions. Go ahead.
I don't think they have
done it very direct to you because you're from the government, so he's the perfect guy.
Okay, I think this is very interesting question. Okay, so the government now is trying to, make some facilities for the tourists coming to Indonesia for medical tourism. Okay, among others, like we try to provide a special line in immigration, so there's no queue for that, and also we try also to have the special visa. Okay, to let them, feel comfortable while they are coming in for a medical checkup or medical visa. Like that. We learned a lot from Malaysia, the best practices now. So we try to also try to implement in Indonesia. Not yet, because it is still in the process of development. So I'm quite optimistic after February, once the inauguration of the special economic zone for medical tourism is officially opened by the president. I think we are thinking about this visa. Thank you.
So stay well for the next year.
I think
we have to promote from now on.
Yeah. Maybe this is my experience when to run the medical tourism. There is a patient from the East Timor-Leste come to Bali, and there is no special visa for that. But I make a coordination and collaboration with the immigration, that because this is must be there is a special way to keep the patient come to our hospital. Yeah, like this. Yeah.
All countries that do medical tourism do have medical visas. The reason being, when you get back on an airline, and that I'm sure Turkish knows about it, that when you go as a medical patient, when you get back on an airline, you already had a procedure. There's a letter from the doctor which needs authorization to board the plane again, because that same patient can have some problem on the flight. So there are things that happen. There is a need for a special medical visa.
Yeah, for the critical patient, they usually there is a team for the emergency case. Yeah, so the team will be consist of.
No, I'm not talking.
Okay.
I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
It is a necessity by airlines.
Okay.
That if you've had a medical procedure, you do need a medical clearance, yes, to get back on a plane. Otherwise, they will not take you on. And I've seen this happen before. Yeah.
Yes. So country to country, the rules and regulation can change, and there is thematic system, and the other countries handling team check the regulation. If your situation is available to board, they accept. But if there is remarks, this passenger has this kind of condition, they need to show this kind of a paper based on the which country you start to travel. This change.
Medical visa and a special permission to go back, and they ran into problems. So they had so many problems that they made a law that you cannot, if you have come on a medical visa, you do need to have clearance from your doctor giving your condition or what procedure you had before you can board a flight. India
And
does not
also you
allow
need fit
any
to fly
medical
report.
passengers to go back with all those all those information.
And of course, every country is different, of course.
I'm saying, no,
Right.
the only reason that it happened is because they didn't have this rule, but they started having problems. That's the reason they
Right.
brought that rule
Yeah,
out.
if you had-
I'm just saying, as that's what you need to look at as well.
If you have any medical operation, also your doctor has to provide fit to fly report. Without fit to fly report, you
won't
cannot
get it.
accept.
Yes.
And I think Jens had
Also, I want to give another example. Like in Turkey, there are some medical organizations and they provide full package for customer. It includes airline ticket, and also travel agencies provide any hotels or something like that. Then you can buy whole package. Then they provide all kind of documents they need. Then as a patient, you fly to Istanbul or another country, you got your treatment and you can visit some area that you want to see. Then after that, with all documents that you need, then you can back to your country, and also you can continue your relation with doctor and hospital as well. I think the full package is more useful for customer and patients, I think.
Maybe just to add, Thailand just implemented a special visa for medical tourism. So I think it is an important point, and it has really elevated Thailand as a medical tourism destination. It allows medical tourists to stay longer, and it can also be, I think, connected to family members as well. So very important what Peter said before. It's not just the patient, but it's the entire ecosystem around it as well. So I think it's a very important point, the medical visa.
And of course, there is another addition to this. If something does go wrong, and there are all of a sudden expenses a tourist did not budget for, because you, of course, when you come for medical tourism, you know pretty much how much you pay. You have this money available. But what about if there's a catastrophic situation emerging out of this? Would insurance companies cover this? Should doctors that treat medical tourism be connected to major insurance networks, such in the US Blue Cross Blue Shield? What is the contingency plan to make sure, no matter what happens during medical tourism, if something goes wrong, what would be a plan B?
And there's a second part to that, and that is lawsuits. Because if something goes wrong, that patient may start wanting to sue or looking for legal procedures. So you have to have not only, but that's not the country's responsibility, that's the ministry's responsibility to work with insurance companies around the world. In other words, for example, and my insurance covers me wherever I am in the world. So I don't have to worry. And other places that maybe, for example, have a national tourism, national insurance, they may or may not cover you if you go out of your country. The second part of it is you have to be prepared for lawsuits because there are legal issues. And for example, if there's malpractice on the part of the doctor, both the local institutions and international institutions need to be looking at that. So what I'm saying is, again, what we're saying here is you look first at the basis, and that is the tourism part. Then you add the medical part to it. You don't do it the other direction, or it will blow up in your face.
And any more questions, please?
I'd just like to make a few comments here too. And obviously the speakers have addressed the spectrum, and the last few discussion points raised the issue that we're coming very much from a medical perspective. Already we're talking health tourism as an umbrella term, and we have a spectrum from wellness to medical. And I think those points were made by various speakers. Very important when we talk tourism. Already we're focusing on medical tourism at the moment, which is very specific. I watched a webinar not too long ago on health tourism, and one point that was made actually by Taleb, Dr. Taleb Rifai, is exactly what we just talked about. You know, the critical incidents, the systems approach, the system approach, you know, what's been talked about from that legal perspective, all of that needs to be addressed. But coming back to tourism, we're looking at supply and demand. Now we're looking at special interest tourism across spectrum from wellness to health tourism. What is the special interest? What is the niche part of the tourism within that framework of health tourism? Let's look at that from a demand side and how are we supplying that. We talk about wellness tourism. We exist in body, mind, and soul. We travel in body, mind, and soul, right? That's where the holistic approach comes in. Very important to bear in mind if we're talking tourism. What is the attraction for tourists to come to Bali, to Indonesia, compared to, say, going to Germany? I lived in Dubai, I went to Germany. All the Arabs, a lot of them go to Germany for medical tourism, right? And they've got fantastic facilities in Dubai, may I say, right? So what is the attraction to go to a country from a tourism point of view? So this is what I think now we should possibly also look at, rather than getting focused on the medical tourism. Just one point, so if we can elaborate on the tourism aspect, because it's a tourism conference, how can we combine that and be aware of that spectrum as to supply and demand, whoever is involved from all the various SMEs perspectives? That's just my comment.
May I add on the visa part, because I had taken patients from Indonesia to Germany for stem cell treatments, okay? And I have written letters and they got the visa based on from the doctor's recommendation for stem cell treatment in Germany. And the other thing I would like to commence my experience 25 years ago, but commercial airlines. I've accompanied patients from New York to Kuala Lumpur, and airlines are fantastic. Once you have a doctor's letter, they know what to do exactly. They have all the backup and everything. So I believe in even commercial airlines, it's all prepared. So all this thing about medical tourism is just not from the medical part, the doctors. Every surrounding stakeholder plays a vital role in the whole support of the industry of medical tourism. So we cannot stand alone, just the medical people. You're absolutely right, it's the airlines, the hospitality, the visas, and all of that. And I think medical tourism has been there because I've been in that for so many years. And it's well facilitated, but it's just maybe not stipulated that well yet. And this is where maybe you guys can come in your experience, how to really write down the rules and make it very friendly for people, for patients, to know that this is it's not a stressful process, but it is, it's all there. It's just that we need to get together and put it all nicely on the paper.
It needs the international coordination and cooperation, and that would be a big mission to accomplish. But the world is easy. It's easy these days to communicate and find these type of agreements. And it probably takes also for governments to sometimes understand we really should look at our country from outside a little bit than from inside, because you wanted to get tourists from outside who don't understand the inside. So all of this can work in harmony. And I think we're pretty much out of time. Lunch is ready. But if there's any last question, we would entertain it. If there isn't, we're going to meet back here at 1 o'clock.
Where do they go for lunch?
Yes, we're going to go for lunch. And
Where?
Well, that's what's going to be our master of ceremony telling you right now. But I just wanted to say, Peter, who's very hungry, but when he gets back at 1 o'clock or 1:15, because we're now already 15 minutes past, he's going to have his session on safety and security. So it's going to be, I can guarantee you, I've been at a number of events Peter's talked to, one at the Hawaii Convention Center, and he had the worst slot of any session. You would not believe, people did not go for lunch because they wanted to say, no, please go on. So you got to come back here at, is it 1 o'clock or 1:15? 1:15.
It's already 1.
And where is lunch?
12. It's in Pandawa in the 6th floor.
6th floor.
Seems like yesterday.
Okay.
It's Pandawa.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Right.
See you soon.
Once again, round of applause for the panelists. Thank you very much. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, lunch will be at the Pandawa room. You take the elevator to the 6th floor. Thank you.
And of course, I didn't want to forget this, but after Peter's session, it's going to get equally interesting when we hear from Evergreen College in Canada. They came all the way from Canada, and we're talking about education and other issues before there is a signing of an MOU and a conclusion with a cocktail tonight. Thank you. Well, I don't really think I need to speak too long because we have a coffee break and snacks, and we're going to meet whoever wants to attend, as you said, at 5 o'clock for cocktails. So we have plenty of time to talk to each other. It's not such a big group here left. But regardless, I wanted to thank everyone for coming out and everyone for staying, who's here, is staying to the end. It's wonderful. We're really excited. Everyone at World Tourism Network is excited. We had now more than 100,000 people actually looking parts of our streams for the last 2 days. So our message went way beyond our own walls here, what is good. And we hope we can achieve a lot after this conference, going step by step through all these different subjects we had discussed and touched here during our event. We're going to be learning a lot out of this, and hopefully we're going to have a lot of more steps to go, branch out, other events in Indonesia and other countries around the world. And again, from my end, thank you very much for coming to Bali, and we see you outside at the coffee break, and at 5 o'clock we have transportation to have some cocktails in Nusa Dua. Thank you. Terima kasih. And of course, I mean, we're not at the very end. I wanted to thank again everyone who is involved here from our team in Indonesia. You have been absolutely fantastic. That goes without saying. It's not only Moody, it's everyone else who has been involved and tirelessly worked on this. And these are really the heroes. All of you should get our Hero Award, and I'll see that we do something on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Kindly enjoy the coffee. And we have, so please do let us know, because we only have a transport good for 20 people, but maybe we have some other cars around, but kindly let us know who is going. Okay, leaving for Museum Pacifica at 5 p.m. from the lobby. Thank you very much.
Are you ready to connect to a perfect journey with Turkish Airlines? To feel refreshed? To discover unforgettable flavors? To connect to a journey that's perfect because of you.
I'm going to talk about choosing death, Peter. I told you I'm an atheist, I don't follow. And it's dangerous to be an atheist in Bali. It's a non-security situation. Look, I think you know I'm going to talk about climate change. I want to put the word existential before you think about climate change. Tanya, in your presentation this morning, you said there's not much differentiation between climate change and the SDGs and ecotourism and responsible tourism, and you indicated that it was not a special issue. And I want to explain to you why it is a special issue. It's a special issue because all of the world's climate scientists and a lot of the politicians are telling us that it's existential. And issues around responsible tourism and sustainable tourism are not that. And that's why I think climate change is the most fundamental issue that we're facing in tourism. And if you have any doubts about that, you probably would be well advised to go and have another coffee. If you think that signing the Glasgow Declaration and committing to net zero in 2050 is an adequate tourism response to climate change, again, you're in the wrong place. And if you think IATA, WTTC, and UNWTO are taking us far enough, fast enough, you're also in the wrong place. But if you believe what you hear outside the tourism bubble, that humanity is facing a code red existential crisis, you came to the right session. The warning signals are everywhere. It's the wildfires on Maui. It's the floods in Libya. It's the crazy air pollution in Canada and in Beijing. It's in the Pacific and the Indian Oceans, where the waves are lapping at the hotels. It's in the Mediterranean, where the traditional summer peaks are becoming too hot to handle. It's in the Caribbean, Peter, where hurricanes come harder and they come more often. And it's here in Bali, where you had the intensive floods so recently. It's not just at tourism destinations. Origin markets are also hit, making traditionally predictable traffic patterns unpredictable. It's not only that you don't want to go to a place where there's been a crime, or, as you put it, Peter, or there's been a particular adverse climate impact, you may be having to deal with that same thing at home. So you choose not to take a vacation, not because you don't want to spend a week in a room with your wife. I can empathize with this. But because the place you came from or the place you're going to is just inhospitable and dangerous. And that is without the global tipping points of melting ice sheets at both poles and thawing tundra in Siberia. If you had read the newspapers last week, you would have seen that the Swiss glaciers lost 10% of their ice in 2 years. I mean, this is reality. This is the new reality. And if you've built your entire lifestyle and economy on traditional patterns, it's time to think about big change and to think fast. Our world is screaming for climate action now, not just by 2030 or 2050. The IPCC says if we don't peak emissions, real emissions, not offset emissions, I'm going to give up smoking, I'll pay somebody in Africa to stop smoking, and I'll keep smoking. Not dodgy offsets, but real stuff. We're supposed to peak in 2025 to have any chance of hitting 1.5 in 2050, when if we miss that target, life for my kids, your kids, becomes intolerable. That's the difference. Even more significantly, tourism finds itself in the firing line, not because we're special, not because we are a unique sector, but because we're the same as every other sector. With the difference, I would say, that our product has mostly been built on predictable weather. And if there's one thing that climate change is showing, it's that we will not have predictable weather anymore going forward. Michael Mann, the lead climate scientist who did the hockey stick curve, he says, make the most of this year because it's the best one you're ever going to get. There is nothing in the geophysical makeup of the planet which is going to help the situation until we reduce this blanket that we've put around the planet, which is creating global warming, which the fossil fuel companies have known about for 30 or 40 years and have simply paid PR companies to tell us it's all our problems. Your personal carbon footprint that you worry so much about was engineered inside BP, if you didn't know that. Now, let me just say, I'm going to talk about this thing. It's a pity. We should move the chairs because this I just want people to see, because we've been talking about Trihytica rana and Plan B. This, before I talk about this, I just want to say that what we have been trying to do in SunX, which is a small not-for-profit organization that I set up with the great Maurice Strong, who was the father of sustainable development, who was warning about climate change in 1972, saying it's the most serious problem that mankind has, who set up the UNFCCC in order to do this. We've been trying to put in place a program which would help the tourism sector to at least understand this phenomenon much better and to prepare themselves to do something about it. We've been educating young people. We've so far put 100 through a diploma course, which we've started with the Institute for Tourism Studies in Malta. And we've taken in the last year 50 young people from the world's poorest countries, because we realize we can make no difference to the thinking in the OECD countries. We can make no difference in the thinking in Australia, in the United States, in China, Japan, but we can make a difference in those countries which are the most exposed to climate change, the least capable of dealing with it because they don't have any resources, and for the most part, for whom tourism is perhaps the one lifeline that they have to a better future. So we've decided we focus on the poor countries, and this year we're training 50 young people, graduates, in a 300-hour course on climate-friendly travel. That is travel which responds to Paris 1.5 and incorporates the relevant SDGs. And the relevant SDGs will be different for every country. If you're in Saudi Arabia, you think about things related to life on land. If you're in Bali, you might think more about life underwater, and so on and so forth. And we're training these young people, and we are next year we've just given scholarships to another 50 from small island states. And after a year, we put them into an internship where they establish chapters in their own countries and where they reach out to young people like themselves, because this is not going to be a problem that we have to deal with. It's a problem that our kids are going to have to deal with. So we're training young people to bring together more young people and then to reach out to the tourism industry in their countries. And we've set up a registry in which tourism companies can identify their climate action, let the public see whether they're doing anything or not doing anything. It's all online. And we're providing support for them to develop their own climate action plans. And we're a rinky-dinky small organization on a tiny budget. But we're focused on doing some stuff that will make a difference. And now, here in Bali, well, let me just say one thing. With the Minister of Tourism in Malta on the day, yesterday, I guess it was, we launched the first 50 chapters in the LDC countries. Thank you. And now, here in Bali, we're doing something else. We're launching 2 social enterprise companies. The first one, and I'll deal with it later with this, the first one is designed to help countries and communities develop a plan B for the future. Every country has a tourism plan A. Every community has a tourism plan A. And I would bet you that it doesn't take into account the realities that the climate scientists are telling us we have to consider. So we've developed a mechanism, and I'm happy to tell you it's based on work that I was fortunate enough to do in a study commissioned by Gert Ardika. I was here with Gert after the Bali bombings. I was then still working for UNWTO. I was in New Zealand. We heard about the bombings and we decided somebody should come up and give some support. And I was the person who came up, and I spent a lot of time with Minister Ardika at the time. And afterwards, he agreed we should, with the University of Victoria in Australia, undertake a major study of green growth in Bali. And green growth was all the fashion at that stage, so this was the logic. When we did this study, I just want to talk about a couple of things we did. First thing, I don't think this had been done before, we did a survey of residents and their attitudes towards tourism. Residents, not just visitors, and we surveyed visitors. And then we worked with Agung, whose second name I could never pronounce anyhow, who runs Udayana University, and we brought together focus groups of local people, and we bounced ideas off them. I think we had 8 different focal groups. And at the end, we came up with a framework which started, it's a bottom-up and top-down framework. It started with foundations, and the reason I wanted to show you this and move the chair is because the foundation on which we built this concept, and just imagine this is a McKinsey report, it's not in a Balinese temple, It's just some squares. This is in a Balinese temple, and the base is Trihitakarana development. And because that's the base here, but if you go to Sri Lanka, Alston, wherever you are, you'll find it's a different cultural dimension, which nevertheless has the same elements in it for the most part. This interlinking between humanity and the world and spirituality. And this is in every local culture, but it's different. So you have to create a different base. And if you look at all these little boxes, they cover the complexity that is tourism. That's, you know, this is what the scientists call, it's a wicked problem, because you have to solve all of these pieces. And as somebody mentioned, they're not all under the control of a single department. Some of them are in planning, some of them are in environment. Tourism ministers, for the most part, have limited authority. And so to put a game plan together with these objectives of livelihood, visitor economy, environment, low carbon, and authenticity, you need to pull in all of these components. And there's probably more, but this just was to give, and we had a steering committee for this, and the steering committee came partly from the ministry in Jakarta, partly from the people here, and we reported this back. And when we produced the report, this was the basis of it. And this has never been used. Why was it never used? Because shortly after we presented this report, the government changed. And the government changed, and I had lunch with the new minister somewhere, Dubai, I think, World Economic Forum. And she said, I've had to brief on your report. She said, it's very good work, but of course, I can't use it. And I said, why can't you use it, Minister? And she said, well, it came from the previous government. And this is the reality. But I have continued to believe that this was not my work. I worked with a guy called Terry DeLacy. He was the lead scientist on this. And we spent a lot of time in Bali. There were no Zoom meetings in those days. So we came to Bali very often. I can remember maybe 10 times in the year when we produced the report. We had one of our students was sitting here for the whole of the 2 years that we worked on this report, and it was never used. And it had climate, I've marked in red. It had climate and it had strategies, reduce emissions and resilience. And let me share something else with you. All of this crap, let me call it crap, around the famous Glasgow Declaration, this was UK government nonsense. You've seen how fast they walk away from it after 2 years. Yes, okay, but that was when we had the conference in Glasgow. Now we want to drill oil fields in the North Sea. That's different. We don't want to be exposed to the Russians. And you can't sort of understand it until you look at your grandkids and say, the consequence of this is going to be my grandkids are probably not going to get a decent life. And this is the challenge that we're facing. And this is why responding to climate change is not just a question of having a conference, writing a report, going on television and making nice statements. That's easy stuff. The hard stuff is going through all of these things. And first of all, it's not emission reduction, it's resilience. Because if this is real and it's going to hit us every year more and more, people in Bali should start to think about the floods. And what are we going to do if there are more floods and the tourist season's on? What if the tourism season changes because the heat changes? These are fundamental questions. You may not have the answers, but I think tourism people have an obligation to ask the questions. And with respect, not to ask them by coming together and listening to some clown like me talk for too long, I think, Thomas, but talk for about the issue, but actually having working groups like we had to put this together, looking at options that say, yes, this is what the statistics say we're going to do next year and the year after, but what if the floods come back? Do we have a contingency plan? I don't think tourism people are truly thinking in these terms. So one of our social enterprise companies is going to go out there and work with communities in the poor countries, not in the OECD countries, in LDCs and SIDS, small island developing states. And we're going to do it at a reasonably low cost. We're going to put a chunk of the money into a fund, a good purpose fund, which is going to help to build capacity in those countries. And we're not doing it because we think we're going to make a lot of money out of it. We're doing it because we think it's the right thing to do and we can do it. And the second social enterprise, which we're going to talk about today, is going to be discussed by my friend and colleague, Jed Brown, who's not particularly well dressed today, as am I. And he's going to talk about another thing that we're launching, which we call the Climate Friendly Travel Club. And this is reaching out to consumers. And this is basically, and I'm not going to steal Jed's thunder because he's going to describe it to you, but this is a way of saying to consumers, if you care with us about these issues, we've got a way to engage you that will not ask you to tick a box and throw $10 to an airline and you don't know where it goes to, but will actually say to you, we'll invest that funds for you and give you it back in the form of holidays in those countries who need it. And now, before I sit down, I'm going to do one last thing. There was a senator, a Roman senator, whose name I always forget, but I think it was Agrippa. And he never gave a speech without saying, Carthage must be destroyed. And he kept saying it until Hannibal took the elephants over the Alps and they fought the Roman wars, Carthaginian wars. One last thought. There's been a lot of talk today about aviation. You need aviation in Bali. Small island states need aviation for tourism. Least developing countries need aviation. There is no mechanism for poor countries to get sustainable aviation fuel, which the airlines tell us is the only way they can get the oil companies to produce a fuel that they can use, which is non-polluting. It'll be like the COVID vaccine. The people who get it the last will be the poorest. So if WTN can do anything in this world, Thomas, and I have a lot of doubts, but if it can, you didn't mind me saying that, did you? If it can, make the case for a guarantee of sustainable aviation fuel for small island states and for developing countries, because tourism is their lifeline. And you can guarantee that you will not get that coming from IATA, ICAO, WTTC, UNWTO. I've sat in all of them in a reasonably high level position, and they would never ever contemplate doing that. So these are my remarks today. Before I finish, I want to, I hope, because Alan's very smart. He's smart enough not to be here during my presentation. And he got my friend Alston to come up and sing. And what he didn't tell you is that Alston really is one of the most respected and well-known singers in this region, the king of Asian Pop, I think he was called at some stage. And we became firm friends many years ago when he produced this wonderful movie, video and song, which he allowed us at UNWTO. I pushed my friend Frangeli, I think it was Frangeli at the time, might have been Rifai, it was Frangeli, that we could show this video, and we had the British Minister of Creative Industries there, and Alston came on in a very serious discussion which had not before been subjected to this kind of thing. So I would like to leave you today to listen to the climate change song that we introduced together in 2000 something or other, long time ago, long before people were talking about this. And it also says you don't have to be as annoying as I am, as I know I can be when I speak to you, and to be as lecturing and all of that. You can also tell the story in a better way, and Alston is going to do it. And you are going to make the music for us. Thank you.
This song was written in 2001, I think.
The world, with all its wonders, gives us pain without the rain. Have you ever stopped to wonder, could we take this climate change in a land just like no other, where the mountains reach the sea? We must try to help each other bring the change for the world to see. Deep inside, there's a feeling of the way it used to be. And if we all get together, bring the change, don't let it be. In a land just like no other, there's a place for you and me. We would try to help each other. We would change for the world to see. Did you ever know why the birds just flew away? Or why the river left the stream? Why the mountains keep falling to the ground when the winds just blew them all away? If the world, with all its wonders, gives us rain without the rain, have you ever stopped to wonder, could we take this climate
time of change could be traded. This time of change.
Thank you very much, Austin, for the voice. Right, the next presentation will be presented by Dr. Jens. From Chameleon Strategies, Asian African Union and former CEO of Barbados Tourism Bangkok, Thailand, will share his experience and focus on building a bridge between SMEs, sustainability, and marketing.
Thank you very much. I think it's getting late, so I'll be trying to keep this on track. As I was introduced, I just left Barbados. I finished my contract there, the CEO of Barbados Tourism, and previously I was in the Mekong Tourism Coordinating Office, being the executive director there. I wanted to talk about destination marketing or destination management a little bit today, and I think this is a topic that hasn't been touched on too much today, but a lot of people kind of talked about it. And obviously there are opportunities now to really look at destination management a little bit differently. Jet, who I think will talk about climate change, but also has another venture which is Low Season Traveler. And actually Jet came to Barbados and really explored what is there to do in Barbados. And I think it's a unique concept, and we're looking really to explore how can you look at destination management in a different way, but also how you can look at public-private partnerships. There's been quite a bit written on public-private partnerships, in working with the government and the private sector and so on. And what I wanted to talk to you about today is something that is around social enterprises. How can we make travel really as a force for good and leveraging social enterprises? Social enterprises, when Jürgen invited me to come here, he told me about the theme, and it's about small businesses, SMEs. And I believe social enterprise is an important component of that, especially when it comes to the tourism industry. Having said that, when it comes to social enterprises, in the travel and tourism industry, it almost has been unexplored. Social enterprise is actually a huge industry. There's a lot of money that's being put at it with the British Council or SHOP or other organizations. But in travel and tourism, not much is going on when it comes to social enterprises. Now, I think what first we need to look at is what actually is a social enterprise. And many times it's actually misunderstood, where people say, well, it's the same thing than community tourism. So community tourism puts local people at the center of the decision-making process to produce a tourist offering which benefits the whole community, but just a few businesses. It looks to build a strategy which allows small local businesses to capture the footfall of visitors who are attracted to large, popular local assets. And social enterprises obviously are part of community tourism, but it's slightly different. It's really a trading businesses selling goods and services to make a profit, whose primary objective is to achieve social impact and environmental goals, solving specific problems. And Jeffrey just 2 seconds ago talked about a new social enterprise that he is and Jen are looking to introduce, which is a climate-friendly travel club, another social enterprise that is solving a specific problem. So when we look at social enterprises in travel and tourism, it can actually have a huge impact. And in a way, it can really drive sustainability. On one hand, it provides incredible, authentic experiences. It keeps the money in the local community. It feeds into the destination and the local people, and it creates resilience. Not to go too much into the model there, but you see it really impacts everything from travelers, the industry, companies, and the local people. Now, I have divided this presentation in 3 parts. So the first one is really the purpose. So how do we look at social enterprises and aligning it to consumer trends? Now, so we really look to support the SDGs and solve global challenges via social enterprises in travel. So we look at some of the statistics here. So these numbers are pre-COVID, 1.4 billion tourists, 50 million number of culinary experiences worldwide, millions of retail experiences, 185,000 number of hotels and resorts globally, 95,000 museums, 130,000 number of tour operators, 975,000 number of attractions and activities, 2,500 destination management organizations. And in all of that, 78% of travelers looking for more purposeful experiences in businesses, and 82% of businesses looking to create a social impact. So how do we look to really drive that mantra? So on the community benefit, social enterprises can really be a tool, or what we call destination place making, to really become a cornerstone of how we manage destinations. Now I wanted to kind of talk to you a little bit what I mean by that, and I want to take you into one of my past experiences when I was head of Mekong Tourism. And the Mekong region, consisting of 6 member countries, Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, Thailand, Vietnam, and parts of China, has unlimited experiences, what we call it. So I mean, you can have anything from culinary, religious, wellness, adventure, all of that. So I mean, obviously very, related to experiences that you can have in other ASEAN member countries. So what we wanted to solve is really to create a public-private partnership framework to engage stakeholders in creating inclusive initiatives to strengthen resilience and sustainability. So resilience really being an important component of driving sustainability. And in the Mekong region, we created a framework where we curated small businesses, social enterprises, and really making sure that we create a whole different way of destination place making. This had to do with capacity building, where we made sure that these businesses had support. We looked at marketing and promotion, and we also looked at ways of driving investment, which obviously is a big component for these small businesses. So I want to show you a video, not to go through it, what the Experience Mekong Collection actually is. So the video will explain that a little bit more in detail. But in essence, we in just over 2 years, we were able to curate over 300 small businesses in these 6 countries. And with that, we were able to almost reposition the region as a sustainable and responsible experiential destination. So what's important around it is when we look at this platform, it is that it's not just about hotels and restaurants, but it's really encompassing the entire ecosystem. You see here from a blind massage place in Vietnam to Lao Buffalo Dairy, which is kind of creating cheeses and milk out of buffalo milk, which is a whole different issue when it comes to buffaloes and Laos. Also in Lao, bamboo Lao, to how you create bamboo products to avoid single-use plastic pollution, and then also saving dolphins in the Mekong River. So just a few examples there in terms of how widespread these experiences are, and all these businesses are social enterprises that are giving back into the community and also preserving and conserving the destination. And someone said it this morning, I think it was Peter, said like these experiences actually create memories, right? And so here you see, I mean, these people are now engaging in these experiences and they're sharing these moments, on social media all over the world, and they create a cloud of experiences that become memories and inspire other people to want to have these same experiences. And obviously that cloud of content is real. It's not developed by an ad agency for a lot of money, but actually that is content that comes from real people and inspires other real people. We actually created some campaigns around it. One was the Mekong Mini Movie Festival, where we encouraged people to share experiences in 60 seconds or less. And we had over 500 videos that were submitted, and a lot of businesses that provided sponsored prizes, from dinners to Rosewood Hotels with a prize around $50,000 in all three destinations with 70 chefs and all of that. So it was a big success, but that this content that was shared is still available today and shaping the image of the destination. What we did then is we actually worked with the university, with Mahidol University, which then created with the students, created case studies around these businesses and created capacity building for other businesses to get inspired and learn from these best practices. And during COVID, we had a lot of seminars and webinars and all of that, and it actually inspired people to kind of really get through this most difficult period of the pandemic. Now, going back to the issue of resilience, and this might be a little bit academic, but when we look at, what normally happens is that these small businesses are really alone. They don't have a support mechanism. And anyone who has worked for destinations, they know that you have hotels, you have restaurants and so on, and they are it's very challenging for them to compete, not even on a domestic level, but on a global level because of the resources. And by clustering these businesses together, they have a support mechanism and they can actually share some of these resources. And also then it can create destination resilience because of that, they create services and capacity that otherwise they wouldn't have. Now, I wanted to show you another video because the other part when you are in destination marketing is the promotion of your destination. So I mentioned before, we did a campaign on Mekong Mini Movie Festival, but then also we created a destination film for the Mekong region, and all the content that you see in a second was all generated by people through our various platforms, and then we kind of stitched it together into a destination film. And that obviously is something, again, that's very inspiring, but on the other hand, it's also very low cost. So all that content was user generated, so it was all from real experiences, and so we thought this would be a way of promoting the destination in a whole different way. But these campaigns, our Make Our Moments campaign or the Make Our Mini Movie Festival, won a lot of awards because it was a different way of driving these campaigns and engaging not only the businesses, because they then encourage people to share their experiences, but also travelers and residents. Now, the vision when it comes to really making social enterprise a tool for sustainable tourism is really to drive resilience and create a social impact. So why now? Because social enterprises are growing, especially coming out of the pandemic. Consumers are looking for these experiences. They want to have a connection with the local communities. They want to have that mutual understanding. We had an interesting discussion at lunch where obviously people are talking around sustainability and you shouldn't fly long haul, and we all agree about the issues of climate change. But also there's another aspect of why do we travel, and that component is important, is because people want to connect with other people. They want to have that social, that mutual understanding, learning about other cultures, and that also drives peace in tourism as well, and makes travel actually a force for good. And then the last point is online access now through the internet, through platforms from Airbnb and other ones. It is possible, to actually have these local experiences and support these social enterprises, which wasn't possible maybe 10, 20 years ago. So when we look at that as a model, it strengthens the community, it builds capacity, it builds the tourism brand, and it also generates revenues, and that kind of drives a resilient and sustainable tourism industry. So the mission really, and this is something that some friends of mine and we've been talking about even before COVID, is how do we unite social enterprises as a force for good. And so we came up with something which is live but not live, which is called GASET, the Global Alliance for Social Enterprise in Travel and Tourism, to really give these small social enterprises a voice, because in the end, yes, there are community tourism or ecotourism associations, but really it's a different kind of animal. If you are a social enterprise, really looking at engaging, how do you look at investment, how do you build capacity, and if you are a social enterprise, actually you're not just a small business. It is different. And so I'm also one of the judges and on the advisory board of the competition, or the social entrepreneurship or enterprise competition in travel and tourism, which is out of Germany. Again, something to really help these social enterprises to not only pitch and get exposure, but also get them build a community around that. So this is something that has been an idea, and maybe it becomes reality one day. And so really it's a powerful member-led global local alliance with tools and services to help like-minded social enterprises in travel and tourism to become more successful in order to create more social impact. Because we believe, and that's why we did the Experience Mekong collection, is if there are more people that actually go to these social enterprises, that drives money into the community and that drives more sustainability. So a lot of people talk about sustainability, we need to be more sustainable, but we believe that actually social enterprises can be a very powerful tool, you know, to really drive sustainability and with that resilience. And I want to end with founder of Ashoka, Bill Drayton, who, and Ashoka being an organization that has supported social enterprises, not so much in travel and tourism, but overall, you know, and he said social entrepreneurs are not content just to give a fish or teach how to fish. They will not rest until they have revolutionized the fishing industry. And I think we may want to look at how do we revolutionize the travel and tourism industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the next presenter will be Dr. Bridget. The culture angle Australia and Germany will bring culture into the discussion outlining the opportunities for SMEs. I wish you
You don't have the microphone, I don't like standing. All right, thank you very much for being here, who's ever left. Some people have other agendas to attend to, and I'm grateful for you all staying till the end of the day, really. That's the joy of being one of the last speakers. Now, how can I compete with your presentation, James? I mean, you know, that's pretty outstanding. And I was only told about a day or two ago that possibly slides would be welcome. So I sat down yesterday and put something together very quickly as a roadmap, which actually, sorry, I should keep this, thank you very much, to get some ideas. However, again, Jürgen asked me to come from a critical culture perspective, because that's what my company is called. And I said, well, you know, which angle do I take? My company is called the cultural angle for no reason, right? There's different ways of looking at culture. But I think in our consciousness, and you will see it in a minute, is very much culture and heritage. But I will expand on that one. But before I go into my slides, I'd like to also thank, actually again, Jeffrey Ribbon's presentation, and even Jens, you know, the social enterprise aspect in marketing. It really highlights the complexity of tourism and that we need a systems approach to thinking of whatever we do. And I think in our industry, we are just so stuck in linear thinking. And nobody steps out of the box and looks at the complexity and the interconnectedness of all of these agendas that we're talking about. That's why we always say tourism is so complex. Right. I thought I'd quickly, obviously, bring in tourism and culture, and usually that is associated with culture, heritage, and culture tourism, which was again presented just before. And as you can see there, usually that's what it's associated with. We just saw that very distinctly. Okay, we all want to feel and experience something, and thank you for highlighting that in your presentation, Jens, because tourism is an experience economy. It's, you know, used to be called a visitor economy. It's an experience economy. And the latest trend and the latest terminology is transformational economy. People want transformation, and that came out of the whole notion of getting engaged in social enterprises, and that's the trend in society. So I will not take much time because I've got so much to think about, but the slides will just give you some ideas. And I'm not here to give answers, but I really want to stimulate questions and different perspectives. So what I looked at is what is culture? We looked at culture and heritage, but this is a couple of terminologies that came up with, and it comes to mind for most people, the way of life. And that is passed on along with communication. I think it's what we talked about, marketing, big one for communication. How do we communicate our culture? We'll talk about that again in a minute. And it's the imitation of culture. Quite often we imitate something passed down from generation to generation without questioning the culture we grow up with, the value systems, and I expand on that one in a minute, right? So dress, language, art, rituals, religion, we all know that, and it very much applies to Bali, Indonesia, any kind of destination around the world.
Codes of manners of behavior. Now we talked about that in bad tourist behavior, they call it, but I would rather call it deviant. Deviant from what we expect other people to do, right? And people don't know, so they are deviant in their behavior. So we can educate them, hopefully, in some way or another. Norms of behavior such as norms and normality, and again, that was very highly addressed here in Bali, and I was part of moderating a webinar recently, and was Bali, the island apart, where that was very much a topic. The whole issue of bad tourist behavior, what to do about it here in Bali, right? So systems of belief, that was alluded to very briefly. What do we believe? How do we believe we should live? What is our existence? What is the essence of our lives? Why are we here? You know, we all grow up in different kind of belief systems, whether you're German, from America, or, you know, growing up here. I worked and lived in Dubai, and I worked at Zayed University purely with Emirati students, purely females, and I learned a lot. We learned a lot from each other. And I'm very grateful for that experience. So belief systems, but they're not necessarily separating us, but actually can bring us together if we see the big picture of it. I'm adopted into one of the families of my students, and I'm sort of an adopted grandmother to one of the children now. Mohammed is aged 8 years old, and Mahala is 2.5. And Mohammed calls me Bibi with blue eyes. So, you know, so the culture, they're Muslims, my sister and I'm so we really travel through Indonesia, that's like a family. So religion, at least as such, are not separating issues. Manifestation of culture. I brought this up because, again, I think Jen's recent presentation highlighted the whole notion of marketing and what tourism is all about. Now we see at the outside the symbols when we walk around Indonesia and Bali, for instance. We see all the symbols, beautiful buildings and the heritage buildings, and also something that people do not think about is heroes. Who have we got as heroes in our society? Who are the heroes here in Indonesia and Bali? Who do you value? Who do you look up to? Who are your role models? We grow up with role models as children, quite often our parents, or whether it's uncles or whatever we grow up with. Heroes are very important. Rituals again. Now these three layers, the symbols are the most obvious ones, then heroes and rituals, we see them, and they are the ones that are being marketed in travel and tourism, because they're tangible. But the real true culture is found in the values. They're the intangibles. What are the belief systems? Right? If we bear that in mind, because I think we're sort of missing the boat, that we're too superficial, and consumers and the travelers are also traveling on the same notion, because that's how we market things. That's what they buy, the images of what they can see, touch, hear, and feel, and taste the food. One point that came to mind as well with that whole notion of tourism, do we have just cultural tourism, social tourism, adventure tourism, food tourism, wine tourism, mountain tourism, all sorts of kinds of tourism. And WTN is about niche tourism. Right? Now, my background, apart from doing what I'm doing today, I'm with different hats. I love doing different things at different times. My PhD was actually conceptualizing special interest tourism, which is actually the other side of the coin of niche tourism. But it comes very much from a consumer perspective. From what do they want? What are they wanting to do? And it's mushroomed. Everybody calls their kind of niche something different to differentiate themselves. Right? Fascinating. I find that really might be a semantic issue, but no, it's a basic conceptual issue. So niche tourism, special interest tourism, very much aligned. You can find me, I publish it in encyclopedia and so forth. You can access those kind of papers. Culture and opportunities for SMEs. That was the other key points you gave me, Jürgen. And I thought, oh, then it gives me that. What shall I do with that? All right, so I put this together. And why I'm using this is actually comes out of the book that I published in 2020. It's a cycle of travel experiences. We're talking about travel experiences per se, travel experience economy. It starts at home, in our dreams, in our aspirations, through storytelling, through reading something. The way we grow up, we have had fantasies as children going somewhere. Little stories as children that we get exposed to. Put things into our minds as we grow up. We want to do that, we want to go there. I always wanted to come to Bali when I was still living in Germany a long time ago. And here I am. So it starts from home, from dreaming. Then we start planning, that's the actual side. So when we look at SMEs, they can all be involved in that. and people also alluded to that one. So marketing, the planning stages, communicating with people even before they get to the destination. Because that's where we start to set the scene for the experiences, for the people to get engaged. So that in transit, we talked about taxis and safety and security. All of that comes into that. Who are the SMEs involved in that? In transit, on the way, who is looking after them? Of course, everybody focuses on destinations. The view from above, I call it, just before you land with the aircraft, you're getting all excited. And you know, you sort of want to see the real thing. But then you get out onto the ground and then you get the experience immersion, and that was beautifully presented just there by the ends. And that's possibly what destinations quite often look at, destination marketing. You know, focus is always on the destination per se, what have they got to offer, without realising who are the tourists, what motivates them. Away on the way home in transit, concluding that cycle, is in transit again, who are the SMEs involved in that? Let's have a look at that, let's think about that. Lots of them can be engaged in that, in after the actual on-site experiences. It's pre, during, and after. We should not forget that. SMEs can be all involved in that. And again, coming home, reflection. That's something forgotten in most people's minds, because people travel and have wonderful experiences, and a lot of them get they go into a reverse culture shock. They come back home, they get depressed because they come back to the reality of the daily lives. Because that's why they are traveling, to be exposed to new experiences, to be someone else, to create another identity that they cannot be and live at home. They come home and all of a sudden reality hits them again. What do they want to do? They don't even think about their last experiences. They book the next flight to somewhere else. All right? So they become addicted to travel. And that is a trend in society, and we shouldn't forget that, particularly after COVID. Lack of connection, everybody wants to be connected. Human connection is hugely important, and we can't have that through Zoom. We have an energy. And that's what we feel when we are on site somewhere. And that's the joy of travel, really, that energy, that human energy. Okay. So I've decided, apart from that, because everybody's spoken about that, marketing that, but we should look at culture from a different angle. Hence my company is called a cultural angle. And here brought up national culture. People think of national culture, Indonesia. Indonesia is a big country. How diverse is it within that country? Bali is an example compared to the rest of it. Right? So people don't realise that the majority of differences in culture is actually not between countries, it's within countries. A lot of research has that you really stated and supported that globally, whether it's in Russia, whether it's in any kind of country. The diversity is within countries, and that's quite often where the problems are if we are looking at differences, but also similarities that we can actually look into. I come from Germany, go to Dubai, I'm traveling to Indonesia with my Emirati friends, completely different cultures, but their core value systems are the same. And there was a bit of song about earlier, it's all about love, it's all about love. We love each other as a family, and that's the core value, right? We shouldn't forget that. So we can look at education culture. People talked about that too. Very important, education culture. What culture have we got? Is it still the same as it was 20, 30 years ago when we entered academia? When we did a PhD? Is it the same now compared to even 10 years ago? Who is part of education? What kind of organizations are in education? Who's doing what education? In what country are we getting educated? People asked me when I was teaching in Germany, and I had done my PhD in Australia at the University of Queensland. The students asked me, where did you get educated? They said, well, I have a guess. I got educated as a child, a youngster in Germany. So I got all the value systems from Germany. I wasn't educated in Australia. That was the mature attitude, right? Quite different. Family culture. Now that is a big one that I'm really interested in, because it can sort of be forgotten. But Peter, where is he? He alluded to that. Hi, Peter. He talked about relationships, and I'll go into that a little bit. Family culture. That is what we get as children, no matter what. And we have our value system, what we believe, our fears, our kinds of attachments, what we're looking for in relationships comes from families. And that's the big one we have to look at. That's where the difference is within countries too, depending on what kind of family culture you had. Even within Bali, if your family culture was different and your parents had a different kind of interaction, They believed in different things, they come from a different religion, their parents interacted differently, father and mother. That imprints us as children, and we actually develop our value systems and our identities within ourselves, who we are, what we aspire to be. So family culture, please do not forget it. I'm a social psychologist, obviously, stands out, behavioral scientist. Sports culture. Who doesn't know about sports culture? Australia is known for sports, very driven by that. Sport has become one of the biggest events globally as an industry and very highly invested in because people identify with sport because it gives them something to believe in. Corporate culture. Now, and I'm starting to come to the nitty-gritty here as far as business is concerned, SMEs. It's a corporate culture. You know, when we are looking at SMEs, we have to look at the big picture of corporations and corporations' organization culture. What kind of value system? Who are the leaders? What kind of leadership culture do we have? Are they really concerned about the employees? Are they involved in really benefiting whoever is engaged or is to be looked after as far as the organization is concerned? And that relates to also whether it's in tourism or education. You know, we should ask ourselves, what is the corporate culture here? Are we benefiting and who's benefiting? Economic benefits, let's look at that. Who's benefiting in tourism? And I have this thing with about cruise ships and so forth, and we had a brief discussion about that. You know, when we look at that, it's a very clear example of the benefits. Are there lots of people really benefiting at destinations from cruise ship tourism? We all possibly converted here, we all know they don't really. The majority of the funds and so forth benefits goes out to the cruise ship company somewhere in Bahamas or somewhere, right? So it doesn't stay with the local ones. Look at that. Organisation culture goes along with corporate culture. Now these are ones that I quickly want to highlight. Culture of consumerism. Isn't that how we're living in today's society? Are we consuming constantly? Are we motivated by all the advertising to consume more? And that includes travel. You know, how many ads do you see in the local papers? You're bombarded online when you switch your computer on with marketing for travel. We're consuming travel, we're consuming destinations. We're part and parcel of tourism for consumer culture. Sorry to say that, but I'm very critical of that in a way. So we should also consider that. The culture of tourism, that is something again that people don't really realise. What kind of tourism culture do we have within each culture and country? It is contextual. You know, the tourism culture here might be quite different to the tourism culture in, say, where Jens worked before in Bahamas, or in Australia, or I'm just trying to pick someone else, USA, or someone like that. Put your hands on Britain, you know, different ones. So we have to look at culture again, it's more than that. Culture of tourists was also highlighted. What kind of culture do they bring to the destination? What kind of value systems? What kind of behavior? Now, unfortunately, we live in an entitled culture, a culture of entitlement, and I call it culture of individualism. And also, unfortunately, I would like to highlight that, and perhaps that comes out of possibly Peter's presentation, we are still suffering from a culture called patriarchy. Bingo, that's a naughty word that a lot of people don't like to hear. But when we start looking at culture, we're looking at the value system, how we interact, how we communicate, what have we learned? The one that obviously I raised earlier, I'm really interested in the culture of peace. But we cannot look at the culture of peace without looking at the other cultures. Right? And again, was alluded to, it's the past, the present, and the future. How did we live peace in the culture before, in the past? What happened before tourism arrived? Was it a peaceful country, Bali? No conflict with tourists? No different classes of value systems? That's the past. What's the present like? And I've really highlighted culture and heritage is so much sold. But what about the living culture? Today, how are people living? Do we really go out and have a look outside the pretty kind of settings that are being advertised in marketing material? Do we go and have a look out at the real people live? I can just only say, I'm not staying here today. I'm staying in a very Balinese little hotel in a little village very far away, surrounded by Balinese, because I wanted to feel the culture. I wanted to be immersed in the culture. Only that way can I get the reality of it. I don't want the glossy stuff. And that's of course what a lot of people want these days, and that's the social kind of enterprise that Jens highlighted. That culture of peace, and I know Gail will be talking about that very shortly. There's always two sides to the coin, isn't it? But I start with this pleasant side, which is peace domains. And when we think of peace, what do you think of when I say culture of peace? What comes to mind? Anybody? Anybody want to share their thoughts? Peace? What's peace to you? It's an easy question. Reflect on that. I always make the point that there's a question of inner peace and outer peace. Because peace is about relationships. Relationships with ourselves, with others, people, and the environment. We come back to and see Sri Karana, aligned with that again, right? So you cannot forget that. When we come from the micro to the macro, you can see, right, goes to national culture within nations, and then international ones. And that's what most people actually think about, isn't it, when we talk about peace? And then ecological one, again, Jeffrey highlighted that, and the existential, which is the relationship with God, or should we say now with climate change in the universe beyond where we are here on Earth. Conflict is the other side of the coin. And that is where I like to go a little bit, because here we're talking about corporate culture and also strategic management. We're looking at the notion of systems approach and things like that, rather than linear thinking. So we have to look at conflict on the other side of the coin. And where does conflict arise? There are three main core areas of conflict. Now, you can apply that from micro to macro. Economic and access to resources. We'll be talking about SMEs. What kind of access to resources have they got? What support mechanism have they got within the corporate culture, within the tourism culture, that they exist here in Indonesia or whatever it may be? Right? So access to resources is huge, particularly when we consider the high percentage is actually females within that. 50%, I think it was, Alexander was pointing that out. And I think that's a global kind of trend. The females within travel tourism being at the lower end of the employment category. But they're the ones that we're talking about. We're talking poverty alleviation, isn't it? So the different worldviews and values, yes, very much so. If it comes back to what's right and wrong. If I believe, having someone, say someone in the northern part of Europe or some part, he has completely different worldview, the way he goes about, entering other people's homes, which is country. And I don't want to say, well, we're talking about Russia and Ukraine. We're talking about peace at a global level. Right? It's a worldview, it's a value system, and he tries to follow a completely different one. He's not peace-oriented or peace-sensitive, he has a different agenda. Power and control comes into it, as well for SMEs. Power, do they have power? Do they have control, SMEs? Do they have that because of lack of resources? When they're living in a culture that is actually driven by partnering and those male, female kind of generalized, I can expand on that a little bit more, premises. We have to look at that. When females come into the business, SMEs, a lot of them also are mothers, wives, running households. They have other important roles to fulfill. And the society within which they live, particularly if you're looking at the ones in little villages and so forth, come from those traditional value systems and role expectations. So for them, the barriers are much bigger than the ones that possibly live in cities and are highly educated. Right? So they're the ones we have to really worry about. So micro and macro, again, again, all the time looking at what is peace, at what level. Where have you, for instance, experienced conflict recently? At a private level at home? I think Peter was alluding to that. When a couple goes on holidays, it's proven through research, the longer you go away as a couple, and you're trying to fix your marriage, and you're hanging out together all the time, they come back quite often get divorced, so please go to a counsellor to try and get some assistance. And I actually, funny to bring that up and bring something to mind. In 2003, I had the joy of presenting a paper, seeing that you're laughing. It was called Intimacy Theory in Tourism. Yes, there you look. You can find it on Research Again. It's published, highly cited actually. Together with another Chris Ryan actually. And anyway, when I presented that paper in Brisbane, and I thought I was a newbie on the block 20 years ago, there was nobody there. They all walked out. And then they were just coming in. We had to bring more chairs and lock the door. I looked around and asked, wonder why you're here? 80% men. And I said, it was the word intimacy. And yeah, I laughed. And I said, let me enlighten you. There's more to intimacy than what you think. And it is. Oh, is there really? Well, come to one of my workshops. I'm going to run retreats here in Bali hopefully soon on that one. Okay, you want to learn something? But that's what tourism is all about. I think Peter alluded to that. Why do people travel quite often, particularly as individuals or as couples? They want to have an experience. They want to see their other identity that they've lost, particularly with their relationships. Huge one. There's breakdowns of relationships, of disconnect, of loneliness. Huge issue. And that's why we're having a trend in wellness tourism. Do this like that, because it's not about going to spas. Wellness is psychological wellness. That's what we need. That's what health tourism is. That's another agenda we need to look at. Societal breakdown. Okay, so that's another passion of mine, as you can see. All right. Have I got some more slides? Yes, this one here is all set up again, almost finished. When you look at SMEs, and what I've alluded to, as you can see, is a broad picture and a systems approach, we really benefit from doing SWOT analysis. You know, what strengths or weaknesses have the individual enterprises, and what opportunities and threats have they got? We can't be unrealistic and just go, oh, you know, we can do this and they can do this. Have we asked them? Big question. Someone said too, we always have to ask questions, don't we? Socrates said, all I know is that I know nothing. And I live by that. I always ask questions. So, that's what that one. And I'll leave you all just very briefly with this quote. And actually that's the title of the book that I published at the end of 2020. It's called The Way of the Peaceful Traveller, Dare to Care and Connect. That's what travel and tourism is all about, connection. Intimate connections, emotional connections, all about emotions. However, I might just add that particular book, I've written it not just with tourism in mind, because my philosophy on that is, and that aligns a bit also with Jeffrey's, we are all travellers, no matter what role we play in society. Whether we work in industry, and particular industry, they travel a lot. But we also are travellers at home. We are travellers here on Mother Earth, not just when we're on holidays. And during all the travels do we have responsibilities. Now when I wrote this book, is with that particular quote in mind, we must be aware of the real problems in the world, namely with mindfulness. This is another interesting topic. We will know what to do and what not to do to help, right? SWOT analysis comes to mind again. Unless we look at that, we do not know what we really need to address. Okay, if we only look at the good side of the coin, we don't know really what we want to try and avoid doing. So again, it's just going back to the book. Unfortunately, I didn't bring a copy. I should have done that too. Could have handed out some copies of that, but you can get it on Amazon and Kindle format too. How I approach that book is actually a self-learning kind of approach, where it's an interactive one, where I take people on different steps along the journey, I call it. And firstly, I'll let you know, I talk about what's travel, what is peace, what is mindfulness. Mindfulness is a new trendy word and a new kind of niche market. We call it niche tourism. What's mindfulness? I'm also sorry to make this funny joke. Sit on the cushion and you meditate to become mindful of themselves. But what are we mindful of? What should we be mindful of rather than just ourselves? But the trend, the commercialization of mindfulness away from the Buddhist concept is egocentric, focusing on me, on wellness, because we're all so stressed. So we all do yoga, we do get nice spas, and all of that. We forget about actually linking with the other people. Are we not? When I grew up, I wasn't taught about how well I'm doing. Mind your manners, make sure you don't do the wrong thing by other people. It's a value system. Do you treasure, do you care about other people? The manner of care, that's what we're missing as a society. And that was what motivated me to write that particular book. So I talk about, I'm basically doing a journey through emotional intelligence training, value system training, where people can explore their values, their needs, what are needs and values. Values are driven by our needs. If they are not met, we get very angry, we get upset, we get hurt, we're fearful of losing something that's really important to us. So the needs, we need to ask someone, how do you feel? Why do you feel like that? What needs haven't been met in order to help? Do you want me to help? What can I do for you? And that's called nonviolent communication, which I also teach part of it. So we need to communicate. And communication, before I leave, I'll leave you to this one. Communication is an interesting one because culture, I always say, is about communication. And communication is culture. The way we communicate, whether it's through symbols, through language, through just being around each other, that's communication. Everybody thinks about communication is just marketing something or writing a letter. Actually, written communication is only 10% of the pinnacle of communication. The majority of communication is what we don't see, what we can only feel in the body language, the energy that comes across. That's the joy of travel. Yes, I'll leave you with this quote because I've used it a lot now, and actually this is a reminder that I use. Even my other courses that I do for relationship counselling, I do. Because to me, I think Peter said, tourism is all about business. Can I expand on that one? Actually, I would say tourism is all about relationships. I call it actually a relationship economy. And I believe that travel and tourism, or tourism in particular, is the biggest psychological couch of our era. That's what it does.
But tourism is relationships.
Yes, well, that's right, it is. And then out of it, but without good relationships, we win.
Tourism is all about business, and business is relationships.
Thank you very much for that expansion. Good, I like that. Teamwork. So yes, I put this together as a reminder. And I think the problem we have in our society, that even business, whether it's corporate culture, is we ask with assumptions. But we have to ask a question without assumptions, to appreciate others' perspectives. How do they feel about it? And listen with love. The beautiful song that we had from Aston earlier, all about love, and I can relate to that song very much on the anthem. It's all about love. And I actually did a webinar recently, again, this tourism webinar, on mental health in tourism. A big one, and I think there's a big presentation tomorrow. Mental health is part of health tourism. And I look at it because of special interest, we're having a look at spectrum. We look at medical versus wellness. There's a difference along the spectrum. But love is actually proven through all the medical and mental health research, all the frameworks. It's one of the first topics that comes up in all the listings, whether positive psychology or mental health and so forth, different frameworks. They all have love up there at the top, side of it. So it's love connection that we need. It's all about love. That song said that. Observe open-mindedly, I think we realise that. To see things from different perspectives. So much we come in and come from our own cultural perspective, and we don't stop. Take a deep breath, just listen to the other person. Now, honour with humility, and that's a biggie. The feelings and the needs of others. We're so often driven by our own fears, by our own emotions, by our own needs, and all we can think of is jump in when someone says something and say what we want, what we need, instead of listening to the other person. Yeah? We have to really pay attention. And ask again to act, and that is the last one, to contribute to healthy relationships and, of course, peaceful coexistence. And that's really what tourism and travel are all about. And anyway, that's really what you're all about. And I know how incidentally may I say, coincident that I've had that phrase a long time now, and of course fits really nicely with you because you live in Hawaii. Okay, so that's my presentation for tonight, and thank you very much for being here. Any questions, please ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. For the very discussion. Thank you very much.
I'm going to come up onto the stage because I don't have high heels on to make me look tall. Thank you for staying the course. We are obviously on Bali time, so I'm going to make it fairly short and succinct, I hope. First of all, you have been spoken to for the last several hours. I'm going to first of all say that I have no more wisdom or knowledge than each one of you in the room. I do not have the answers. I will pose questions, and collectively, in the knowledge in this room, I know a lot, you know even more, but we will rise to excellence if we pool that knowledge. I would like you to turn to the person next to you, beside you, around you, and I pose the question to you is, what is the definition of peace? We throw the word around, we use it exclusively, or we use it loosely. What does a definition of peace mean to you? This is your turn to talk, not just to listen. Please, you have 2 minutes to define the word. This is where we need Aston to play some music. Please, turn to the person. What does peace mean to you? comes to Jeff. He's always good. Jeff will have an opinion. Where's Peter? Peter's talking, very good. Don't know if they're talking about peace. Are you two talking about peace? Very good. Okay, I'll be the school teacher in the room. Jürgen, you're not talking to Mondi, talk about peace. You're getting a peaceful feeling. Okay, okay. Okay, I've got 2 people, 2, 4. I don't know your name, sir, behind Jeffrey. What is your name, sir? What is your name? Kellogg. Kellogg. Kay. Please, yeah, do you have an opinion about peace? I can't hear you. We need a microphone. Roving mic, please. Quick, quick, quick. Everybody's getting anxious. Got to get to the bathroom, got to have a coffee, got to have a beer, got to have a whiskey, got to get to the room, got to think about what I'm going to wear tonight.
I guess it's a big subject, but maybe part of it is the absence of fear.
The absence of fear. One of the things that we talk about is define peace as being the absence of war. So if we take that out of the equation, what is peace? What is peace to you, to Jeff?
I was just telling her that in English, peace is the absence of war.
Yeah.
But in Hebrew, shalom is the absence of shalom. How is it? The absence of war is shalom. Now, shalom is the complete circle. So it's everything that combines inner peace, your health, your relationships with other people, your interrelationship. English has no word for it because in shalom means the completion of your circle.
Okay.
In a sense of fullness.
Okay. Anybody got any other? Excuse my voice. Anybody else got it? Yes, Jeff. Quick, quick. Run, run, run. I didn't hear it, Jeffrey. The room didn't hear?
I said, how do the Palestinians think you are?
Same way.
Yeah, fair point. Fair point. Thank you. Peace of mind. Coexistence. My good friend, Mr. Omat. What's peace?
In our opinion, peace means showing respect to each other and understanding.
Respect. Respect. Okay, we're getting there. I've done this exercise for several years, and the theme keeps repeating. As I said, I have no more knowledge or wisdom than any one of you in this room. So, how do we define peace? It is not one thing, but an element of several parts. And I'd like to think of it as an acronym. In other words, what, if we take the word peace, P-E-A-C-E, in my little mind, this is how I had to think about it, but it is the result of doing this little exercise for many a long day. So let's start with the first word, P, P for people. So it's how we treat each other, whether or not it's nationally, family, friends. We seek understanding with each other, and if we don't, we live in complete turmoil. So, question back to you. My question, how do we demonstrate harmony and translate that into tourism? What does respect, what does kindness, and what does tolerance look like in tourism? I'll start with you, James. Microphone, quick. Don't you stay roving. That's your job. Yeah. What does tolerance and respect look like in tourism when dealing with people?
So when you travel to a destination, that you respect the host destination.
How do you show respect?
You respect the culture, for example. We always hear about incidents where some tourists go to a destination and might be sensitive in terms of clothing, and they may not wear any. But on the other hand, it also goes the other way as well, that hosts respect the guests as well and treat them with respect when they come.
Again, easier said than done, but Bali has been doing this quite recently, in asking visitors to be respectful of the temples, respectful of other people. And we also ask hosts who offer their destinations to visitors to also show respect to them. I think the Italian tourism community might have a bit to answer for. We all know the reputation how the Italians need tourism, but gee, they don't like us. Not all of us anyway. All right, so we have to be mindful of that if we're in the industry. So take the next letter, E. Again, this is right up Jeffrey's alley. Earth and the environment. How do we protect and sustain our natural world? What are the protections and the preservations of our climate and heritage, of our nature, man-made and otherwise? How do we protect our planet and still have a viable and commercially driven industry? Picked up a bit of tension here today, could be wrong. Do we go all over on no emissions, or do we still have an industry that relies on a certain amount of pollution, God forbid? Again, we talked about it at pre-lunch, about is it all one way of no tourism, or tourism at the expense of, oh yeah, we're going to pollute the world, we're going to dirty the water, we're not going to. Is it a question of either or both and? Jeffrey?
I have the impression that every community would have a different answer on this question, and at the end of the day, it may well be that the communities are the ones who have the biggest concern, because they're still there when the tourists leave.
True. I'm probably thinking more of the tourism industry. What is the tourism?
Well, again, my answer to that is there's often the so say things like, how do we do something over which we only have a very, very, very small amount of influence? And to which the answer is, well, basically we can't protect our planet. We can do certain things if a whole set of other people do a set of things.
Well, that's assuming that we as individuals or collectively have no power at all. And I don't believe that. I mean, individuals and collectives have changed countries, have changed governments. So I'm not, that's a discussion over a red wine tonight, because we don't have enough time. Time poor. Okay, let's move on to A for action. You have to act at being peaceful. Peaceful is not being passive. The peacekeeping forces can attend to that. You have to be active in correcting injustices, speaking up for the oppressed. These are small but extremely important actions. Peace is a verb. You have to do at being peaceful. It doesn't mean that you have to be radical, but for some that might be. We all know the power of passive aggression that can come out. You can be very passive, but be very forceful at the same time. But again, let's go back to in the tourism industry, can we demonstrate through peace our positive behaviour? So where does tourism fit into this? How in the tourism industry, which we are all part of, how can we demonstrate our peace? Nobody's got their hand up. I don't have the answer. Don't look at me. As I said, I have no more wisdom than each of you. So, what do you think? Well, about the question, can we demonstrate peace through positive behaviour? What does that look like? So, microphone. No, nobody wants to talk. That's all too tight. Thank you.
I have a saying, personally,
So take a microphone, people up the back can't hear.
Sorry, so what it is, again, as you can see, I have little things that are structure myself and also other people. And it relates to any kind of relationship with peace. And the quote is, because society-wise and psychologically, we are acting out of fear. So my quote is, act out of love and not out of fear.
Okay, act out of love, not of fear. Okay, there's the answer. Okay, charity. This can be charity at work. If you are a peacemaker through word, thought, and deed, can you think of examples where the tourism industry has shown charity? I think what Jeffrey is doing with Malta X is a form of charity, not charity as in just giving for nothing, but charity in giving back and looking forward into the future. That's through active peacemaking, I believe. It is acting for, you may not agree, but that's my definition, because you are doing something tangible, and sometimes we think of peace as being intangible. I'm not here selling anything. I'm not here to promote anything. I'm posing the question that peace is integral, and we've got debates on that about without peace there is no tourism, or does tourism actively promote peace? Now the academics are still debating that. Jeffrey.
I do think what Fiona Jeffries has been doing with just a drop is charity.
Yes, but charity comes in different forms. Charity is not just giving for nothing. Charity is a mindset as well as just doing physical things, I think. And the last one in the E for peace, P-E-A-C-E, is equality. Economically, racially, gender, and equality and freedom for all, be it race, colour, creed, gender. Does tourism industry practice equality? If it does, can it improve? I pose the question to Mr. Turkish Airlines. Without notice, do you think your organisation practices equality? If they do, can it be done better? They try to do their best. This is good. Can be done better. Remember about the coach that says to a sporting football team, soccer team, whatever, you know, you won the game, but did you play at your best? You know? We all do things that we believe is true and our best at the time, but push beyond that, can we do better? And I'm sure we can. We know we can. We know we can. So how does peace relate to the tourism industry? As I said, I think it's an integral part. Peace has its fingerprints on everything to do with tourism, in my opinion. Peace and the tourism industry are one and the same when practiced at the higher level. Tourism is not just about sun, surf, sex and shopping. We know that. There is a higher paradigm of what tourism does. So, do we have the answers? How do we demonstrate through positive tourism? There's a lot of case studies. I heard of, Alana's not here, we talked about the Maldives. I used to lecture in tourism, and one of the case studies that we did was the Maldives Islands that were already, and I'm talking 25 years ago, where the islands were already sinking in the Maldives, and the tourists couldn't go to some of the locations, and also some of the islands where tourists weren't allowed to go because they wanted to protect the culture of that island and not be influenced by the outside Western bad things. And they were evacuating the people of the island because it was sinking. Now, I just want to know, that was 25 years ago. That was a case study then. I'm going to ask you, what happened to those islands? Are they underwater now? Are the people where the Maldives relied on tourism for economic benefits, but at the cost of what it was doing to the local cultures? And that's been case studies of the worst things that tourism can do, not the best things. So we at IIPT, we've been around 37 years, and we would like to suggest a useful tool and a blueprint for what we believe practicing the art of peace through tourism looks like. And we are happy, and this is the result of a lot of people's collective knowledge. We're happy to promote this and give it to every hotel, every airline, every tour operator, every taxi driver. And it is, in fact, the credo of the peaceful traveller. This is the how-to. This is what we believe should be in every passport. I would like to think the next time that we come to Bali, that instead of paying our entry fee as a visa to come into the country, very happy to do that, instead of getting a visa in our passport, we get a stamp which says, you are an ambassador for peace. So let me quickly run through what we believe are our core values at IIPT and what we invite every one of you as individuals and of organisations. And that is to affirm the following. Now, these are not rocket science, but these are the core values. Journey with an open mind and gentle heart. Accept with grace and gratitude the diversity that I encounter. Revere and protect the natural environment which sustains all life. Appreciate all cultures. Respect and thank my hosts for their welcome. Every one of us are here at the invitation of a country. It is not our right to enter a country, it is by their privilege to allow us in, and we should thank them for that. Offer our hand in friendship to everyone I meet, whether or not it's the person that might clean our room, whether or not it's the governor, whether or not it's the taxi driver, whether or not it's the shopkeeper, whether or not it's to a fellow traveller. Offer our hand in friendship. And every one of us will go back, and it's not necessarily about the site we saw, but about the people we meet. Support travel industries that share these views and act upon them. Find the people that are of the same mindset as yourself. And by spirit, word, and action, encourage others to travel the world in peace. I could go on a bit more, but I won't because my time is up. Thank you. I like that. Did anybody else see that? Time's up and it's flashing. I don't know if they did. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience. See you later. Cheers.
Hi there, Jürgen and team. I'm so sorry that I cannot attend the seminars. But be assured that I'm with you in spirit, and I wish you all the best. Greetings from me, Diana, who is the president and founder of the Country Style Community Tourism Network, Villages as Businesses, and I'm also the president of the International Institute for Peace Through Tourism Caribbean. So I'm thinking of you all, and thank you very much for all your caring for our community tourism program.